There we go. All praise to the Most High. Yeah, so I was saying, we Israelites, we already know what's going on. We know, the true origin of Esau, right? Today we'll get a chance to get, a lot of the scriptures on the true origins of Esau. So we can put that in our notes and transfer it to our Bibles or our memories, and our memories, so we know these scriptures. And we're also going to get a lot of historical records, man. Because what you'll find is because this man is a liar, he can't keep up the lie, like just like any regular liar, right? And this guy, the Most High says all he does is speak lies. So if a regular liar can't keep up his lies, eventually you see through it. What about a man that all he does is lie? Right? That man, definitely will have begin to have major holes in his stories, man, and you'll be able to see the truth through the chinks in his armor, right? So today, that's what we're doing. We're examining all the chinks in this guy's armor, and you're gonna see some major, major chinks in this guy's armor. That's just gonna, wow. Yeah. I was in disbelief when I saw some of this stuff, right? And this is not even all the information. This will probably be a two-part lesson. This is just, the first part. We're gonna see a lot of stuff through the scriptures and the documents, and then in the second part, we're gonna see even more stuff, and we're gonna see basically how he tried to put up certain smoke screens so nobody would know his origin, man. You know, why are you trying to hide your origin, right? You can tell everyone else where they're from. You can tell the Chinese man where he's from and what year he was born, and you know when the dinosaurs were here and the cavemen and the this and the that. Now we don't ascribe to these things. My point is Esau knows everything. Esau knows how many stars in the universe. He knows the speed of planet Xenon, which is 300,000 light years away. He knows it all, man. You know, that's how he goes. Like he knows everything. So how do you not know where you're from, man? How do you not know for sure the beginning of Rome? How do you not know for sure the beginning of Greece? Hmm? Why do you have written in your history books, oh, the legend goes, and the legend goes? Well, you have that written in your history books because you don't want people to know your actual origin, right? But we're going to reveal it today. So let's uh let's get started here in pre-1836 BC. Okay, 1836 BC, this date is up here because that's when Esau was born. Okay, according to their own calculations, Esau would have been born about 836 BC. Now you're going to see today that we're going to go through a bunch of dates. These dates are obviously based on, you know, the so-called scholars calculated times. So we'll just use it for fun, okay? Because we know their dates are not right. How do we know their dates are not right? In the scriptures, the Most High told one of our brothers um, that 10 and a half parts of the world already passed. And this brother was alive during, about 700 BC, right? Let me see here. If I can pull up that scripture for you. Let's see. The world is divided into 12 parts. Okay, so this is the book of Second Esdras, and we'll go from verse 11 here. We'll go from verse 11 in Second Esdras. It says, well, I'll go from 10. For the world has lost his youth, and the times begin to wax old. God is saying this to Ezra, man. If God is saying this to Ezra, you know, around 700 BC, how old is the world really, man? The Most High already told Ezra, hey, listen, the world's getting old, man. And now we're in 2024, so-called, right? It says in verse 11, for the world is divided into 12 parts, and the 10 parts of it are gone already. So in so-called 700 BC, 10 parts of time had already finished, right? And look what he says, and half of a 10th part. So 10 and a half parts of the 12 had already finished in 700 BC, family. Okay. And there remaineth that which is after the half of the 10th part. Okay. So at the end of the day, we know these times are not um, uh, based on truth, but we're going to work with the relative time. Okay. Because again, they're counting this time before and after the birth of Christ, starting in the middle, not really starting at the beginning, because they really don't know the beginning. And those that tell you, 4,000 years is the beginning, if you can do some basic math, if the Most High said in 700 BC, 10 and a half parts were passed already, there's no way the world is only 4,000 years old, okay? Or 6,000 years old either, okay? So that's not true. But I digress. So we're first going to look at pre-1836 BC, which according to them is when Esau would have been born. Okay. So in pre-1836 BC, we want to ask who was in Europe before the so-called European? That's the first question that we're going to ask. All right. So to answer that question, we're going to look here at a great scholar who I've gotten a lot of good receipts from, because this guy pulls up ancient books that cost 20 G's, 5 G's, 30 G's, 40 G's. Okay. He pulls up these books, finds these receipts, and puts them together. Okay. And so the brother gives us an accurate picture of who was in Europe before the European. So we're gonna have a look at a part of his video here to sort of get that overview as to who was there before the so-called European. Everyone's able to see the video and hear the audio and everything?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
And it says here, The Races of Europe, a Sociological Study. Lowell Institute Lectures by William C. Ripley, Ph.D., Assistant Professor of Sociology, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, that's MIT. Lecturer on Anthropology at Columbia University in the city of New York. All right? Can we give him a little credit? It was like, what do you mean? But that's the white man. That's the white man. Well, the white man is letting you know. The white man's letting you know that Europe was all Swarthy. A new phase of the matter was presented by Broca's celebrated researches concerning the physical characteristics of the French people in the decade following 1860, especially those among the peasants in Brittany. Here were the only Celtic-speaking people on the continent, and they were of a brunette and short race. Then in 1865 came the monumental work of Davis Interment, the Crania Britannia, with added proof that a large part of the Celtic-speaking population of the British Isles, particularly the Welsh, were equally short and of a dark complexion, short and dark. Broca and Beddoe Among anthropologists at once grasped the situation, they perceived the inconvenience attendant upon the use of the term. Nevertheless, the advocates of the old view of tall blond Celts still counted eminent authority among their number, such as von Baer with his and Ruffmeyer. All right, again another source letting us know, right? Dark complexion Europeans. As early as 1868, Durand de Gross noted that in Aveyron, one of the southern departments lying along the borders of mountainous area, the populations of the region thereabout were strongly differentiated. On the cavernous plains, the people were taller, of light complexion, with blue or grayish-blue eyes, and having fine teeth. In the upland areas of the granitic formation, the people were stunned, dark in complexion, with very poor teeth. The hypothesis of an Iberian substratum of population in Britain proved that long before the advent of the Saxons, several distinct physical types coexisted in Roman Britain. One of these, he tells us in the 11th chapter of his Agricola, was the Caledonian, red-haired and tall, that of the Silures in southern Wales, with a dark complexion and curly hair. He also notes the similarity in appearance between the southern Britons and the Gauls, and suggests a Germanic origin for the Caledonians, an Iberian one for the Welsh, and a Gallic one for the English. This is possibly all that he said upon the subject, never having been in the country. Then Jornandes, an early Italian commentator, added fuel to the flame by amending Tacitus' words concerning the Silures of Wales, giving them not only dark complexion but black curly hair. Such were the humble beginnings of the Iberian hypothesis, notwithstanding which it has passed current for generations, as it is founded upon the broadest array of facts. What if we should conclude that the assumption is correct in the light of modern research? All right, in the light of modern research. One more facial type needs to be mentioned. It is monist in Kent and in the Isle of Wight. It is generally ascribed to Jutish ancestry from Jutland. That's Jutish from Jutland, Denmark. Our two upper portraits of page 316 represent this adequately enough. These people are darkish in complexion. The principal peculiarity in their convexity of profile from chin to forehead. The lips are rather thick. The nose is difficult to describe, unless we can agree to call it Jewish. What explanation can be offered for the curiously?
Notice the brother said their faces are concave. All right. And he said I can't explain it no other way than to call it Jewish. Okay. And at that time, everybody understood that the Jew was a Negro. Okay. So he's saying these people in Europe, they look like Jews, man. Which means they what? They had dark complexion. So that's what the brother means there.
Curiously, un-Teutonic population which seems to fringe the coast of Norway, especially central in the southwest. It is unattainable hypothesis, as in fact Nielsen found it is to ascribe this to the persistence of a substratum of lapse from the Stone Age. These people, to be sure, are characterized by all traits noted in the southwest of Norway, and this moreover to an extraordinary degree. They are almost dwarfed in stature. They are dark-haired and swarthy. All right, swarthy.
So notice he says they are almost dwarfed in stature, which means they're really short. And he said they are dark-haired and swarthy. Okay, dark-haired and swarthy, meaning brown skin. And these are the people of Norway. All right. And if anybody knows where Norway is, that's so-called Europe. That's in so-called Europe as well. All right. In fact, let me see if I can pull it up real quick. Okay, so this is Norway in Europe, right? These people here were short people with brown skin. All right, and you're gonna start to see why that is as we go through this study, right?
And as our two portals illustrate, they are broad-headed to an extreme. Our second physical type of the
this is also very important. He said they are broad-headed to the extreme, meaning they have like a large face. Okay. Now start to think about who you know that has broad faces. All right, on the planet. All right. Start to think of who you know that has broad faces, which tribe or race of people you know with broad faces. All right, start to think about that.
Russian Aborigines, all right, now we're talking about the Russian, is the polar extreme from this long-headed red blonde one. We may follow it in our map of the black tints indicating a prevalent broad-headedness. This is best exemplified at the two extremes of Russia, in the lap of the northwest and the Kalmuk and Kursk hordes of the Caspian steppes. The Samoyeds are merely a continuation of the lap type towards Asia along the Arctic. These people correspond closely to what we popularly regard as Mongolian. Alright, so listen up. The Mongolians, they are all what? All dark or black haired with swarthy skins.
So this man said the Russians look like the people that we would call Mongolians. The brother said the Russians, the original Russians, look like the people that we would call Mongolians. Okay? How do I open this? Let's see. Open image in new tab. All right. Okay. He said this is what the original Russians look like, family. All right. So hopefully you're starting to get a sense for who was in so-called Europe before what do you call it? The Edomite, man. You know, the so-called European, right? Let's get this one as well. All right. All right. This is what you're looking for, man. This is what the people looked like in Russia, the brother just said. Okay, and showed the receipts, right?
Alright, the Aborigines, the Russians, because the Mongolians are really Russians. They're Russian Aborigines. Genghis Khan's real name is Georgy Danilovich. He was Russian. These hordes, these Mongolian hordes with these golden hordes, these Russian armies that were invading. All right, and this guy Georgy or Genghis united these Russian armies or these kingdoms, what they call it, the story they call it. But these Mongolians, even Genghis Khan was very swarthy, very dark skinned. We are strengthened in this assumption that the earliest Europeans were not only long-headed but also dark-complexioned. By various points in our inquiry thus far, we have proved the prehistoric antiquity of the living Cro-Magnon type in southwestern France, and we saw that among these peasants, the prevalence of black hair and eyes is very striking. In comparing types in the British Isles, we saw that everything tended to show that the brunette populations of Wales, Ireland, and Scotland constituted the most primitive stratum of population in Britain. Furthermore, in that curious spot in Garfagnana, where a survival of the ancient Ligurian population of northern Italy is indicated, there are also other people characteristically dark. Judge
The brother said in northern Italy, there are also people that were characteristically dark in northern Italy. Now, whether or not you know where Italy is, I mean, everybody knows, or rather the what people have heard about Italy is that, it's a European country, right? Um, here's a good map. This is Italy, man. Here's the Mediterranean Sea. This is Italy, man. Dark complexion. So how did all these light skin, sharp nose, sharp feature uh people get there, man? If the original people were dark skinned people, right? With broad heads and faces, man, right? This is the question you need to begin to ask yourself. Let me type Italians and see. I mean, come on, you know. Let's go with this here. These are broad-faced, dark-skinned people. Let's open this here. Broad-faced, dark-skinned people. I mean, come on, right? Let's continue.
Therefore, either in light of general principles or of local details, it would seem as if this earliest race of Europe must have been very dark. It was Mediterranean in its pigmental affinities and not Scandinavian. All right, and continues says on the islands of the Shetlands, and the Orkneys and Hebrides, the case was much the same. Here, the Aborigines were often entirely replaced by purely Scandinavian population. Such a family with strongly accentuated Norwegian peculiarities as depicted on this page. Its contrast with the Aboriginal dark population. In contrast again with the Aboriginal dark population. The old black breed needs no comment. The old black breed, the Aboriginal dark population.
Notice here he calls them the book calls them the old black breed, man. I mean, that's plain. And he said, hey, listen, the original people are not these Scandinavian people that you're seeing. Another made-up name for the European, the so-called European. This guy has so many names, it's not even funny, right? None of them harken back to his real name, right? Which we'll get to.
Alright, it says here, Pfitzner observed the same phenomenon in Alsace, whereas in Britain, a dark population has been overrun by a Teutonic one. So striking was the contrast here that the even ascribes it to real sexual peculiarity.
Let's see the meaning of this word Teutonic, if we can find it. Denoting the Germanic branch of Indo-European language family. Okay, that doesn't really help us. Let's see, maybe etymology online. See if we can get Teutonic. This word is from 1610, of or pertaining to the ancient Germanic peoples or tribes, from the Latin Teutonicus, from Teutoni, name of a tribe that inhabited coastal Germany near the mouth of the Elbe and devastated Gaul 113 to 101 BC. That's interesting. The name is said to be probably via Celtic from Proto-Germanic Theodanos. Okay. In linguistics, an old name for the Germanic languages or for the ancestral speech of the Germanic languages. It later was used in English in anthropology to avoid the modern political association of German. Okay. But in this anthropological sense, French uses Germanique and German uses Germanisch, as neither one uses its form of German for the narrower national meaning. Compare French so and so, Dutch, okay. Earlier adjective in English was Germanic, okay. See, and when they say Germanic here, they're not speaking of the Aboriginal people who were dark-skinned, broad-faced, short people. That's not who they're talking about, and that's what I wanted to pull out here. Um, but you know, we're not finding it. Let's just have a little bit longer of a gander and see. We won't spend the whole time on this. Natives of let's see, Teuton, a German from 1833 in modern use, in reference to residents in or natives of German states. So this is a bit of a clue. Before there were German states, there were actual German people, right? The states we know is, an invention I can't even say an invention of the so-called European. I'll leave that alone. Sometimes in contrast with Celt, said to be probably a back formation of Teutonic. Hence, 19C, political and newspaper coinage, 1630s of Germany or Germans from Latin Germanicus, of the Teutonic race. All right. Again, referring to not the Aborigines, but rather the so-called white people that were in that particular area. So, I mean, that you might have to spend a little more time looking that up yourself. Okay. Um, let's see if I see anything here. Yeah, of course. Of course not. Right? Because what Esau likes to do is class people by language so he doesn't have to tell you what they look like. You understand? Or who they really are, right? That's like, today he would tell you if Esau were writing or if the so-called European were writing about us today, and he didn't want anybody to know, for example, that we were the Israelites. He would say the Canadian people, or rather the speakers of the Canadian dialect of English. So in the reader's mind, you're not thinking of, well, there's Jews here, there's Ishmaelites here, there's Elamites here, there's Japhites here. You're not thinking that. As the reader, you're like, oh, okay, speakers of Canadian English, or these were all so-called white people, right? Your race would be erased in his historical record, right? And this is the technique that he has used throughout time to hide who people are. But praise the Most High God, we have artifacts, right? And we have receipts like this where people are actually noting people's complexion so that we can actually begin to decipher who is who, right? So let's keep going.
One detail of our map confirms us in this opinion that a primitive dark population in these islands, now mainly of Celtic speech, has been overlaid by a lighter one. Notice the strongly marked island of brunettes just north of London. Two counties, Herefordshire and Buckinghamshire, are as dark as Wales, and others north of them are nearly as unique. Alright, it says the three main physical types in Scotland are well represented by our portraits at page 324. The upper pair, raw-boned and red-headed, is familiar enough, as also the equally tall, heavily built but dark type illustrated in our Moray and Inverness subjects. The middle pair, the little dark men, are representative of probably the oldest element of all in Scotland. Alright, who? The little dark man in Scotland. This corresponds closely to Silures of Wales or the small dark Firtbolgs west of Shannon in Ireland. The curly hair shown in both our examples is, I am informed by Dr. Beto, very common among men of this type. Alright,
so here's Ireland. Let's zoom out. All right. So in the context of so-called Europe, all right, Greece down here, Israel down here, Morocco of Africa, okay, down here, up here, Europe, man, Ireland. The man said, hey, and he spoke of also Scotland and said, hey, little dark men and tall dark men. And he said the little dark men are the oldest ones to inhabit this place. Right? And when we go in the scriptures, we're going to see why.
curly little dark men. The presence among the Russian people themselves of a medium-statured, dark-complexioned, and broad-headed majority is acknowledged by all, that this represents the original Slavic stock. Slavic was dark complexion. You're talking about Slavs, slaves started with white. No, you gotta understand there was also dark-skinned Slavs.
Let's pull up the Slavic people. So Slovenia, Mm, I was on the map. Was I on the map already? Yes, I was. Let me just open this. It's Slovenia. Okay. All right. Slovenia. Just by Italy. Okay. The Slavs also um short dark men, man, with broad faces. The Danes he spoke of, call them another name, Jutland. Okay, when you do your research, Jutland is the Danes or the Danish, right? Short dark men. So what are these short dark people doing all over Europe, man? Italy, Slovenia, Denmark. He probably is gonna talk about the Swedes, Ireland, Scotland. Why are these people here? Right? Gonna find out.
Originally, the original Slavics were dark complexion. Alright? It's certainly the most logical direct inference. It is, in the opinion, tacitly at least accepted by most of the English writers. Alright? That's what is accepted by almost all English writers. Alright?
All right. So, that's all I want from that particular video. All right. So all praises to the Most High for that. So, um, the Slavs, the Britons, the Scottish, the Irish, who was it? The Italians, short, dark, broad-faced men. Some medium build dark men, some tall dark men. Originally there before the so-called Scandinavian, which he described as a tall and light-skinned man. Okay, why is that? Well, let's go to Genesis 10. Let's go to Genesis 10. Brother Chris, are you able to read? And I know I'm supposed to have another reader here in
I can read some. Yes.
yeah. Akira, Sister Akira, you gonna be reading as well?
Hello? Yeah.
All right. All praises to the Most High. Welcome. It's nice to hear you on the line.
Thank you. It's nice to hear you.
All righty. All right. So let me see here. Genesis 10. Read from verse 1, and we'll go until we get to verse 5. Go ahead.
This is the book of Genesis, chapter 10, starting at verse 1. Now these are the generations of the sons of Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And unto them were sons born after the flood. The sons of Japheth, Gomer, and Magog, and Madai, and Javan, and Tubal, and Meshech, and Taras. And the sons of Gomer, Ashkenaz, and Riphath, and Togarmah. And the sons of Javan, Elisha, and Tarshish, Kittim, and Dodanim.
Mm-hmm.
By these were the isles of the Gentiles divided in their lands, everyone after his tongue, after their families, in their nations.
Right. So my question is this: according to the Most High, the 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 people of Gomer, Magog, Madai, Javan, Tubal, Meshech, Ashkenaz, Riphath, Togarmah, did I say Javan? Elisha, Tarshish, Kittim, and Dodanim. This question is for Saba. These are all people, these are all sons of who? Saba.
The sons of the Gentiles.
Mm, no. Verse 1 has the answer. Verse 2 has the answer. These were the sons of all these people I mentioned. Gomer, Magog, Madai, Javan, Tubal, Meshach, and the rest are all sons of,
Japheth.
they're all sons of Japheth, man. Okay? And then the Most High said, hey, by these people were the isles of the Gentiles divided, right? This is a very big clue. So you're looking for places that definitely have islands, divided by islands, man, or have islands as a part of their landmass, right? Said by these were the isles of the Gentiles divided, right? So if we can find out where was Gomer, Magog, Madai, Javan, some of these places, who are these people? Where were those places? We can start to put together who these people were. Now we already saw the historical receipts describing these people as short, dark-skinned, broad-faced people, right? When you think about short, dark-skinned, broad-faced people, what kind of people come to mind, Akira?
Um, usually black people.
Short, dark, broad-faced. That's who comes to mind?
No, I don't think. Echo was making.
Short, broad face, dark
Oh,
skin.
Asian people.
Which specific Asian people come to mind? Because most Asian people now they're light skinned.
Like the Mongolian sort of like Filipino, those side of Asian.
That's right. That's right. And I will prove to you guys that that's who it's talking about. Remember, the brother said all throughout Europe you had these people, right? He said most of them are short. You understand? Broad face and dark skin. You have some medium build ones as well, right? Which we know lines up with the so-called Asian, man. You know? Now let's find out where this Gomer, Magog, Madai, Javan, and Tubal, and a few of these are. And then you can get confirmation, because what the Most High say, by the mouth of two or three witnesses shall every word be established. Then you can get confirmation that this is talking about Asian people, the original Asian people, right? Let's go, let's look up Gomer. Where is Gomer? Maybe we'll get something, maybe we won't. We might have to, find a different way of looking. This is not bad, but let's see here. What do we have here? Gomer, eldest son of Japheth, father of Ashkenaz, according to the Table of Nations, traditional identifications. Let's see if we have anything here. Josephus places Gomer and the Gomerites in Anatolia, Galatia. All right. For Gomer and Josephus is what do you call it? A historian. It didn't look like this. Okay, was probably a brew, a sellout, but a brew. Um, he's the history's most trusted historian when it comes to matters of Israel. Okay, and he has a book that he wrote. I used to have a copy. No, I borrowed a brother's copy. I gave it back to him. A good book to get though, if you're interested in like a lot of specifics of our culture. Some people say he wasn't a brew, but I believe he was a brew. Anyway, Josephus, it says, place Gomer and the Gomerites in Anatolia. All right, let's look up Anatolia. Okay. Do we have a zoom out here? Let's see what we got here. Uh, 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 uh. This might see if this gives us what we want. Let's see if this gives us what we want. This is Anatolia, but I just want to see it clearly marked. Okay, so this is called Turkish invasions in Anatolia. All right, between the year 1050 and 1050 BC and 1204. Okay, so as you can see, Anatolia encompasses Cyprus here and Rhodes here, okay? Armenia on this side, all right? So you can start to see contextually where this place is. We can mark Cyprus as like sort of, a point to show us. See Cyprus down here, Laodicea, okay? Let me see. Let's just look up Galatia because it said that it was Galatia. All right. So Galatia, ancient region of Anatolia. All right. Da, 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 da. Armenia. There we go. Galatia. All right. Galatia. Right here. All right. Galatia. All right. Let's see if this has anything else we're looking for while we're here. So we don't have to keep looking. Okay, so this is circa 332 BC to 395 AD. All right. So Galatia. All right. So this would have been the same area it was talking about where the Church of the Galatians would have been. All right. So here in Galatia. So it says Gomer is placed in Anatolia, Galatia specifically. All right. For Gomer founded those whom the Greeks now called Galatians. All right. But were then called Gomerites. All right. So where is Gomer? Gomer is in so-called Europe, man. Gomer is in so-called Europe. Let's see if we can find another. Where will be? Genesis 10. Let's look for Magog. All right. Let's look for Magog. We got Gomer. Let's see. Where is Magog? Where is ancient Magog? It says here in the map of Sharif Idrisi, the land of Gog and Magog is drawn in the northeast corner beyond Northeast Asia and enclosed. Some medieval European world maps also show the location of the lands of Gog and Magog in the far northeast of Asia. All right, let's see what we get here. Okay, far northeast of Asia and the northeast corner of the world. What do we have? A copper engraved world map from 1430, Gog and Magog identified as confined. Confined Jews? Okay, are on the left to represent the Far East. Let's see what's going on here. Can't read this map at all. Yeah, no clue what's going on this map here. 1 second. 1 second. In fact, Gog and Magog were held by the Mongol to be their ancestors. What did this just say, family? Gog and Magog were held by the Mongols to be their ancestors, family. Right? And it says at least some section of the population says this, man. Okay? Let's see if we can get a map. Let's see if we can get a map. Where is ancient Magog? Okay, let's see. We will go with something that is what's the word? Um, see if we can find a reputable source. Okay. What is this here? The American Vision. Second. Mhm. Pinterest, prophecy watchers. Da-da-da. Mm-mm-mm. All right, let's read the entries since it's pretty difficult to find a map. Okay, what is this? Code X. One quick second here. In medieval world maps, the land of Gog and Magog is generally shown as a region in the far north or northeast of Asia, enclosed by mountains or fortifications and often featuring a gate. Okay. According to historical sources, Gog is the land north of the Black Sea. There we go, which is reference to modern Russia, or at least parts of it in this area north of the Black Sea. Magog was an ancient land of the Scythians, which we looked at in another lesson, being ancient people, which is now what we call Central Asia. See that? And possibly includes parts or all of Afghanistan. Magog is also Turkey, modern day Turkey, Europe, Russia, and maybe China. Remember, who was in Europe? Who was in Turkey? Who was in Russia? These short, dark-skinned, broad-faced people. Okay? So now we have two witnesses showing, hey, listen, Gog was in, the children of Japheth were in what is known as Europe. Turkey, Europe. Russia, Europe. Right now, we know that's Eastern Europe, or the Eastern Roman Empire, as they call themselves, right? And then you have Europe, which is the western portion, including Turkey, which is on the east side of Europe. Okay, let's go to Turkey here. All right, so this is Turkey. Nice one, nice one, Google. All right, so this is Turkey, okay, which is still in Europe. And it said Magog is what? North of the Black Sea, okay, and approaches what? Or in what? Russia, man, okay? So the Most High is showing you all of these lands up here. Mongolia, come on. China, come on. And by the way, there's a mountain range that cuts across this whole place, okay, called the Caucasus, okay, all right, which here, if I'm not mistaken, and that mountain range goes across the whole country. So all this country here in the north did not belong to Esau. or did not belong to the so-called European. You're gonna see, for those that don't know, you're gonna see why I keep calling him Esau in a second, right? These lands belonged to Japheth, according to the scriptures, who are the so-called Asian people, all right? And now we've gotten a few receipts to put that together, all right? Is that clear to everyone so far? Is that pretty clear?
Yeah.
All right, great. Good. So, who was in Europe before the so-called European? The sons of Japheth. That's who was there. Now, don't even let me pull up Javan. Let me pull up the Javanese. Okay. Now remember, these people were ran out of their land by the so-called European. Okay. And so, they ended up uh in Southeast Asia and all of these places. All right. Javan is one of the sons of Japheth. And when you look up the Javanese today, guess what you find? Guess what you find when you look up the Javanese? Let's have a closer look. Guess what you find when you look up the Javanese, right? I mean, who are these people, Brashan? What do these people look like? These Javanese people. Who do these people look like?
Like Asians.
They look like Asians, man, right? Because that's who they are. The children of Japheth, this is their look, right? This is the look of the children of Japheth. These people are literally still called by their forefathers' name. Let me see if I can find a couple more shots, right? Man, all these pictures are small. Oh, this one's not bad. Open image in new tab. Great. These are the Javanese people. Okay, family? These are the Javanese people. All right. All sons of Japheth. Okay. That should be pretty clear. Okay, so pre-1836, who was in Europe? It was the sons of Japheth. All right. So 1836 to present, we're going to move down a bit in the timeline. What is the true identity now of the so-called European? Since we know he came in and took that land from the sons of Japheth. Well, who is this man? Since he's not a European. Well, who is he? All right. Let's go to give me Daniel 8, and you'll read from 17 to 25, Akira. All right, and let me see here. Actually, Brother Chris, you'll give me Daniel 8, 17 to 25, and then Akira, you will pull up wait, Akira hasn't read yet. Give me Daniel, Akira. Daniel 8, sorry, 17 to 25, and then Brother Chris, you'll give me a Deuteronomy 28 from 45 to 48, please. Sounds good?
Okay.
Okay, so give me Daniel 8, Daniel 8 from 17. Now, you have a little echo on your thing there. You might, if you have the option to, you can turn off the extra speaker that's on your Zoom. So Daniel 8 from 17 to 25. Let's go.
Okay, sorry. Let me read.
You wanted me to get it. 8 from Daniel 8.
Yeah, let Akira get that, and then I want you to grab Deuteronomy 28 from 45.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Sorry, just give me a second. All right. So he came near where I stood, and when he came, I was afraid, and fell upon my face. But he said unto me, Understand, O son of man, for at the time of the end shall be the vision.
Right. So the vision is for when?
The
Sister Akira,
vision,
that vision is for when?
uh, for at the time of the end shall be the vision.
Right. So the vision is for the end of time,
Yeah.
right? So keep going.
Now, as he was speaking with me, I was in a deep sleep onto my face toward the ground. But he touched me and set me upright. And he said, Behold, I will make thee know what shall be in the last end of the indignation,
That's right.
for at the time appointed the end shall be.
So stop right there. So this is for those who don't know, this is Daniel speaking with an angel after he had a horrible vision, and the angel said, "Hey, listen, I'm gonna break down this vision to you." And he tells him a second time, at the end, okay, at the end of the world, this is when this vision is gonna come to pass, right? Go ahead.
Right.
20,
The
20,
ram which thou sawest having two horns are the kings of Media and Persia.
right?
And the rough goat is the king of Grecia.
Mm-hmm.
And the great horn that is between his eyes is the first king.
All right, so
Now,
hold on, this is very important. Okay. It said the rough goat that you saw, right? In your vision, metaphorically, that rough goat stood for the king of Grecia. All right, which is the king of Greece. All right, Grecia, let's just look up the word here right quick. Okay. Yavan, listen to this. Yavan. Grecia, Yavan is the original word for Grecia. Why is this important? Javan comes from Yavan. Yavan comes from Yawan because this letter here is Yod or Yad in ancient Hebrew. This is the Wow and this is the Nan. So you put this together, this would be Ya, Ya, Wa, and then the final N, Yawan. So Greece is literally named Javan. This is where the Javanese people originally came from. Greece, Yawan. That's their land, right? Anyway, uh, but Grisha, as it tells you here, when you look uh right here, it literally says proper name of a people, and it's talking about Greece. All right. Hopefully everybody sees that. Um, go ahead.
continue.
Yep, the rough goat. Yep, go ahead.
Now that being broken, whereas four stood up for it, four kingdoms shall stand up out of the nation, and not in his power. And in the latter of time, their kingdom, when the transgressors are come to the full, a king of fierce countenance and understanding dark sentences shall stand up.
So hold on. So when is the king of fierce countenance and understanding dark sentences gonna stand up? Dark sentences just mean secrets, okay? And the king is a metaphor for the ruler. So when is this person gonna stand up out of Greece?
In the latter of time of their kingdom,
In the latter time of whose kingdom?
um, the hold on, not in his power. The Grecia.
Yep. In the latter time of the Greek kingdom, God said a king is going to stand up understanding dark sentences, man. Right? So go ahead.
Shall stand up, and his power shall be mighty. but not by his own power. Oh, yeah. And he shall destroy wonderfully, and shall prosper and practice, and shall destroy the mighty and the holy people. And through his policy also he shall cause craft to prosper in his hand.
Mm-hmm.
And he shall magnify himself in his heart.
Mm-hmm.
And by peace shall he destroy many.
Mm-hmm.
He shall also stand up against the prince of princes, but he shall be broken without hand.
Right. So according to verse 25, the king of where was going to stand up against the prince of princes?
The king of,
Or rather, the king of who? Because it's not just a where, it's a who. The king of,
again,
there's only one place this place talks about.
oh,
This
is it Grisha again?
That's right.
Yeah.
He said the king of Greece in the latter, it says in the latter time of the Greek kingdom, a king is going to stand up understanding dark sentences, which is secrets. And it said this king is going to do a couple of things. One of the things he's going to do is destroy wonderfully, prosper, practice, and destroy the mighty and holy people, right? Another thing it says is he gonna stand up against the prince of princes. So according to the Most High, at the end of time, when Christ comes back for judgment day, who is gonna fight against him? What nation?
The shall also stand up against the prince of princes. So Greece is
Yep,
gonna stand up against the prince of princes.
that's right. And the prince of princes is who?
The Israelites?
No, the prince of
Sorry.
princes. You have the king of kings, which is God,
Mm-hmm.
and Christ is also sometimes called the king of kings, but the king of kings is really the Most High. So
Right.
then, if God is the king of kings, who is the prince of princes?
So Christ.
That's right, right? So it says the Greek nation is going to fight against Christ when Christ returns. Remember that, all right? Because here the Most High says it's the Greek nation, but other places you're going to hear him start calling them other names, right? And because you start hearing him calling them other names, you're going to have to start put together the clues to see, well, who is this guy really talking about? Because sometimes he's calling them this, sometimes he's calling them that, sometimes he's calling, who is he really talking about? And we're going to get to that, right? So I want to make a couple points off of what you just read there. First point is the Grecian kingdom is prophesied to destroy the mighty and holy people, right? So then it behooves us to ask who are the mighty and holy people, right? Now we know, but for the sake of those who don't, we're going to go to Deuteronomy 28 and read 45 to 48. So Brother Chris, you can give me that one there. Gonna go to Deuteronomy 28. 45 to 48.
Okay, this is the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 28 and verse number 45. Moreover, all these curses shall come upon thee, and shall pursue thee, and overtake thee, till thou be destroyed, because thou hearkenest not unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to keep his commandments and his statutes, which he commanded thee, and they shall be upon thee for a sign and for a wonder.
I'm sorry, bro. Before you read that, let's go to Deuteronomy 7.
Okay.
And go from go from let's just read verse 6.
Verse 6.
Yeah.
Okay. This is the book of
I'm
Deuteronomy.
sorry, read 6 to 8, because that'll give you like definite answer. Go ahead.
Okay. It's the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 7 and verse number 6. For thou art an holy people unto the Lord thy God. The Lord thy God hath
So
chosen.
sorry, before you read on, remember Daniel said that the Grecian would destroy the mighty and holy people. So now you're getting a clue as to who are these holy people. Go ahead.
Right. For thou art an holy people unto the Lord thy God. The Lord thy God hath chosen thee to be a special people unto himself, above all people that are upon the face of the earth.
Right?
The Lord did not set his love upon you, nor choose you, because you are more in number than any people. For ye were the fewest of all people.
Right?
But because the Lord loved you, and because he would keep the oath which he had sworn unto your fathers, hath the Lord brought you out with a mighty hand, and redeemed you out of the house of bondage, from the hand of the Pharaoh, king of Egypt.
All right. So who did the Most High redeem out of the house of bondmen from the hand of Pharaoh, Brother Sean? Who did the Most High redeem out of the hand of Pharaoh, right? Out of the house of bondage?
The Israelites.
The Israelites. So who are the mighty and holy people that were being spoken about in Daniel 8?
The Israelites.
It would be the Israelites, right? All right. So we can I think that's all I wanted on that one. So let's go back to Deuteronomy 28. So since we know the mighty and holy people are the Israelites, okay, here's a couple more witnesses showing you how exactly the so-called Grecian would destroy the mighty and holy people. Go ahead. Or the Israelites. How the Grecian, the so-called Grecian, would destroy the Israelites. Go ahead.
Okay, this is Deuteronomy chapter 28 and verse 45.
Right?
Moreover, all these curses shall come upon thee, and shall pursue thee, and overtake thee, till thou be destroyed, because thou hearkenest not unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to keep his commandments and his statutes which he commanded thee. And they shall be upon thee for a sign and for a wonder, and upon thy seed forever. Because thou servest not the Lord thy God with joyfulness and with gladness of heart, for the abundance of all things.
The 48.
Therefore shalt thou serve thine enemies, which the Lord shall send against thee, in hunger and in thirst, and in nakedness, and in want of all things. And he shall put a yoke of iron upon thy neck until he hath destroyed thee.
Until he have what?
Destroyed thee.
Right. So the Most High said, hey, listen, because you didn't serve him, he's going to make you serve your enemy. Your enemy is going to put a yoke of iron, which is an iron, a collar around your neck until you've been destroyed. Now, Sister Akira, who did the Most High say was going to destroy the mighty and holy people?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Who did the Most High say was going to destroy the mighty and holy people?
Right, the Greece.
The Grecian, right? And here God says it's the enemy of Israel that would destroy them, man. And he would put a yoke of iron upon their neck until they were destroyed. So now we're starting to get clues. Hey, wait a minute. There's only one people that got a yoke of iron and iron clasp put upon their neck until they were destroyed. That was the so-called Negro. And who did that? It was the so-called white man. So who is the Most High talking about? Well, he has to be talking about the so-called white man because that's who put the clasp on the neck of the so-called Negro till he was destroyed, right? And the Most High said that this was going to happen to the Israelites. So wait, these Negroes, so-called Negroes, must actually be what? The Israelites, right? Moving on. Because again, this is the point here is, you know, who are these mighty and holy people? Well, It's the so-called Negroes who are the biblical Israelites, right? Um, let's go to Luke 21 and we'll read verse 24. Uh, Brother Chris, you can give me that one.
Luke what?
Luke 21 and verse 24.
Okay. This is the book of Luke, chapter 21, and verse number 24.
Right?
And they shall fall by the edge of the sword, and shall be led away captive into all nations, and Jerusalem shall be trodden down of the Gentiles, until the times of the Gentiles be fulfilled.
See that? The Most High said that his people would fall by the edge of the sword, meaning war, and be led away captive into all nations. And Jerusalem would be trodden down, meaning trampled by Gentiles until the time of the Gentiles be fulfilled. That time of the Gentiles is talking about back in Daniel where it says, when the transgressors are come to the full. So who is in Israel according to the Most High right now, Sava? Is it Jews in Israel right now, or is it Gentiles trodden down the land of Israel?
Gentiles.
It's Gentiles. Because the real people would fall by the edge of the sword and be led captive into all nations, right? And we know that happened in 70 CE when the Romans sacked Jerusalem, okay, and sold the Jews for slaves, man, right? And killed a whole bunch of them, right? And we know that process repeated during the transatlantic and the trans-Saharan slave trades, you know? So who are these mighty and holy people? It's the Israelites who are the so-called Negroes, okay? Um, the Grecian kingdom, when we read in Daniel, that we read about in Daniel 8, 17 to 25, is also prophesied to destroy the world through policy. Now, can anyone tell me who is it that went around and through various treaties and paperwork got control over the whole entire world? Which nation? Brother Chris.
Basically the white men,
The so-called white man,
so-called white men, yeah.
right? He went and what policy did he use? What is his main
I come in
vehicle?
peace. I come in peace.
Right, and there's a name for that vehicle that he uses, that he installs, that policy that he installs in all places. There's a name for it.
Democracy.
Democracy. That's the policy that he used to destroy the world, right? To tell the Ishmaelite woman, hey, she can wear tight pants and go out on the road, man. And she don't have to respect her husband. That's the policy that he used to tell the children they don't have to respect their parents. They could do what they feel like. And if their parents put their hands on them, call the police and the parents will get arrested, man. Meanwhile, the Most I tell you, if you don't discipline your child, you hate your child, man. You hate your child, right? It is democracy that has destroyed the world by making them lawless, by making it look like living a lawful, decent, and modest life is evil, man. And by making it look like being a fornicator, a drunkard, and a drug addict is cool. He put it on the TVs. He put it in the video games. I mean, he put it in the plays. Esau has dominated the world with the policy of democracy. And everyone believes democracy is their savior. So they will give hand and foot in the name of democracy. Right? So that's the policy. Hey, remember, the Most I said is the Grecian that was going to do that. But when we look around, it's the so-called white man. Remember, God said the Grecian would be fighting against Christ, and he would be around in the end of time. And when we look around, who do we see matching this? It's the so-called white man, who matches the physical appearance of the Grecian. So who are we to say this is talking about? Right? Like the Most I tell you in Job 9:24, the earth is given into the hand of the wicked. He covereth the faces of the judges, meaning he obscured the faces of the real rulers of the earth. He covereth the faces of the judges thereof. And if it's not him, then where is the man? And who is the man? And so that's the question I pose to the people listening who don't know. If it's not him, where is the man? And who is the man if it's not the Grecian, which is the ancestor of the so-called white man, who claims to be a European, but is totally not? Because there was people there before him, right? Next point I want to make, the Grecian is prophesied to split into 4 kingdoms, right? Now, I don't want to spend too much time into that, but that is referring to when Alexander the Great died, and his generals divided his kingdom. That's in the book of First Maccabees, the first chapter. Let's see here. Whose turn is it to read? Just want to pull this up real quick. Whose turn is it to read? Is it you, Akira? I
Yeah,
think
I
it's
can.
you, you know. First Maccabees chapter 1, give me verse 7 and 8, please.
All right, let me pull it up real quick.
We looked at this in detail in a study that we did before. I'm pretty sure I have it recorded. If I do, I'll put it in the link. I'll put the link in the description of this video so you can see exactly who this was talking about.
Right.
But go ahead.
Is this the Old Testament or the New Testament? I can't find it.
It's in the Apocrypha. You have an Apocrypha with you or no?
No, I don't right now.
Do you have internet access?
Yes.
Well, just read it off the screen if you can. If you can't, you can
Okay.
just type in First Maccabees.
I'll
You
read
just
it
type in the
off the
scripture. Okay.
screen.
Okay.
Starting from 5?
7 and 8.
Okay.
7, 8, and 9.
Okay. So Alexander regained 12 years and then died.
Wait. Alexander did what?
Reigned. Sorry.
Right.
Reigned 12 years and then died.
Right.
And his servants bare rule every one in his place.
Right.
And after his death, they all put crowns upon themselves. So did their sons after them many years. And evils were multiplied in the earth.
Right. So the Most I tell you, Alexander reigned 12 years, which Alexander, read verse 1.
And it happened after that Alexander, son of Philip, the Macedonian, who came out of the land of Kittim, and had smitten Darius the king of the Persians and Medes,
Yeah.
that he regained in his stead.
Nope, that he
reigned
uh-huh
in his stead,
in his stead,
the
right?
first over.
Right. So it's telling you Philip, Alexander, son of Philip the Macedonian, after he killed Darius, the king of the Persians and the Medes. This is breaking down what was happening in Daniel 8. He said that Alexander, he reigned instead of Darius, okay? And then he was the first king over Greece, all right? And later on it tells you, when he reigned 12 years, okay? And then he died. And then what happened after? His servants bear rule, everyone in his place. Okay. And after his death, they all put crowns upon themselves. So did their sons after them many years. All right. So not only did Alexander die, his servants, they ruled after him. During the wars of the Diadochi, okay, they used That's the wars that they fought to split up the kingdom. It was Cassander, Antigonus, Ptolemy, and one other guy, Seleucus. Okay, these guys fought over Alexander's kingdom, even though he had given it to a dude. I can't remember the guy's name. They killed that guy, and then fought over his kingdom, and then they all put crowns upon themselves. So after the Greek, the first king of Greece died, his kingdom essentially split into four. And then he said, those people, they all put crowns upon themselves, right? For many years after, right? So did their sons after them many years, the Most High says, right? And then what happened? Evil was multiplied in the earth once these people, these generals of Alexander the Great, right, who were also so-called Greeks, okay? They put crowns upon their heads, and he says once they started ruling, evil was multiplied in the earth. All right. So that's pretty plain. What's going on here? There's a certain people that this mess keeps going back to, right? So far we're seeing, hey, these kingdoms or these countries that exist today, right? Think about places ruled by so-called white men, right? Especially ones that had kings before. These kings are the descendants of the so-called Greeks. And then their countries are the policy that they used to infect the entire world after they stopped with kingdoms. Okay, they still have a kingdom now. They just call it democracies now, right? So we go from democracies back to crowns, back to Alexander the Great. And there's an even further back that we got to go, right? To really pinpoint who these people are. So, that fulfills my point where it says, trying to make the point that the Grecian was prophesied, the Grecian kingdom was prophesied to split into four other kingdoms. And when we look in other places in the Bible, it definitely split up into more than four kingdoms, because the scriptures on the eagle with the eagle's feathers and the wings in Ezra's is talking about the so-called white man. The beast and the seven heads is also talking about the so-called white man. Okay, it all goes back to him. So moving on from that, it also says that the Grecian kingdom in Daniel 8, between verse 17 and 25, it says he was prophesied to fight the Messiah and be destroyed without hand. Okay. That being said, let's go a little deeper to find out, okay, well, who is this so-called Grecian who is prophesied to fight against the Messiah? Okay, so let's go back to first Maccabees 1, right? And read 7 to 9 again. Akira, and then Brother Chris, give me first Maccabees chapter 2, 45 to 48. Brother Sean, did you want to pick up a couple scriptures?
Yeah, if you put it on the screen, I could read it.
No problem. Yeah, so I'll have you read First Maccabees 5:3 after that. So let's see. First Maccabees 1, 7 to 9. Go ahead, Sister Akira.
So Alexander reigned 12 years and then died, and his servants bare rule, every one in his place. And after his death, they all put crowns upon themselves. So did their sons after them many years, and evils were multiplied in the earth.
Right. So am I just picking on the so-called white man? Well, no. God said in his Bible, when Alexander's servants and their sons began to rule, he said evils, not just one evil, evils got multiplied in the earth, right? So, as the world, lauds Alexander the Great as a great conqueror, God uh, 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 basically is saying, oh man, this is not good. Evil was multiplied in the earth, okay, when this guy came to rule. It wasn't a good thing, okay, when the world became Hellenistic. It was a terrible thing when the world became Hellenistic because evils were multiplied in the earth, right? And we're going to see why. Give me First Maccabees uh, 2. Again, we're looking at what is the true identity of the so-called European, right? So right here, the Most High is still referring to them as Greeks. We're going to go and see what the Maccabees referred to them as. Go ahead. First Maccabees 2, 45 to 48.
Okay, this is the book of First Maccabees, chapter 2, and verse number 45. Then Mattathias and his friends went round about and pulled down the altars, and what children soever they found within the coast of Israel uncircumcised, those they circumcised valiantly.
Right?
They pursued also after the proud men, and the work prospered in their hand. So they recovered the law out of the hands of the Gentiles and out of the hand of the king. Neither suffered they the sinner to triumph.
Neither suffered the what?
The sinner to triumph.
The sinner to triumph. So what was happening at that time? Well, I'm gonna show you guys. Well, if I go to back to First Maccabees, the first chapter, right? The people were being oppressed by the so-called Greeks, right? Destroyed by the so-called Greeks. Amos 1:11 says that Esau has a perpetual hatred for his brother Jacob. And you're going to find out that this is who the ancestor of the Greek is. It's Esau. And you're going to find out that he's an Edomite, right? We're going to get there. Verse 36, no, 39, 40, 40, 41. But before I read 41, I think I want to come up here. There we go. And read verse 10, right? It says, and so remember, after it says evils were multiplied in the earth in verse 9, in verse 10 it says, and there came out of them a wicked root. Out of who? The Grecians, man. A wicked root. His name was what? Antiochus, surnamed Epiphanes, son of Antiochus the king, who had been an hostage at Rome, and he reigned in the 137th year of what? The kingdom of the Greeks. Okay? So this guy came, and look what he did. It says here that, let's see, in 39 and 40, sorry, sorry, in 41, moreover, King Antiochus wrote to his whole kingdom that all should be one people. All right. Remember, this guy's multiplying evil on the earth, you know. What he come with? The all for one doctrine, which is still used today to destroy people unawares. It's still a Trojan horse to destroy the minds of people. And it works perfectly, right? Only God can wake you up from the deception that Esau puts upon the world. That's why it says he chose you from before you came in your mother's stomach, man. Right? And that's why Christ says, hey, the Most High has to draw you first before he can work on you. Right? So it says, moreover, King Antiochus wrote to his whole kingdom that all should be one people, and everyone should leave his laws. So all the heathen agreed according to the commandment of the king. All right. Now watch what starts happening. It says in 44, for the king had sent letters by messengers unto Jerusalem that the cities and the cities of Judah, that they should follow the strange laws of the land. Now, Israelites know that this is you can't do this. Okay, this is against the law. We keep the laws of our God when it comes to righteousness. Okay, watch what Antiochus did, the Greek. It says he forbid burnt offerings and sacrifices and drink offerings in the temple, and that they should profane the Sabbaths and festival days. So he made it a law. He made laws to forbid burnt offerings, forbid sacrifices, forbid drink offerings, our whole culture, man, in the temple, right? And he put in laws for us to profane the Sabbaths and the festival days. Man. Don't keep them. Laws to force us to break God's laws. That's what the Greek did, right? He said, and pollute the sanctuary and the holy people. We already established the holy people with the Israelites, right? He said he set up laws to have us set up altars and groves and chapels of idols and sacrifice swine's flesh, which is pig's flesh, and unclean beasts, right? And we know we are not to eat these things based on the dietary laws of Leviticus, I believe is chapter 15, right? It says that they should also leave their children uncircumcised and make their souls abominable with all manner of uncleanness and profanation. Why? To the end that they might forget the law and change uh, all the ordinances. So this guy wanted us to stop keeping the law, statutes, and commandments of the Most High. And John 14:15 tells you, if you love me, keep my commandments. So this guy put laws in place to force us to break God's laws, which is to sin, right? You know. Now, Kara, you there? Babe, get Kara for me because I
Uh-huh.
wanna. Yeah, what scripture tells you what sin is?
What scripture?
Yeah, Kara, not Akira.
Oh,
Kara.
sorry.
Yeah. Kara, what scripture tells you what sin is? You wrote it down.
Um, First John 3 and 4.
First John 3 and 4, very good. Right? Tells you, and what does it say?
Whosoever committeth sin transgresseth also the law. For sin is the transgression of the law.
That's right, for sin is the transgression of the law. Right? Right? All praise to the Most High. Right? So these guys had laws to make us transgress the laws of the Most High God, man. Right? Now, here's the point. Why were the Maccabees fighting the Greeks? Verse 50. And whosoever would not do according to the commandment of the king, he said he should die, man. So he was killing us for not keeping his commandments. Okay? In the selfsame manner wrote he to his whole kingdom and appointed overseers over all the people, commanding the cities of Judah to sacrifice city by city. Then many of the people were gathered unto them, to wit, everyone that forsook the law, and so they committed evils in the land, man, and drove the Israelites into secret places, even wheresoever they could flee for succor, which is safety. All right. Um, let's see here. I wanna also bring out this thing that he did here. Verse 59, now the 5 and 20th day of the month, they did sacrifice upon the idol altar, which was upon the altar of God. So you see, this Greek just profaned all the Most High things, right? He put an idol altar on the altar of the Most High, at which time, according to the commandment, they put to death certain women that had caused their children to be circumcised, man. So the Jews that were rebelling, hey, he put them to death, man, right? Watch what else they did. They hanged the infants about their necks and rifled their houses and slew them that had circumcised them, man. So they hanged the babies. Then they went through our houses and took our stuff. And they slew the women that had circumcised the babies, man. you know. And 64 says, and there was very great wrath upon Israel. So that's why when we go to Second Maccabees now and read verse 45 to 48, we're going to see that this family called the Maccabees started fighting against these Greeks. So go ahead and read that again for me, brother Chris.
This is First Maccabees chapter 2 and verse number 45. Then Mattathias and his friends went round about and pulled down the altars, and what children soever they found within the coasts of Israel uncircumcised, those they circumcised valiantly.
Right.
They pursued also the proud men, and the work prospered in their hand. So they recovered the law out of the hand of the Gentiles and out of the hand of the kings. Neither suffered they the sinner to triumph.
You see that? Right. So they went around fighting back, man. Fighting back against the Grecian, right? Now we're gonna go to First Maccabees chapter 5 and verse 3 to see what other name these the brothers call these Grecians. Go ahead.
This is the book of First Maccabees chapter 5 and verse number 3.
That was for brother Sean, but we'll have him read the next scripture. Go ahead. No, go ahead, and we'll have brother Sean read the next scripture.
Okay. Then Judas fought against the children of Esau in Idumea at Arabating, because they besieged Gaal, and he gave them a great overthrow, and abated their courage, and took their spoils.
So Judah was fighting against who? The Maccabees were fighting against who?
The children of Esau.
The children of Esau. So who are the Greeks? The Greeks, according to the scriptures, are the children of Esau. That is the real identity of the so-called European. The so-called Europeans are the children of Esau. Give me First Maccabees 4:61 as well, brother Chris, and then we'll have brother Sean give us Daniel 9.
Sorry, 4 and what?
Go from 59 to 61.
Okay. This is the book of First Maccabees chapter 4 and verse number 59.
So hold on, before you read. So what's happening in here is the end of the wars that the brothers from First Maccabees chapter 5. In First Maccabees chapter 5, it tells you, that they fought against the children of Esau. And here it's telling you when they first recaptured the temple, what they did. Okay, so go ahead.
Okay. First Maccabees chapter 4 and verse number 59. Moreover, Judah and his brethren, with the whole congregation of Israel, ordained that the day of the dedication of the altar should be kept in their season from year to year by the space of 8 days, from the 25th day of the month Caslu, with mirth and gladness.
Mm-hmm.
At that time also, they built up the Mount Zion with high walls and strong towers round about, lest the Gentiles should come and tread it down as they had done before.
Right.
And they set there a garrison against it, and fortified Bethsura to preserve it, that the people might have a defense against Idumea.
That the people might have a defense against Idumea. All right. So the brothers again, referred to these Greeks as Edomites, and they also referred to them as Idumea. So, who is Idumea? A quick search will tell you Idumea is Edom. See that here? Edom. All right. And who is Edom? Who is Edom? Da, da, da. Let's go here. Genesis 36, verse 8. Then thus dwelt Esau in Mount Seir. Esau is Edom. All right. So the so-called Greeks are Edomites. All right. The ancestors of the so-called Greeks are Edomites. The ones ruling your countries and world right now are Edomites. Okay? Thus saith Yahweh, right? God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, right? If not, where and who is he, right? Okay, let's go to Daniel 9 and we'll hit verse 26, right? This is the thing that the so-called white man has done everything that he can to hide from the world, that he is the Edomite, the man that God hates, pursuant to Romans 9:13. You know, the one the Most High is gonna destroy, pursuant to Obadiah chapter 1, verse 18, right? The man who couldn't get repentance, though he sought it with tears. I think that's pursuant to Hebrews, I want to say 12, verse 16 to 17. Lest there be any fornicator or profane person as the Greek man, Esau, who for one morsel of meat sold his birthright, man. The so-called white man sold his birthright for one morsel of meat. For you know how that afterward, when he would have inherited the blessing, which is to rule the world forever, he was rejected. The man was rejected, according to the Most High. For he found what? A place of repentance? The man found no place of repentance, okay, though he sought it carefully with tears. So there is one man that cannot repent, one man that the Most High promised utter destruction in the book of Obadiah. Read the whole book if you haven't, and that's Esau, which is the so-called white man. That's why he's going to fight Christ at the end of time, because he doesn't stand a chance. He cannot, he can't be saved. Well, what else? There's nothing else to say, right? Romans 9:13 says, Jacob have I loved, but Esau have I hated. Now, if God hates you, that's it for you, man. That's the creator of the universe. If the man hates you, that's it. You're done for, right? Okay. Daniel 9:26. Let me get that, Brother Sean. So the Grecians are Edomites. Okay. There's further proof. Go ahead. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
Sorry, I was on mute. And after 62 weeks shall Messiah be cut off, but not for himself. And the people of the prince that shall come shall destroy the city and the sanctuary, and the end thereof shall be with a flood. and on to the end of the war, desolations are determined.
Okay. So the Most High says here, after 62 weeks, which is 62 weeks, shall Messiah be what? Cut off, which is killed, but not for himself. We know he died for his people. That's Luke 1:68 to 72, and many other scriptures. Um, that's Romans 9, verse 6 on down as well. It says, and the people of the prince, after Messiah dies, the people of the prince will come destroy the city and the sanctuary. Remember, God said it's the Grecian that would destroy the mighty and holy people. However, when you look in the history books at who destroyed the city of Jerusalem after Christ died, it was the Roman. So what's the relation between the Roman and the Greek? They're the same people. The Grecian is the ancestor of the Roman. You understand? I hope people catch that. The Most High say the end thereof shall be with a flood. What does that mean? He breaks it down. Unto the end of the war, desolations are determined. Now, we know if we go look and see who destroyed Jerusalem after Christ died, we see that it was the Romans in 70 CE. And this is from Harvard, okay? The Romans reclaimed Jerusalem and destroyed the Second Temple, man, with only a portion of the western wall remaining. Though recent archaeological discoveries date portions of the wall to later periods, and so on and so forth. All right? But the Romans destroyed the city, man, and the sanctuary, right? By war. And the Most High say, after the end of the war, desolations are determined. Didn't Daniel say that the Greek would destroy the mighty and holy people? Didn't Amos say that Esau would have a perpetual hatred towards Jacob? It sure did in Amos 1:11. So when we put these clues together, we can see what's going on here, right? So it says back here in Daniel, the people of the prince shall come and shall destroy the city and the sanctuary. Okay. The end of shall be with a flood, and unto the end of the wars, desolations are determined, which is why Luke 21:24 tells you they shall be let's go here. Let's go there. They shall be carried captive, right? They shall fall by the edge of the sword, right? He says that unto the end of the war, desolation is determined. Unto the end of the war with the Romans, which corresponds to Luke 21:24 when it says the Israelites gonna fall by the edge of the sword, which corresponds to Daniel 8, where the Most High tells you that the Greek will destroy the mighty and holy people. These are all the same people. It's the Edomite that was gonna do this from day one. Because in the Old Testament, he says, then shall I slay my brother Jacob. When Jacob took the birthright and actually got the blessing. Because after Jacob bought the birthright, Esau still tried to go get the blessing. You're a thief, bro. You sold the thing. Why are you trying to go get it? You sold it. Which is why God made sure that Jacob got it. Right? And Esau was so pissed, he said, I'm going to slay my brother Jacob. But he never actually killed Jacob. What did he do though? He kept his foot upon the neck of Jacob's seed. He burnt the first temple. He burnt the second temple. He put us in slavery in the transatlantic slave trade. He put us in slavery after he destroyed Jerusalem. After Jerusalem was destroyed throughout the Middle Ages, he kept enacting laws to destroy us. You know, and under Emperor Hadrian, Emperor Nero, he kept his foot upon our neck, man, until he sent us on these ships over to the Americas and the rest of the world. So you see, these prophecies are cyclical until the Most High put a stop to it, you know? And he's going to do that when he gets the number of seeds that he's looking for, right? When the number of seeds are fulfilled in you. Pretty sure we looked at that scripture last week. That's when he's going to end things. Let me pull that up. Second Ezra's 436. I'll go from 33. Second Ezra 4 from 33. Then I answered and said, how and when shall these things come to pass? Wherefore are our years few and evil? And he answered me, saying, do not hasten above the Most High, for thy haste is in vain to be above him, for thou hast exceeded much. This is Ezra talking to an angel. Did not the souls, Uriel specifically, did not the souls also of the righteous ask questions of these things in the chambers, saying, how long shall I hope in this fashion? And when cometh the fruit of the floor of our reward? So this reward you keep talking about, Most High, when is this coming? This is what the souls that have already died and are being kept with the Most High are asking. They're being kept in a profound safety. They're asking these questions. Uriel said, you think you're the first man to ask this question? The Most High has this question all the time, bro. And unto these things, Uriel, the archangel, gave them answer and said, even when the number of seeds is fulfilled in you. For ye have weighed the world in the balance. By measure have he measured the times, by number have he numbered the times, and he doth not move nor stir them until the said measure be fulfilled. Okay, so when the Most High get his the number of people that he already determined that he's gonna save, the world's done for, right? And not a minute before. Okay. Going back to Daniel 9. Give me Daniel 9:26 again.
And after 62 weeks shall Messiah be cut off, but not for himself. And the people of the prince that shall come shall destroy the city and the sanctuary. And the end thereof shall be with a flood, and unto the end of war desolations are determined.
Right. So it said the people of the prince shall come and destroy the mighty and holy city, man. Sorry, the city and the sanctuary. Right? And I asked this before. The people of what prince? Which prince is going to destroy the city and the sanctuary? The prince of light or the prince of darkness? The people of the prince of light or the people of the prince of darkness? Brother Sean.
Are going to destroy it, or
Who would destroy the city and the sanctuary? Would it be the people of the Prince of Light or the people of the Prince of Darkness that would destroy God's holy temple and his city?
the prince of darkness?
It would definitely be the people of the Prince of Darkness. And we know it was the Romans that did it. So there's another clue showing you who these people hearken back to, man. Who's their real boss? It's not God. That's why he tell you they can't repent, right? They are the people of the prince of darkness, man, right? And we'll prove that. We'll prove that, right? Remember, the Most High said in Daniel that Greece would destroy the mighty and holy people. Um, though he called them Romans, right? Though they are called Romans in history, they're actually Greeks, all right? Which means they're actually Edomites, all right? They are actually Edomites, all right? And I mean, I got evidence like out the wazoo for this, all right? I even have their own documentation letting you know that you know they're Edomites, right? Or sorry, Greeks and Romans are the same people. All right. Let's just take a quick gander. The Greek origins of the Romans, part one. All right. This is from Scriptorium.com. It says, here we present selected excerpts from Dionysius of Halicarnassus's book, The Roman Antiquities. Okay. It's from the Louvre Classical Library. Apparently, there have been hardly any doubt for Dionysius and the majority of ancient Greek and Roman historians up to this time, which is 1st century BC, that the Romans were a nation of mostly Greek origin and genealogy. I'm going to say it again. There had been hardly any doubt for Dionysius and the majority of ancient Greek and Roman historians up to the year 100 BC that the Romans were a nation of mostly Greek origin. That's plain. All right. You can read the rest on your own. I'll put up the document once we finish the study as usual. Um, I also want to pull up this other source here. This is from Britannica.com, right? It says by 700 BC, several Greek colonies were established along the southern coast. Both Greeks and Phoenicians were actively engaged in trade with Italian natives. Okay, hold on. Is this what I want? Yep, both Greeks and Phoenicians were actively engaged in trade with the Italian natives. By 700 BC, several Greek colonies were established along the southern coast. Southern coast of where? Along the southern coast of Rome, man. By 700 BC, several Greek colonies were already established along the southern coast of Rome. Both Greeks and Phoenicians were actively engaged in trade with the Italian natives. Okay, by 700 BC, the Greeks were already there, right? Who were they taking over? The Japhites. All right, and this is from their own mouth. Let's move on to Second Esdras. Last piece of evidence that the so-called Greeks are Edomites. Second Esdras 6 and verse 9. Second Esdras 6. On this one. Let me get that, Sister Akira. Verse 9.
For Esau is the end of the world, and Jacob is the beginning of it that follow it.
So when you read Daniel 8, 17 to 25, who did the Most High say was going to fight Christ at the end of the world?
Grecia, the Greeks.
But that's right. But here, who does he say is the end of the world?
Esau.
So then what's the relation between the two?
Esau and the Greeks are the same people.
They're the exact same people, right? And there you have it. It's plain as day. What is the true identity of the so-called European? The so-called European is the Edomite. That's who he is. right? Hmm. Now, do people want to wrap part one here or take another? I think it'll probably be another 20 minutes. I can look at where the so-called European was, where the Edomite was before he was in Europe. I can pull up that, I can look at that point. Um, yeah, and then we can wrap, or I can wrap here and we can look at that in part two. What are people feeling like? You guys okay to go for another 20? Wait, hold on. Mm. Well, it won't be another 20 minutes. Let me see here.
Can go forward.
No, it'll be longer than that, but you guys will enjoy it, I promise. All right? Okay, well, let's go. All right, so where was the so-called European before he was in Europe? Where was the so-called European before he was in Europe? Let's go to Genesis 36, right? Genesis 36. Come on, Blue Letter. Don't fail me now. Yeah, let's try that again. Genesis 36. What? One second, family. Hmm. I guess that website is getting overwhelmed today. That's interesting. Genesis 36, King James Bible. Work. Yeah, our website is getting destroyed today. Uh, too many Jews on there. Let's see here. Genesis 36, we'll go from verse 1. So, where was the so-called European before he was in Europe? Okay, and this would be happening from 1836 when Esau was purportedly born. Okay, 1836 BC, right? BC to 767 BC. Okay, so where was he before he was in Europe? Okay, so Genesis 36. Uh, brother Chris.
Yep. You want me to read?
Yeah,
Okay. The book
one.
of Genesis, chapter 36, starting from verse 1. Now these are the generations of Esau, who is Edom.
Right.
Esau took his wives of the daughters of Canaan,
Mm-hmm.
Adah, the daughter of Elam, Elan, the Hittite,
Uh-huh.
and Aholibama, the daughter of Anah, the daughter of Zibeon, the Hivite.
Right. So
And
stop right there. Hold on. This is very, very important, family. Watch this. This is very, very important. Remember, the Most High says in Daniel 2:43, right? Because people are like, oh, how you know um Esau is the white man or the so-called white man? Everybody was black at that time, so on and so forth. Okay. Remember, Esau came out red, which means Esau came out without melanin. Okay. And in a few generations, you can actually take melanated people and turn them into non-melanated people if you keep mixing them with a person that don't have no melanin. Okay, and a good example of this is Blake Griffin. Okay, let's pull up Blake Griffin. Okay, so that's Blake Griffin. His dad is uh Israelite. His mom, there you go, right? His mom is a Edomite. Okay, where's his mom? There's him and with his mom. Okay, his mom and his dad. All right, that's Blake Griffin. Now watch Blake Griffin, children. He also married an Edomite. Okay, he also married an Edomite. Look at Blake Griffin's. Oh man, look at Blake Griffin's kids. Uh, Open image in new tab. Do these kids look like Israelites at all? Now they're not all his, but at least one of these is his. And let's just go with this guy who looks the most like him. Does that look like a Jew?
No.
No, the kid looks like an Edomite. I think there's some color photos of him too. Let's just have a quick look here. Let's just have a quick look here. Oh, that's a very blurry photo. Blake Griffin's son. Let me put son. Uh, yeah, you know, and this didn't take long. This did not take long, right? And the kid looks like an Edomite, man. So why do I bring this up? Remember, Esau, according to God, mixed himself with the seed of men, right? So as this man without melanin starts to mix with people, what happens to them? Their skin starts to lighten. And generation after generation, you may still have certain features from your original race, but you have this melanin that keeps going. Right? Now, is it possible for him to make a dark-skinned person? Yes, man. But more times than not, what happens is the skin lightens. Right? This is the curse of Esau. To lighten you up, man. You know? And take away your melanin because that was his curse. The Most High cursed him without melanin. You know? So, it says here, Daniel 2:43. As you saw the iron mixed with clay, so the peoples will mix with one another. Oh, the peoples. Okay, let's go to the King James here with the boosting. So this Daniel the second chapter is about Nebuchadnezzar's dream, where Nebuchadnezzar sees a statue, and the statue is made of various metals from the head all the way down to the feet, and that statue is representing the various kingdoms that are going to come upon the earth, right? Give me from 40 to 43, Akira. Read from 40 to 43 there for me in Daniel 2.
Okay. What's on your screen, right?
Yeah.
All right. And the fourth and the fourth king
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. And the fourth kingdom shall be strong as iron. For as much as iron breaketh in pieces and subdueth
Yeah,
all things.
right.
And as iron that breaketh all these, shall it break in pieces and bruise.
So stop right there, right? Anyway, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. And whereas thou sawest the feet and toes, part of potter's clay and part of iron, the kingdom shall be divided.
Right.
There shall be in it the strength of the iron. For as much as thou, sorry, it keeps changing. sawest the iron mixed with the miry clay,
Mm-hmm.
and as the toes of the feet were part iron were part iron and part of clay, so the kingdom shall be partly strong
Sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
and partly broken.
Right.
And whereas thou sawest the iron mixed with the miry clay, they shall mingle themselves with the seed of men.
Mm-hmm.
They shall not cleave to one another, even
Mm-hmm.
as iron is not mixed with clay.
So the Most High said this feet, the feet portion of the statue, which represents the last kingdom on earth. And when you read 44, you'll see that. He said, they shall mingle themselves with the seed of men, but they themselves shall not cleave one to another, even as iron is not mixed with clay. And at the end of the world, what do we see? Edomite versus Edomite. Even right now, the war in Ukraine, right, is between who? Edomites and Edomites. America versus Russia, Edomite and Edomite, right? This is basically one head of the eagle versus the other head of the eagle, and that's pursuant to the book of Second Ezra, I believe, between chapter 5 and chapter 7, right? Um, so the Most High they're gonna be fighting one another, but more importantly, they're gonna mingle themselves with the seed of men, and that's what we're seeing. Don't believe that that just happened at the end only, and we're seeing the evidence in the scriptures as we're reading in the book of Genesis, because the Most High tell you the first thing Esau did when he left his father's house was go pick up a couple so-called Africans to marry. That's the very first thing he did when he left his father's house, right? Read verse 44 so we can get a clear understanding.
And in the days of these kings shall the God of heaven set up a kingdom, which shall never be destroyed. And the kingdom shall not be left to other people, but it shall break in pieces and consume all these kingdoms, and it shall stand forever.
Right. So when would this be happening, Sister Akira? In the it happened before, or would this be happening at the end of the world?
And in the days of these kings, maybe at the end of the world.
Well, it would definitely be at the end of the world, because when is the Most High going to establish a kingdom that will consume other kingdoms and will stand forever?
Right, in the end of the world.
In the end of the world, right? I just want to show you guys here. Hey, the Most High said these guys were gonna mix themselves in verse 43 with the seed of men, but not cleave one to another. Okay. And we see it happening back in Genesis. Okay. Thank you, Akira. Go ahead, brother Chris. Right. So Esau took his wives of who? The daughters of Canaan, man. The Hamites. Right away. He took two Hamites and wife. And guess who else he took to wife? We're gonna look at who he took to wife, because what you're gonna see in I guess part two, hopefully, of this study is that these are the people that Esau is now going to use as a scapegoat for the inhabitants of Mount Seir, okay, where God says he's from. All right. Let's see here. I want to pull up Genesis 36. Okay, 1 second. Gen 36 in Bible Hub. I want to pull that up in Bible Hub, so we can have a look here at a certain verse. Okay, go ahead, brother. Go ahead, brother Chris.
Okay. This is Genesis chapter 36 and verse number 3. And Bashmath, Ishmael's daughter,
Who?
sister Bashmath,
Uh-huh.
Ishmael's daughter,
Uh-huh.
sister of Nebojoth, and
Mm-hmm.
Adah bare to Esau Eliphaz, and Bashmath bare Reuel.
Yeah, so stop right there. It says the man took his wives of the daughters of Canaan, right? And then he also took Bashemath, Ishmael daughter. So who's the Ishmaelites, brother Chris?
They come from Abraham.
Yes, but
But
who
I
would be
guess
the Ishmaelites today?
they would be, some of them would be Esau, would be Edomites.
Bro, Ishmael cannot be Esau. They're different people. So who are like we know the
Oh, so you say
Grecians, yes. Who are they today? What nation is
the Arabs,
actually Ishmael? Say again?
the Arabs.
The Arabs. The so-called Arabs are actually the Ishmaelites. Okay? That's just a quick Google search. You go look it up. The Arabs tell you that they're from Ishmael. They tell you straight up we're the children of Ishmael. Okay. Um, so that's not even debated by anyone. So he took Bashemath, Ishmael's daughter, sister of the people he gonna blame. Okay, the people he gonna scapegoat for having lived in caves, right? Sister of it says here Nebajoth. This guy kills me. Nebajoth, my backside, bro. Let's go see what this Nebajoth really is. Okay. This is the same Genesis 36, verse 3. And Bashemath, daughter of Ishmael, sister of Nebajoth. Okay. In Hebrew, Paleo Hebrew, this is Nabayat. Nabayat. Okay. Let's go see who is Nabayat. Okay. Because he took the sister of this guy, this Ishmaelite named Nabayat. Who is Nabayat? Well, it's from Nabat. Okay. Brown Driver Briggs, remember this, family. This is very important for the next part of this lesson, right? Because Esau spent too much time and resources scapegoating these people for his cave dwelling. Okay, and we will dismantle the lie in the next lesson. But I want you guys to see like the extent that this guy went to. This guy called him Nebajoth. Nebajoth, like if you don't look into it, you're not even gonna know that this is talking about these people. It's the proper name of a people, the Nabateans. Esau, as soon as he was able to marry, he take two wives of Canaan, and which is Ham, the so-called African. He take two Africans and one Arab to wife. He take two African and one Arab to wife. That's already the beginning of him mixing his seed with his mixing himself with the seed of men. Because remember, he came out red. So already these children gonna have a different kind of look. They're not gonna just have their dark brown skin and their features. They're gonna start to have Esau features, especially his skin color. Two Hamites and one so-called Arab. So now you can begin to see why the Arabs look like that. Now you could kind of begin to see why certain Africans like Moroccans look the way that they look. You see? This is not new, you know. This is at least 1816 by this time period, 1816 BC, man. Almost 2,000 years BC. This guy already started off the thing with a mixing, right? And then he gonna scapegoat these people who he took a wife from very early. He gonna scapegoat these people with his cave dwelling, right? Where we at? Verse, I think 3. We just read verse 3. So,
Verse number 4.
yeah,
And Nadab bare Esau Eliphaz, and Bashmath bare Reuel,
right.
and Aholibama bare Jeush, Jeus,
Yeah,
and
Jush.
Jush.
Yeah, maybe if I look at this thing here, uh you might be able to anyway, just read on, bro. It's
Yeah,
yeah.
Jeush or Jeus and Jaalam and Korah. These are the sons of Esau, which were
The
born
brother,
unto
sorry, the
him.
brother name was Yayash. That's the brother name, Yayash.
Yash.
Yeah. Anyway, go
Yeah.
ahead.
And okay, so and Aholibama bare Yayash and Jaalam and
Yeah.
Korah,
Mm-hmm.
the sons of Esau,
Mm-hmm.
which were born unto him in the land of Canaan.
Okay, so where was Esau? Where was the so-called European before he was in Europe? Well, he was in Canaan. As soon as he was of marriageable age, and before that, he grew up in Canaan because he grew up as what? The brother of Jacob, right? Who is our forefather, right? So Esau was in Canaan, all right? Where else um was he? Right? So after Canaan, where did he go? Give me verse 6.
Okay. This is Genesis 36 and verse number 6. And Esau took his wives and his sons and his daughters and all the persons of his house and his cattle and all his beasts and all his substance which he had got in the land of Canaan, and went into the country from the face of his brother Jacob.
Right. So after he left Canaan, he went into the countryside, okay, away from his brother Jacob in the land of Canaan. So where exactly did he go? 7 and 8.
For their riches were more than that they might dwell together, and the land wherein they were strangers could not bear them because of their cattle. Thus dwelt Esau in Mount Seir. Esau is Edom.
Where did Esau live when Esau left Canaan?
Mount Seir.
So it doesn't matter what dance this man want to do in his history books. God say he was living in Mount Seir. That's where he was living, right? When he left Canaan. That's where Esau was living before he came to Europe. Esau was in Mount Seir. All right. Um, he was there with his 2 Hamite wives and his one Nabatean, which is an Ishmaelite wife. All right. Give me Obadiah 1, and we'll read 1 to 3, Akira. Obadiah 1.
Okay. This is the Bible?
Yeah.
Okay. Obadiah 1, Obadiah 1. Obadiah 1. Verse what?
From verse 1 to verse 3.
Okay. Okay. The vision of Obadiah. Thus saith the Lord. Should I be saying God? Yah?
Yep, definitely, because that name has power. So every time you see the Lord, just say Yahweh instead, or Yah, for sure.
Okay.
Certainly. Yeah.
The vision of Obadiah. Thus saith Yah concerning Edom.
Yeah.
We have heard
Just
a
say his
rumor.
name, Yahweh,
Yahweh.
Yes,
Okay.
let's say of Yahweh. Yeah, go ahead.
Yahweh concerning Edom. We
Uh-huh.
have heard rumor of Yahweh,
Uh-huh.
and an ambassador is sent among the heathen.
Right?
Arise ye, and let us rise up against her in battle.
So stop right there. Obadiah has a vision. He said, thus saith Yahweh concerning Edom. Hey, we've heard a rumor from Yahweh. An ambassador is sent among the heathen. Hey, arise, ambassador, arise against Edom in battle. All right, go ahead.
Behold, I have made thee small among the heathen. Thou
Mm-hmm.
art greatly despised.
So stop right there. The Most High tell Esau, you're greatly despised, right? Later on in Revelation, it said the pride of his heart has deceived him. Was that in Revelation? The pride of thine heart has deceived thee. 1 second. That might be Isaiah. Oh no, it's right here. Oh, very nice. Okay. Um, yeah, because he think everybody like him. And indeed, the Most High say the whole world shall worship the beast and his image. But that don't mean they like him. You understand? Because remember, he's using mind tricks on people, right? To get people to believe like he's the best, he's the standard, he's what you should be looking to. You should try and marry one. He's the most valuable. That's the word, right? He's making it look like he's the most valuable. But really, hey, these nations hate Esau, man, right? Because he doesn't allow them to just do their thing. He want to insert demonocracy into all their nations, man, right? And these nations, especially of the East, they're not into democracy. They want to keep their own thing, right? So that's why the Most High is saying, hey, I'm going to make you small among the heathen. You're greatly despised, buddy. Regardless of how you want to think, you're the best. You understand? And this is the sure mark of a what do you call it? A psychopath, man. They think everybody like them, and you know their poop don't stink, man. But really, they're the scum of the earth, man, according to the Most High. Right? Go ahead.
The pride of thine heart hath deceived thee, thou that dwellest in the clefts of rock, whose habitation is high, that saith in his heart, who shall bring me down to the ground.
Right. So according to the Most High, where is Esau habitation? Where does he dwell?
In the rocks, the cliffs.
The clefts of the rock, which mean the spaces in the rock. What's another name for a space in a rock, family?
Cave?
In a cave. The Most High said Esau dwell in the cave. He's the cave dweller. From since at least 1816. Well, from 18 from around 1816 onward, right? Because he was born 1836. We know you can't get married before 20 as a Hebrew man. So, from time he was 20 onward would have been the chance. Did he get married at exact 20? We don't know. But at least it can't be before that. It has to be after eternity, after 1836, 1816. Esau was dwelling in caves, man. Now, if somebody mad, they got to take that up with the Most High. Because the Most High tell me the man was dwelling in the clefts of the rock. Now, when you look at Esau's history books, uh, Esau tries to tell you, he tries to put it on us all. He tries to tell you about Neanderthals, and let's pull that up first. Neanderthal. This guy actually teaches that these are the ancestors of humankind. Scientists know this is impossible. People without melanin, if they go together, they can't make people with more melanin. But people with more melanin can make everybody. Look it up. The scientists know that. Yet, as soon as you type Neanderthal, Esau says, this was the guy. This is who was dwelling in the caves. And this is the ancestor of us all. No melanin in his eye, no melanin in his skin, no melanin in his hair, or very little, let's say. This is the guy. And Esau says, he even goes so far as to say, and this is a great mystery that, man, we have to talk about, but in another lesson. Esau says that mostly Edomites have remnants of Neanderthal DNA. And there's a reason for that, right? There's a reason for that. Which we will see today towards the end. We're wrapping up again after this section, but this is who Esau says we all came from, man. Sean, that's your ancestor there? Bro, Sean, that's the guy. That's your forefather.
Guy lies
That,
about everything.
bro, that man made your curly hair, bro. That man made your tight curls and your dark skin, bro. This guy. Does that add up, family? Right? You know, my wife told me many stories about when they used to try and tell this to ghetto children. And the little ghetto youths used to be like, yo, you must be mad, bro. There's no way we came from apes. The kids, right? The kids would not accept it, right? This is Esau's monkey, man, with the straight hair, right? Even if this guy was real, his hair would be completely woolly because that's what you need to make straight hair. You need the wool, man. And as the thing descend within the human genome, you know, you get the straight. You can get the straight, but it would have had to start with the woolly. Esau say that's you right there, man. Right? I don't want to get too sidetracked. Um, where was I? Hold on. Oh yeah, the clefts of the rock. So he tell you the whole world were Neanderthals, right? Why is he telling you that? That's Esau's ancestral history. That's all he remember. Esau was in the caves a long time, since after 1816. You know, let's highball and say he went into the caves, 20 years after he got married. Let's give him some time. You know, he was dwelling in the desert for 20 years and then he said, you know what, cave life, right? That's still, 1790 BC, right? And what we're going to see through our study is he left that cave region around 500 BC. So you spent over a millennium in caves, bro. I don't know what to tell you. That's why he keeps pushing the story. We were all cavemen. He says we were all cavemen, but every time he draws the caveman, he draws himself. Esau tells you we were all cavemen, but every time he draws the caveman, he draws himself. Any other popular media you guys know where Esau shows himself as the caveman, Captain Caveman? I remember that. I don't know if y'all remember that show.
Yeah.
The Flintstones.
Oh my gosh, the Flintstones, right? The Flintstones. Oh
The
no.
cruise.
I just pulled up the crudes a second
You
ago.
did? Okay.
Yeah, the Flintstones. There he is, right?
Yabba dabba doo.
Yabba dabba, yabba dabba do, man. Right? So God is not a liar. Esau came from the caves. Okay. Um, let's go to let's go to let's go to let's go to Deuteronomy 2 and we'll read verse 4 to 5. Deuteronomy 2. Brother Sean, if you can give me verse 4 to 5, that would be great. Yeah, excuse the kind of weird English. Hopefully you can still make out the words. Go ahead.
And command thou the people, saying, Ye are passed through the coast of the brethren, the children of Esau, which dwell in the your faces. I can't see it because you're covering that part.
Oh,
But
my face is covering it? Hold on. Let me see if I can
if you scroll it down a bit, then it should be okay.
okay. All right, let me see. Try here. Is my face in the middle of the screen? It really shouldn't
It's
be.
not in the middle, but just at the top corner where that was.
Okay. Is that better? Oh, sorry. Wait, hold on. Is that better?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So the children of Esau, which dwell in Seir, and they shall be afraid of you.
Mm-hmm.
Take good heed into your soul, therefore.
Cells. Yeah. Right. Go ahead.
Middle not with them,
Mm-hmm.
for I will not give you of their land.
Right.
No, not so much of a foot breadth,
Mm-hmm.
because I have given Mount Seir unto Esau for possession.
Who God say he gave the Mount Seir to?
Esau.
He say, I gave it to Esau for possession. That place belonged to Esau, man. So he trying to erase it, but you can't because God said he gave it to you. No matter what you do, you'll always be a caveman. God gave you the cave. Live in it. But the most I tell you, hey, this man don't keep at home. He go in everybody things in Habakkuk chapter 2. So he defiant the Most High, right? But for a long time, that's where he was, right? It says they dwell in Seir. The children of Esau, they live in Mount Seir. All right. Judges, Judges 5 and 4. Brother Chris, Judges 5 and 4.
Okay. Let's get it. This is the book of Judges, chapter 5, and verse number 4. Okay, it says, Yahweh, when thou wentest out of Seir, when thou marchest out of the field of Edom, the earth trembled, and the heavens dropped, and clouds also dropped water.
Yeah, when the Musa, when now went this out of Seir, uh, uh, okay, so Seir is the field of
Edom.
all right, right. So that just that was just to show listen, man, beyond the shadow of a doubt, that place belongs to Esau. Now, what you're gonna see is that Esau had to kick people out of that place to get the place, just like we had to kick people out of Canaan to get it because the Most High had already given it to us. And for that, we want to go to Deuteronomy chapter 2. If you can give me that, Sister Akira, Deuteronomy chapter 2, and go from 19.
Okay, just hold on a second.
Yep.
Deuteronomy chapter 2.
You want to go from 19 to 22, and that's the last scripture for today. Next Shabbat, Lord willing, we will continue the lesson.
19 to 22?
19 to 22.
Okay. And when thou comest nigh over against the children of Ammon, distress them not, nor meddle with them, for I will not give thee of the land of the children of Ammon any possession, because I have given it unto the children of Lot for a possession.
So stop right there. So the Most High is in the habit of giving people lands, and that's theirs. Okay, no matter what you do, that's their land, right? So no matter what you do, they're gonna end up back in that land because God already said that's their land. So Ammon was the land of the children of Lot. That's it, right? Go ahead.
That also was accounted a land of giants. Giants dwelt to reign in old time. And the
giants dwelt
therein in old time. And the Ammonites, and the Ammonites call them Zamzumims?
Yeah, Zamzumims, yeah. So
Zamzumims.
and of course these giants are just big people, okay? Really tall people, like your NBA players, basically. All right. There's no 50-foot people, all right? That never happened on Earth. All right. Go ahead.
A people great and many and tall, as the Anakims.
So stop right there. Wait, and tall as the Anakims. If you look up the Anakims are Hamites. Okay, it's the Hamite that has the giant gene. All right. They kept it, I guess, after the flood. All right. So it's the Hamites that have the giant gene. The Anakims were Hamites. All right. And when you look at some Hamite tribes, for example, I think certain Sudanese, just horribly tall people, just gigantic. They're gigantic people. Who else? Some of the Zulus are pretty gigantic. Hamites, man. They got the giant gene, right? Even my son's family has the giant gene because his uncles are huge, right? And he's gonna be a big one himself, right? So go ahead.
But Yahweh destroyed them before them. And they exceeded them and dwelt in their stead.
Yeah, they succeeded them and dwelt in their stead, right? Go ahead.
As he did to the children of Esau, which dwelt in Seir. When he destroyed the Horims before them, and they exceeded them and dwelt in their stead, even unto this day.
And they exceeded or succeeded?
And they succeeded them.
Right.
And dwelt in their stead, even unto this day.
Right. So it says, hey, listen, the Most High made sure that the children of Ammon, the children of Lot, all right, have that land for a possession. Okay. Yahweh destroyed the children of Ammon and basically gave it to the children of Lot. All right, that's if I understand that correctly. I believe that that's what's going on there. But the point is this: he said the same way the Most High gave certain land to certain people and they had to kick out other people to take the land, he's done that for Israel, which we know. He said that's the same way the Most High gave Seir, right, to Esau. He said he destroyed the Horims, right? Um, in the face of Esau, which means he allowed Esau to destroy the Horims. Okay, and the Edomites succeeded, which means came after the Horites and dwelt in Mount Seir instead of the Horims unto this day. Now, are you guys ready for this? When I saw this, I didn't know what to think. Okay. Let me pull this up. Deuteronomy 2:22. Oh, Deuteronomy 2:22. This is who the Edomites took the place of in Mount Seir. Blue letter Bible. Is this thing working? No, it's working. Okay. Oh boy. Um, let's see. So God gave Esau the caves. Remember, he said he gave him the clefts of the rock. He gave him the caves of what they call the Horites. But let's look here at that word, and you will see that it's not Horite at all, but rather when he destroyed the Horims, it says here, okay? This phrase, ha, okay, means the, and this is karai or kari, okay, which mean uh karite, okay, or which mean karite, okay, that's the sound, karite, all right. But in English, they drop all the accent, so you don't have to pronounce the I think it's called a guttural when it comes out of your throat, karite, and they just have it as whore, okay. And instead of using e, that short I sound at the end, they use it. Okay. Um, so let's just look into this word khari. Okay. Brown Driver Briggs, usually proper name of a people or person, cave dweller. All right. Cave dweller. That's what kharite mean. Okay. Cave dweller. Um, where is it? What they tell you? Mm-mm-mm. Where is it where they tell you that it is the chlorite? Did I make a note here? Who are the... There we go. Horites, okay? According to Archibald Sayce in 1915, the Horites have been identified with references in Egyptian inscriptions to Ka. You see that? All right, so that's the true form of the word, not hor. It's kar. Okay, and as we go through the Hebrew, I hope you guys are starting to see a lot of times when you see these OR and this H, like I hope you're starting to see basically how to convert the words back into ancient Hebrew. A lot of times when you see H, it's ka, you know, a lot of times when you see O, it's a, and so on and so forth, right? So anyway, um the Horites have been identified with references in Egyptian inscriptions to Kar, formerly translated as Hari, which concern a southern region of Canaan. Most recent scholarship has associated them with the Hurrians. Dodge that, that's a lie. Okay, they're not no Hurrians. But I wanted to show you the Ka portion of their names. Okay, that is Karite, not Horite. Okay. Um, I can close this. Uh, did it close out? There we go. Okay. So, the Karite. Who are the Horites or Karites, and what is Mount Seir? Okay. So, where did I go here? Sorry, so we saw that the Karites are cave dwellers, all right? Again, Horite is Karite, which is cave dweller. Right here, they give you a little better of a pronunciation. Kori, but that's still modern Hebrew, okay? That would be Kari, all right? A cave dweller or troglodyte, all right? An aboriginal Idumean or aboriginal Idumean. Take that in. Aboriginal Idumean family? What does that mean? Brother Chris, Aboriginal Idumean, what does that mean?
I guess they were the first Idumeans.
So it's interchangeable, but we know from the scriptures, the Most High said there was people there from before. All right. But that's interesting that it says Aboriginal Idumeans here. Okay. Um, Here's the really disturbing piece. Now we're gonna look at, so we know Karite mean cave dweller. So they were in the cave before Esau came to the cave. But what? What do we have here? Ah, all right. Why didn't it go directly to where it says the man lived in Seir? Let's pull this up. Genesis 36 and 8. Thus dwelt Esau in Mount Seir. What is Mount Seir? Okay. What is Mount Seir? Oh boy. According to the Most High, Mount Seir is two things. The mountains of Petra. Okay. All right. So this is from nabatea.net. Here's the highlight. A great deal of confusion has come about by people confusing Mount Seir with this location. The location it's talking about is Bozrah, okay, which was the capital city of Edom. Come by a great deal of confusion has come about by people confusing Mount Seir with this location, with Bozrah, okay? Rather, Mount Seir was the mountains of Petra. Mount Seir was the mountains of Petra. This is Petra, family. Okay? This is where the scriptures were talking about when it said Mount Seir. Do we see anything that resembles Edomite civilization? Akira, do you see anything here that resembles Edomite civilization? This is in the middle of the desert in Jordan. Do you see anything that resembles Edomite thing?
It reminds me of like their like Roman and Greek temples and
That's
whatnot.
right. That's right. This is in a cliffside in the middle of the desert. Okay. The brother just said here in the article that Mount Seir was the mountains of Petra, man. So when the Most High tell you Esau dwelt in Mount Seir, and we go and we look at this, you can't tell me it was Nabateans, which is what they put in the books. They say Nabateans dwelt here. How? How? When you look at Petra, Jordan, all you see is so-called Greek and so-called Roman architecture. I don't know any ancient civilization that was busy building their cities with other people's gods and styles, in the cities, man. I don't know of ancient Chinese that was building their buildings to look like the ancient Indians. I don't know ancient Indians or Persians that were building their buildings to look like the ancient Egyptians. I don't know ancient Egyptians that were building their buildings to look like the ancient Babylonians, man. So what is this telling me that this is built by Nabateans, man? Brother Sean, you think that's true, bro? You think this was built by Nabateans, Arabs? Which is what Nabateans are. Remember, Esau took a wife of Nabatea. She's an Arab. She's an Ishmaelite. Do you think Ishmael built this, brother?
No.
Well, why don't you think Ishmael built this? Wouldn't Ishmael build something like this? No, I'm asking. I'm asking seriously. Why wouldn't Ishmael build this?
He wouldn't. That's an Esau thing from God.
Brescia, exactly. This is not Ishmael's style. This is not Ishmael's style. Come now, right? I just looked up Arabian architecture. Come on, family, right? Look at the inside of this stuff, right? Come on, family. That's not what was going on there. That's not what was going on there. These guys built that. The same people that this is their style. Make it make sense. Okay. One more point. So, that was this brother's account telling you Mount Seir is Petra. So that's solid. The caves he was living in, that was the picture of the caves that he was living in. And that place, they try to tell you it's a place of tombs. But as you read more, they start confessing it had tombs and dwellings, family, meaning living spaces. Okay. Um, One more thing we want to see about Seir. Okay, so we just came from um this is Genesis 36 and verse 8, that scripture, Seir. Thus dwelt Esau in Mount Seir. Okay, what is Mount Seir? It says here, Shayar. Okay, proper name Seir. They said goat. Maybe it means goat. They said, according to Arab cognates, which means similar word in Arab, it means the hairy. Mount Seir, right? One of the meaning is Mount Hairy. Okay? They say here that is well wooded. I don't believe that. That place was not well wooded. It's a barren wasteland. Okay? Well wooded. Proper name of a people, originally proper name of a location. Things originally proper name, yada yada yada. Where's this thing? Hairy, rough, um, leader of the Horites of a mountainous region of Edomites, extended from Where is this thing? Extended from the Dead Sea, so on and so forth. Where is it? Did I note it? Okay. What? We were just here. 1 second. Shayar. Okay. They say here, where is this thing? Ah, yeah. Okay, so this is it. All right. So this word shayar, it says it's formed the same as this word, right? The word shayar, which means hairy, is formed the same as this word, H8163. Okay. When we open H8163, it says shayar. All right. You know they're not going to pronounce it the same as us. S is a total different letter, so this is wrong. This is a SH sound. It says KJV translation count. KJV translates Strong's H8163 in the following manner. Kid, 28 times. Goat, 24 times. Devil, 2 times. Devil? Mount Devil family? Mount Hairy family? Mount Goat? Mount Kid? Mount He Goat? Now, according to Daniel 8, Sister Akira, what was the animal that was the Grecian? What animal was the Grecian?
The goat, the rough goat.
The rough goat. So this go all the way back and tie into Esau, man. The man's literally called the rough goat in prophecy. And when you look up this word shayar, which is the root, the origin of satyr or satire, which is a humanoid with goat legs. Let me show you. I was just like, I don't even know what to say. Remember, the Horites dwelt in this place before, right? The Horites, it says, or the Karites, it means hairy, man. So there was some hairy men in those caves, man. And Seir, Mount Seir, is named after a person, right? Later on in history, this came to be the image of the satyr, which is made off of the word seer, right? The the word as a noun means a he-goat. By analogy, a fawn, a devil, man, a goat, a hairy person, a kid, or a satyr or satire, which is what I just looked up, right? So this was the mountain of what? What would be a different way to say this? This was the mountain of what? Brother Sean? A different way to call this mountain would be a mountain of what? Oh, here's another one. Uh-oh. Seer, Shayar also means what?
Demon.
So Esau was living in the mountain of what?
Demons.
The man was living in the mountain of demons, man. Like when I seen this, I really didn't know how to take this. I'm just like, I don't even know what to say. Because this is scary. You can trace the man right back. Hey, God say he makes sure that this guy living there, he put Esau in the mountain of demons, and he tell you that's his place.
That's crazy.
That's crazy to me. That's scary, man. I'm speechless. That's it. That's all I got for today. It's the rough goat mountain. It's the hairy mountain. It's the demon mountain. That's where Esau was before he came to Europe, right? So we're gonna look at the rest in part two. Um, yeah, we're gonna look at let me see real quick here. We're gonna look at other places that he was in part two, and we're gonna look at like other places that he was throughout time, right? Coming up to the present day. Um, yeah, and yeah, so we're gonna look at that next week. I doubt we'll be able to make it to the third part, which is looking at the cover up that they try to do of this kind of information. And no wonder he wants to cover it up because I mean, history teaches that the man is from the mountain of demons, man. Right? So that's it. All praise to the Most High. Shama Mashiach Yahweh Shai. We'll bust a prayer, blow the trumpet, and and see if people have any questions or comments afterward. I'm just gonna stop the recording real quick. This place was important to Esau. There it is, family. The Iron Age started between 12 and 600 BC, according to them. Okay, depending on the region. Okay, that's what they call the Iron Age. Okay, they say Esau been there from at least that time. And when we looked at last week, I believe, when we looked at it, pretty sure Esau himself was born about 18 something. Yeah, about so before this Iron Age, man, Esau was already there, man. 1836. Um, let me see if I got the receipt here for the 1836. Where is it? (1836) here. Esau's date of birth. Okay. All right, amazing Bible timeline. Just to quickly touch on it, the first two sons born, Rebecca and Isaac, his birth was in 1836 BC, according to the biblical timeline. All right, so their own experts came up with 1836. Okay, so Esau was in those desert caves way before the Iron Age that we just read about, man. Right? And sorry, and here from Britain. Whoops. Where is the thing I just had up? There we go. Okay. He was there since that time, and more importantly, the Babylonian king Nabonidus between 555 and 539 BC took over his land. Okay, and this is the time where he begins the mass exodus and colonization of so-called Europe. All right. So we're gonna end here for today. All right. So we can come back with fresh minds and look at the next phase of Esau in history, which is where he steals the identity um, of the Japhites in the land of Japheth and begins calling himself a European. All right. So with that, all praise to the Most High. I pray that you guys were edified. We'll bust a prayer, blow the trumpet, and um, give you guys some time to feast for the rest of your Shabbat, right? All right, so let me just blow the trumpet here real quick. Let's get the trumpet going. Sorry, do apologize.
Shalom, shalom, the house of Israel. Hey, it's another beautiful evening. It's about to come in. You already know we're getting ready for the Shabbat, right? So Shabbat shalom to all my family out there. I'm gonna go ahead and let it rip. This is my tradition. Every Shabbat, I like to bring it in. You know what I'm saying? And when Shabbat's going on, I like to take it out. You know what I'm saying? In peace, in shalom, and great salutations. You know what I'm saying? So we're gonna go ahead and let it rip, and we're gonna make the heathens mad. You hear what I'm saying? Here it is. Here we go. Shabbat shalom, the king is coming. Bless y'all.
I'm about my father's business. I'm about my father's business. Dismission has no limits. Dismission has no limits. Stacking his knowledge to spend it. Stacking his knowledge to spend it. Don't even need me a minute. I don't even need me a minute. And no, I can't.
Period, his Macedonian empire was the most powerful in the world.
Stop right there. Stop right there. You guys hear that? During Alexander, this is Alexander the Great or Alexander the Third, during his subsequent campaign of conquest, all right, he overthrew the Achaemenid Empire. We just read that in the Bible. The rough goat pushed the ram out and conquered and took everything from him. He says stamp him, right? And the record shows that he stamped him because he took his whole damn empire, right? It says it was the Macedonian empire was the most powerful empire in the world. Sister actually Sava Sava
Yep.
Who started the Macedonian Empire according to the Bible? Well, and the historical record. The Macedonian Empire is an empire of what? Which people?
The Grecians.
Yeah, what did we read that they were called? We read it earlier. If you don't know, just say you don't know. I'll ask somebody else.
I wasn't listening.
So you don't know. Right? I can't hear you.
I was saying no.
Okay, great. Um, Sister Akira. Sister Akira, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
The Macedonian Empire was started by who?
Timon the Temanites.
Right. Which goes back to Esau. Right? This piece of history just told us which empire was the most powerful empire in the world after the Persians? In biblical terms. So
After the Persians.
After the Persians, yeah, it just the brother just read here. It said for a brief period, his Macedonian empire was the most powerful in the world. So
Esau.
That's right. The Edomite Empire. It's not was, it is the most powerful empire in the world. Okay? Because they're looking at it from the perspective that Romans are not Greeks or Edomites, which they are. So we know this is not a was, this is a is. And when we look around, we still see the same Edomites in rulership across the world. Right? So for a brief period, it says his Edomite empire was the most powerful in the world. Okay? Read on, brother.
In the world,
Right here.
Definitive Hellenistic state in
inaugurating
the transition to a new period of ancient Greek civilization. Engineering, Greek arts and lecture flourished in the new conquered lands, and advances in philosophy, engineering, and science spread across the empire and beyond. Of particular importance was the contributions of Aristotle, tutor to Alexander, whose writings became a keystone of Western philosophy.
The writings of Alexander the Great's teacher, Aristotle the philosopher, became the keystone of what philosophy?
Western philosophy.
So the philosophy you see around you, the minds of these people, okay, come straight out of Edom. Aristotle taught Alexander, man. Aristotle's writings are the foundation of Western philosophy, the Western mind. The foundation of the Western mind is a Edomite. That's why the most I tell you, the ones that take the mark of the beast in their forehead, which is their mind, or their right hand, which is their deeds, are going to be destroyed. They're taking on the mind of Satan. The hairy demon from Hairy Demon Mountain. And they think they're taking on the mind of the Savior, Jesus Christ. I mean, really, it is the Savior. It's not the Savior, it's the killer, Jesus Christ. We know the Savior is Yahweh Shai HaMashiach. They think they're taking on, let me put it this way, they think they're taking on the mind of the Most High, man. The mind of what is good. When they're taking on the mind of the hairy demon from Hairy Demon Mountain. This is the power of the illusion that the Edomite who calls himself a European has the world under, man. Remember, the scriptures tell you only God can draw you, and then Christ works on you. Christ himself said it out of his own mouth. I think we'll end with this scripture. John 6:44. Brother Chris, can you pull this out, bring this out for me, please? John 6 and verse 44. Brother Chris, you there?
Yep, I'm here. John
Okay,
6:44.
Yeah.
Okay. This is John chapter 6 and verse number 44. No man can come to me except the Father which have sent me. Which have sent me, draw him, and I will raise him up at the last day.
Right. The fact that nobody knows this guy is the hairy demon from Hairy Demon Mountain shows how powerful a spell this man has cast upon the world as a master magician, a master deceiver. Okay, if I gotta put it in grounded terms for you, he's a master deceiver and mind manipulator. Right? This scripture proves there is only one that can break the spell, and it's God. The spell is so powerful that only God can break it and pull you out so that Christ can raise you up on the last day, man. So pray for our people. Have patience with our people. They cannot see. A blind man cannot. It's not he don't want to. He cannot see. Only God gives sight. That's why Yahushua always prayed before he did the miracle. It's God. God gives sight, not man. Some people will watch this whole series, say hogwash, and if it was a book, they would throw the book in the fire. We've probably brought out 100 receipts. Somebody is going to watch this, right? Or may watch this. And when the last second finishes, say hogwash and turn it off and go watch some porn or something. Right? Because they cannot see. The spell is not breakable by anyone but God. Right? Yeah. Next week, we will continue, Lord willing, with part 4. Hopefully it'll be the last part, but it might end up being part 5 as well, because we're gonna be thorough and bring out all the information, right? We're gonna fire all the ammunition, right? Because this devil needs to be destroyed. The imaginations of our people need to be cast down so that they can wake up and see reality. So I pray that today was definitely edifying to everyone on the line and to everyone who will watch this. Um, who is uh who has a legitimate shot by the hand of the Most High God. I pray that this lesson was edifying to you as well. And for the devils who are gonna watch this, your destruction is at hand. So all praise to the Most High God. Um, that's all I got. We will blow the trumpet. We will pray, and if anybody have any questions or comments, yeah, they can throw it down afterward. All right. So let us let us let's pray, man, and blow the trumpet. One quick second here. That going.
Shalom, shalom, the house of Israel. Hey, it's another beautiful evening. It's about to come in. You already know we're getting ready for the Shabbat, right? So Shabbat shalom to all my family out there. I'm gonna go ahead and let it rip. This is my tradition. Every Shabbat, I like to bring it in. You know what I'm saying? And when the Shabbat's going on, I like to take it out. You know what I'm saying? In peace, in shalom, and great salutations. You know what I'm saying? So we're gonna go ahead and let it rip, and we're gonna make the heathens mad. You hear what I'm saying? Here it is. Here we go. Shabbat shalom, the king is coming. Bless y'all.
I'm about my father's business. I'm about my father's business. Dismission has no limits. Dismission has no limits. Stacking his knowledge to spend it. Stacking his knowledge to spend it. Don't even need me a minute. I don't even need me a minute. And
These artifacts clearly not. Let's move on. The culture of Greece has evolved over thousands of years. The excerpt above continued. It said, beginning in Minoan and later in Mycenaean Greece. So now we're going to look at some Mycenaean Greek artifacts, right? Watch this. Right? This shaft grave was found by the processional way leading up to Mycenaean palace of Nestor at Pylos. It dates to around 1500 BC. All right. The location of this grave near to such a central site demonstrates the centrality of the buried person, the legacy in the community. So this buried person was important. It was named after the griffin decorated ivory plaque found with the corpse, man. So from 1500 BC, you have griffin decorated ivory plaques in important people graves, right? This is the gold and bronze sword handle from the Griffin warrior graves, 1650 BC, man, says the Smithsonian magazine. Has anyone seen a sword like this before in any movie or anything like that? Anyone ever seen a sword with this kind of style handle before?
Yep.
Where have you seen it?
Kung Fu movies?
You're asking me? I want to know where you actually seen it. Yeah,
Kung
have you
Fu
seen?
movies.
All right, cool, cool.
It looks almost like a Roman sword,
Exactly.
a Roman short sword.
That's
One of the
what.
ones that they use.
Yep. It looks like a Roman short sword, man. Right? Now let me just have a look here because I seen a few of them in movies, man. You know. If I can click this here. Right? You got that, which whatever. But this is the one I usually see, man. Right? With this kind of curved head here, man. The so-called Roman gladius. Right? Let me just type in it. Oh, here we go. I did that already. Right? So where did they get it from? You know? That all I got here on this? Let's see what else we got. Let's look at another artifact from 1600 BC. Funerary mask in gold foil, found in Tomb 4, Circle A, Mycenaean, dated to the 16th century BC, man. What's going on? Who is this, family? What nation is this? Right? What does this look like? Akira, you there? Akira,
Yeah,
you
I'm
there?
here.
Yeah, who this look like
Um,
to you?
well, they've got like a unibrow and the puffy eyes. And um and the maybe Asian again, like Mongolian maybe?
Yep, they look Asian. That's from 1650 BC, right? A funerary mask found, I believe, in somebody's grave, right?
It looks like Buddha, like almost like the Buddha face.
Yep,
Yeah.
that's from 1650 BC, family. Mycenaean Greek artifact. Mycenaean Greek, right? Uh, there's another one, right? I mean, they straight up give the man the double puff. They straight up give the man the double puff on the eye, man. They make sure they carve that, yes? You know? That's from Mycenaean Greece. It says here 1600 to 1500 BC, man. Funerary mask of Agamemnon, legendary king of Mycenae, man. Right? They said he was the leader of the Greek expedition to Troy. That whole Troy story is just full of just, oh my gosh. Read up on Troy, and when they get to, it's a myth. Let's just say that it's a legend. Nobody knows what's true and what's not true about it. But look, they tell you he was the king of Mycenae and the leader of the Greek expedition to Troy. This man led the so-called white man to Troy? He surely didn't. He surely did not. these people were not Edomites, right? That's ancient Mycenaean. Let's see, colored mortared head of a female from 1300 BC, right? Right? Again, the facial structure, that's an Asian, you know, with the little mouth that just look little and vexed. Colored mortar female head found in Mycenaean house in Greece, 13th century BC family. All right. So that's the Mycenaeans, two ancient people. All right. One there as late as 600 BC. The others from 1300 BC, not Edomites. So when the Edomites tell you they come from that area, it's a bold-faced lie. They don't come from that area, man. They displaced those people. Reading on from the excerpt, it says, yep, couple more minutes. We should be done by 4:30. It says here, the culture of Greece has evolved over thousands of years, beginning in Minoan, later in Mycenaean, and continuing, notice they say here, most notably, it continued into classical Greece, right? So if you want to note something, make sure you note classical Greece and forget about the days of old and the years of many generations. But our God said the exact opposite. Remember the days of old. Consider the years of many generations, right? So in classical Greece, let's look at some classical Greek artifacts, right? Right, this is 5th century BC, Greek civilization, right? Are these Asians, family? Are these Asian looking people? Do these look like
No.
Asians? All right, just checking. Want to make sure I'm not crazy and I'm not seeing whatever I want to see. Sorry. What about this man here? This is 5th century BC, bronze statue of Zeus or Poseidon. Is this an Asian looking man, family?
Oh,
Who this man look like? What
Edomite.
nation? A Edomite. He might pass for an Arab that's mixed, a Persian, certainly not an Asian. Let's look at Socrates, 439 BC. Ancient Athenian philosopher. These guys stole Athens from the Japhites. We read about that. They were not in Athens. They took Athens. They came from the sea, set up, and pushed the people out, man. Came from land as well, and pushed the people out. But now Socrates says he's an Athenian, man. You're not an Athenian, just like the Edomites here are not Americans. Not a single one. You're an Edomite from Mount Seir. You're not American. You're not English. You're not Russian. You're not Welsh. You're none of those things. You stole those lands from the indigenous people and took their names to go with it and their culture. Because when you have to dig for these pictures, you know, the ancient photos. Because when you pull up these people, unless you type in ancient, you're not seeing them. You're seeing Edomites. And sometimes when you do type in ancient, you still see Edomites. So you got to go read and then see what they were calling the people before they were calling them this. And then when you look for those people, that's when you see the artifacts of those people. Esau whitewashed the world, the whole world he colonized. Here's Socrates. Is this an Asian man? Is this the man of the same progeny as the Artemis of 600 BC, man, or the Apollo of 600 BC, right? Or King Agamemnon of 1300 BC? This is the people? Certainly not. So that's the classical Greek artifacts, right? How come the Greeks before 500 BC are Asian-looking people, but after 500 BC, they're all so-called white-looking people? It's because the so-called white man stole their identity after he conquered their lands. Okay? Now, let's look at DNA proof real quick, and I think that'll be it. Yep, and then that's it. So, in genetic reporting, Edomites often concentrate on the mitochondrial DNA called mtDNA. See what the Most High did there? He make them call it mtDNA. The woman DNA that they use to trace people lineage, the Most High make them call it mtDNA, because you're not gonna get no answers from it. Right? It says, although most DNA, this is from Medline Plus, although most DNA is packaged in chromosomes within the nucleus, mitochondria also have a small amount of their own DNA. This genetic material is known as mitochondrial DNA or mtDNA. All right. Okay, so in genetic reporting, Edomites often concentrate on mitochondrial DNA called mtDNA to hide the progenitor of various populations. He uses mtDNA because it comes from the mother. And we know that from Numbers 1 verse 2, the mother does not determine the ancestry. So Esau used the mother because you're going to say everybody's mixed up if you use the mother. Brother Chris, can I get the Numbers 1, 2, please, if you have it? If you can, just give it to Isaac. Brother Chris, you there? All right, we'll press on. Let me pull it out then. Numbers 1 and verse 2, it says, take ye the sum of all the congregation of the children of Israel after their families, by the house of their mother? No, it says by the house of their father. Take the number. With the number of their names, every male by their polls. Okay? So that's how the people were counted, man. The congregation was counted after the family by the house of their fathers, man. That's how they were counted. All right. Says, therefore, to determine ancestry before God, the father's DNA, called Y DNA, is needed. This is the important DNA sequence that you're looking for. Let's examine the Y DNA of the real ancient Greeks, right? It says Y DNA chromosome data proves Greeks to be so-called Asians. That was my discovery, all right? In human genetics, haplogroup JM172, all right, or J2 is a Y chromosome haplogroup. Now, be careful with these here because each company that does this has a different naming convention, all right? So when you go look these things up, you could see anything. Make sure you read and you know what you're looking at. So in human genetics, haplogroup JM172 or J2 is a Y chromosome haplogroup. So you know that follows the father, which is a subclade or branch of haplogroup JM304. Haplogroup JM172 is common in modern populations in Western Asia, okay, Central Asia, okay, South Asia, Southern Europe, which is these islands that we keep talking about, Northwest Iran, okay, Northwest Iran. You won't be able to see nothing there. Just type this in. Did I have this thing loaded already? No. This is where it's talking about Northwest Iran, all right, around here. And there's actually a mountain. There's this mountain range here. There's a mountain range here that people settled here from, and that's where they're talking about, all right, around the Caspian Sea, all right. Yeah, so Japheth's land, Northwest Iran, and also North Africa, all right. And you know, if these people were in the Isles of the Sea, it's easy for them to get to North Africa. Now, sure, okay, let's keep going. It is thought that JM172 may have originated where? The Caucasus, between the Caucasus, Anatolia, or Western, and Anatolia, sorry, or Western Iran. So where did this DNA thing originate, they said? The Caucasus. Can somebody tell me who was in the Caucasus Mountains? Was it the Edomites in the Caucasus Mountains, or was it Japheth in the Caucasus Mountains? Was it the Edomites originally in the Caucasus Mountains, or was it Japheth in the Caucasus Mountains? Remember, Esau is not from that land. So who was there? Family, who was there? Was it Esau or was it Japheth?
Sorry, you're saying prior to Esau, sorry, what was the question again, how you asked it?
Who are the Aboriginal people of the Caucasus Mountains? Because it sure ain't Esau. Our whole study has showed us that it was not Esau. Esau does not come from the Caucasus Mountains. He comes from the Mount Seir. He comes from Petra, right? So who were the original people in these Caucasus Mountains right here?
Yay.
Right here, sorry, right here. Who's there? Whose land is that? Whose land is this? That's right.
Japheth, yeah.
That's Japheth's land. When you look in Turkmenistan, the indigenous people, Turkmenistan, Japhites. Uzbekistan, Japhites. All these people look Asian. Kazakhstan, Japhites. The Mongols, we know that. Japhites all day. China, Japhites. And now we're learning this whole of Western Europe was all Japheth, right? And we looked at even I think it was the Gaelic people. We looked at a few of these people up north here, the Danes, right? We looked at all these people. We looked at the Danish people as well, and it showed you that these people were Japhites. The people from the Caucasus were Asian people, and the brother Chris pointed out that the name even tells you Caucasian means Asian from the Caucasus. It was never Edomites, right?
Yeah,
And
that
it's
would
go
that
ahead.
would make a lot of sense too, because considering how they're always like overpopulated in their area, it
Yeah.
would make sense for them to have a bigger land mass as well for their people. Yeah.
The Most High told you he would enlarge Japheth. Japheth is the biggest nation on earth by far,
So
right? So, and it says this JM 172, they say may have originated between the Caucasus and Anatolia. Now we know, that's not where it originated. We know, these guys, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, are from, oh gosh, Noah, right? But they certainly were in those lands for a long time. From time, Noah came to repopulate the earth until this time, they've been there, right? They're still there today. Go any of these places and find the indigenous people, you're gonna see that they're Japhites. All of these places, I put money on it, okay? Because these people are Asian people, or Japhite, you know what I mean? So-called Asian, they're Japhites, right? Anyway, it says here, it is thought that JM 172 may have originated between the Caucasus and Anatolia, man. Right? Haplogroup JM172 is found mainly in the Fertile Crescent, all right, which includes uh, right here. Sorry, it's easier to see than to describe, right? And this is the Mediterranean Sea. This is the Persian Gulf here. This is the Gulf of Aqaba here. I can't remember what this is. That this is Arabia. All right. So most of the people they say is from the Fertile Crescent, and up here, of course, would be Japheth's land. Now watch this. It's mainly found in the Fertile Crescent, in the Caucasus, all right, in those mountains, in Anatolia, which is so-called Western Turkey, where Esau came and found the Japhites, Italy, where Esau came and found the Japhites, the Mediterranean littoral, I'm not sure where that's talking about, and the Iranian plateau, which still has a lot of indigenous Asian-looking people. It says that the highest reported frequency of JM172 ever was 87.4% among the English people. Now, for the life of me, you can't find these English people. You must you gotta pay for information or something to find these English people. The information on them is very scant. Why? Because Esau changed their name. They used to be called the Nak people, then he called them the English people. When you look again among the indigenous people of Nak, they are so-called Asian-looking people. They actually look like Mongolians. And I have a picture of an English woman here. So the highest reported was among the English people. All right, now watch this. Right? Whoops. What's going on here? This is where you have the highest reported Y-DNA showing that the father is Japheth, man. Right? Among these people. What did I want to bring out there? What did I want to bring out there? Wait, hold on a second. Yes. Okay. So the English people call themselves the Galgaj, the Galgaj people. The name Ingushteya derives from the Russian name of Ingush, which in turn is derived from the ancient Ingush village Angusht and from Georgian suffix at. Right? There's something I saw here that I wanted to bring out. English people of Nak ancestry. You could even see some of them here, but they're also mixing up the medicine with showing you, you know, people that look like Edomites. But these three men here look like Asian men. And of course, as you get into the 20th century, it's all Edomites. These are the Byzantines or so-called Russians that, what do you call it, conquered these people's lands. There's an account that I read where it tells you that these people were basically Scythians. Where was it? Give me a second here. Hmm. Where is it? Oh, I think I lost it. Hmm. Where was this thing, man? Just give me one quick second here, family. Okay, well, I lost it. I lost it, but in any case, um, we'll just stick with this, man. This is the English people, man. The indigenous people of those regions, which would be these men here, okay, that are indigenous to the place, okay. And you can see with the top three, some of the Asian features still in them, right? Looking like Genghis Khan, and then of course the woman, the English woman here, right? And they tell you straight, oh, whoops, they tell you straight, oh, there we go, English woman in traditional costume, 1881. All right. So, in conclusion, according to the artifacts, okay, that we have, you know, Esau is not the indigenous people of so-called Europe. All right, the indigenous people are Japhites, okay, who are so-called Asian people. All right, the most numerous people on the face of the planet. All right, that is their land. Esau stole it from them, along with a lot of their heritage, right? And you know, that's pretty much it, right? So in part five, we're gonna see how you know Esau um got Mount Seir back, right? How Esau got Mount Seir back. All right. And that'll be it for the lesson series, right? So all praise to the Most High. That's all I got for today. Thank you guys for sticking with us here. I know it was a little bit longer today, but hopefully it was edifying for you. Anybody have any questions before I blow the trumpet and we close in a prayer? Going once, going twice, and
I
okay.
had one, but I forgot, so
Yeah.
I'll tell you later.
No problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, and yeah, any questions, comments, feel free to shoot me or my wife a text if you don't get it on the line. All right, so I'm gonna stop the recording. And then we'll wrap up. Oh, and for the people that joined us online or will join us online, I pray that you were edified by this lesson, and you take the information and you so-called Negroes use this information to come back to your God, man, and realize that what we're dealing with here is not a fantasy, but reality, right? And the Most High put all the information out there, man, in solid form, artifacts, so that you only need the faith of a mustard seed, okay, to be able to roll with the Most High. And if you don't have that, at least that much faith, I mean, you're not gonna make it in this world or the next, right? So I pray you take this information and learn how to keep the laws, statutes, and commandments of the Most High with it. If that's what you want to do, definitely, stay in touch with me here. Shoot me a message. You understand what I'm saying? Follow the channel, but get yourself around Israelites, righteous Israelites, keeping the law, statutes, and commandments of the Most High, so that you can win in this life and the next. All right. And with that, peace in the name of Yahweh. All praises. All right. So, good. All right. So I had stopped at the this portion here. I'll go from the top here. It says why DNA chromosome data proves Greeks to be so-called Asians, right? And then it says in human genetics, haplogroup JM172 or J2 is a Y chromosome haplogroup, which is a subclade or branch of haplogroup JM304. Haplogroup JM172 is common in modern populations in Western Asia, Central Asia, South Asia, okay, Southern Europe, Northwestern Iran, and North Africa. It is thought that JM172 may have originated. This is very important. It is thought that JM172 may have originated between what? The Caucasus, which we know the so-called European is not from. Okay, this is Japheth's land. Okay, so JM172 may have originated between the Caucasus and Anatolia, okay, which is so-called West Asia, okay, where you find the country of Turkey, and or Western Iran. All right. So they're saying, hey, listen, this came from the Caucasus Mountains, Anatolia, all the places that we've been saying that Japheth is from. They're saying that this is where this DNA is from. All right. So it continues and says haplogroup JM172 is found mainly in the Fertile Crescent, all right, the Caucasus, all right, Anatolia, Italy, which we looked at, Mediterranean littoral, and the Iranian plateau, all right. It says the highest reported frequency, this is what I want to bring out from last week, of JM172 ever was 87.4 among the English people, all right? And I remember last week I was not able to properly find the English receipt, but I was able to find it. So the English people, all right, the name, the Edomites gave them the name English people, okay, but they actually call themselves Galgai. All right. So let's look at this receipt here. Okay, the Galgai people. All right. I'm just gonna click right here. All right. Similarly, Ingush is not the self-designation, but a Russian ethnonym. All right. So the Edomites gave them that name based on the name of the village Angusht. The Ingush called themselves, you see that? Galgai. All right. Galgai. All right. Historically, the name of a clan confederation, see below. All right. So the English call themselves Galgai. All right. Knowing that, it says Galgai people are also called Scythians. I'll read that again. Galgai people are also called Scythians. Let's look at the receipt. Um, let's see here. All right, let me see if I can get this. Uh, second. All right. Okay, I think that is what I want. In ancient times, Greek and Roman geographers called native inhabitants of the middle and eastern parts of northern Caucasus Geli or Legi. The name Geli, Gelai, is the equivalent of the modern Galga, okay, as pronounced in their own language and in the Tushin language. And the equivalent of Legi is the Georgian Lekebi. In Georgian, the first corresponds to Gil, singular, and so on and so forth. All right, and so on and so forth. But the point here is that the name Geli or Gele is equivalent to the modern Galga. Okay, and don't get tricked. You know this. They just dropped the I. All right, it's the same name, same word. All right. I have another receipt here. Let's see here. See what I got here. All right, the Gele. All right. In the first century AD, the ancient Greek geographer Strabo mentioned the Gele and Lege. Notice we just read Geli and Legi. See, here's the alternate spellings. Okay, Gele and Legi tribes in his work Geographica. He mentioned how, according to Theophanes of Mytilene, who participated um, uh, they should say participated in the Caucasian campaign of Pompey, the Gele and Legai lived between the Amazons and Albanians. Now, Theophanes, who made the expedition with Pompey and was in the country of the Albanians, says the Gele and the Gele and Lege, Scythian people. The Gele and Lege, Scythian people. You guys see that? Live between the Amazons and the Albanians, and that the Myrmedalis River flows there midway between these people and the Amazons. Georgian historian and linguist Ivan Yavkishvili and linguist Doctor of Philological Sciences Arnold Chikobava have connected the Gele with the ethnonym Galgai or Ingush. So the one linguist and a doctor connected the Gele or Gelai with the ethnonym Galgai or Ingush. What does that mean? Ingush people are Galgai people or Scythian people. It's all the same people, just different names. All right. Now that we know that, We already looked at the English woman, English woman from 1818, what she looked like, right? She looked like a so-called Asian, all right? That's the English woman from 1818. Let's look at Scythians, man. Scythian Exhibit A. All right. I don't know what's happening. These people with their cookies. Anyway, this is a Scythian idol statue, stone depicting a male face, ancient Scythian period. Somebody help me. Which race of people does this look like? Saba, who does this look?
The Japhite.
That's right. Which today would be called what?
So-called Europeans or Asians.
Well, it would be so-called Asians, right? The so-called Europeans, you know, they call those it's the so-called white people that call themselves Europeans, right? But we know the real Europeans are the Japhites or the so-called Asians, all right? So that looks like an Asian man. This is an ancient Scythian idol, man, right? They make sure they give you the little, you know, arm and eye with the flat face, right? Let's go and look at another exhibit real quick. All right, this says samples of Scythian jewelry from its own depository and the State Hermitage Museum Gold Depository and the latest finds of the Ufa archaeological expedition. Akira. Akira.
Yeah, I'm here.
What does look
Hello?
like? Yeah, yep. What does look like? What does look like to you?
That
Which
looks like an Asian man.
yeah, and what about this guy?
Because of the big nose, also Asian.
Yeah, and the same flat face, right? I mean, and here as well, right? And we know they love that Fu Manchu mustache style, man. Right? This one lying down here even has like a bun. That same little bun that they like to wear, especially in those kung fu movies, right? And how do we know again? This is an ancient artifact, and the so-called Asians or Japhites were known for horses. Okay, so this is another big clue. All right, anytime you see these horses, look out, man. All right, in early times, look out. You know, they're likely Japhites, right? Especially in that area. So the point is, Scythian people are so-called Japhites. Okay. So when they found that this DNA was most among the English people, hey, that's showing you that these people are Japhites, man. These English people are so-called Scythians. When you look at them on the ancient artifacts, they look like so-called Asians. These are Japhite people. All right. So I just wanted to show those receipts because I was able to find them. All praise to the Most High. All right. So let's get into what we're going to deal with today. Part 5 of our series, the Nabatean lie and the reclamation of Edom, right? Okay, so using the precedent that he set for establishing the Edomite Greek kingdom, Esau established the Nabatean kingdom. All right. So what precedent did he set? Well, he come in, he steal, he creep in nice and quiet, right? Create chaos, you know, steal your country, and then, you know, time you check yourself, he's you, right? That's his strategy, right? So Esau established the Nabatean kingdom using this very same precedent, right? To reclaim Mount Seir. Though his historians claim it was the Arab who ruled and built Petra in Edom, the scriptures and archaeology say that it was the Edomite. All right. So let's examine or prove that. Right. Let's prove that. All right. So we'll start with first, what does Esau say about the Nabateans? All right. Let's see here. Akira, can you read the first paragraph there for me, please?
Sure. Nabatean, member of a people of ancient Arabia whose settlement lay in the borderlands between Syria and Arabia, from the
Euphrates?
Euphrates River to the Red Sea.
Right.
Little is known about them before 312 BC, when they were unsuccessfully attacked by Demetrius First Polyarchus, Polyarchus, king of Macedonia, in their mountain fortress of Petra, south of the Dead Sea.
Mm-hmm.
Their monopoly on the rich caravan trade that passed from the Arabian interior to the coast was the chief source of their prosperity.
Okay, stop right there. So that's what is generally said about the Nabateans. This is from Britannica. All right. What you're gonna come to learn is that this is completely false. This this is completely false. I'll just leave it at that. You're gonna come to realize that this statement is completely false, right? And we got the receipts to prove it, right? But I just wanted to show you guys what Esau says about the Nabateans. Now, let's look at doubts, right? Because though we read that, Esau himself has doubts about the things that historians say about the Nabateans, all right? So I'll read here the doubts among the Edomites. All right. First point says, information on Nabateans is all conjecture. Okay, says historian Jane Taylor. All right. Quoting Jane Taylor's Petra and the Lost Kingdom of Nabateans, a book she wrote, is especially informative about the Nabateans. Taylor states that nobody really knows when the Nabateans first set foot in Petra. She adds that it is even more questionable if they were truly Semitic people. Their own Edomite says it's questionable if the Nabateans were truly Semitic people. All right. She said, and that they had been mixed up with Arabs of a similar ancient name, right? And I agree with this. They definitely were mixed up with Arabs of a similar ancient name, right? Even if some Nabateans, she says, settled in the mountains of Edom around the early 6th century BC, which is 600 BC, she said this is all conjecture. Okay, what is conjecture? Conjecture is an opinion or conclusion formed on the basis of incomplete information, right? Guesswork, speculation, surmising, fancy, notion, belief, or suspicion, all right? So they can't prove none of this stuff about the Nabateans, is what Jane Taylor is saying, right? Let's look at a second point here. Sava, can you read this section here, please?
Okay. Historians admit to not knowing exactly when Petra was built, while propaganda claims it was built in 100 CE.
Right.
Precisely when cities like Petra or Hegra were constructed is unclear, but they were well established by the later 4th century BCE, when the wealth of the Nabateans attracted the attention of the Greek general and future king Antigonus, who reigned
that's read Antigonus the first, okay? The I there just means the first, all right?
Okay. According to Malachi 1 to verse to 5, it wasn't their wealth that attracted Antigonus. It was the fact that the Arabs had become squatters in Esau's land and they wanted it back.
Right. Thank you very much. Right. And with that, we're gonna bring out Malachi 1, and we'll read verse 1 to 5. Right. Malachi 1. All right. Any readers there amongst the brothers? Brother Chris or brother Sean, you guys want to grab this one?
Yeah, either one of us, I guess.
Verse Malachi 1.
One from verse 1 to 5. So let me just reiterate here, right? It says precisely when cities like Petra and Hegra were constructed is unclear. Now we know it was constructed when Esau was there. We know that from scriptures. They don't know that because they're not looking at the scriptures, right? And if they're looking, they don't believe the scriptures. They want to come up with their own story. But we know that these places were built by the Edomites who stayed there for over 1,000 years. Okay. It says, but they were well established by the 4th century BC when the wealth of the Nabateans attracted the attention of the Greek general and future king Antigonus I. This is a false statement. Okay, it wasn't no wealth of no Nabateans that did no attracting. First of all, it wasn't even the Nabateans, all right, which we will learn as we do this study. It was actually the Kidarites, whose stuff that they stole. And you know, when we read Malachi, we're gonna see that Esau just wanted his land back. The reason Esau came and invaded Petra back, the caves back, is because he wanted his land back. Why did he want his land back? Because he made a lot of money on that land. Okay, everyone that was going to Gaza, which we'll see as we go throughout the study, everyone that was going to Gaza, which was a port city, had to pass through his land. Everyone that was going to Damascus from Arabia, and this is from Arabia. If people were coming from Egypt, they had two choices. They could have go along the coast and just go straight to Gaza, or they could have come and meet traders in Esau's land on the King's Highway, and then go to Gaza or go to Damascus, which was another trading city. So this was all about making money, right? This was all about trade. Okay, Esau knew that so much people came to his land and made him rich. He wanted his land back. Remember, Esau even had kings before the Israelites had kings. All right. And this was literally called the King's Highway. Which king? Esau. The highway that was going from Egypt, along the Sinai Peninsula. Let me show you guys. This made Esau a lot of money, man. Right? And the man wanted his thing back. Right? So let me actually see if I could find the King's Highway real quick. All right, perfect. The King's Highway. All right. I don't know if you guys can see that. Let me try to open this up. All right. You see that? This highway belonged to Esau, man. This guy had a highway right from here, okay, the sea coast, in his land of Edom, okay, down here. The road ran from Memphis, Egypt, okay, to the Sinai Peninsula, which is this area here. all the way to the middle of Edom, all through Edom, all the way up to Damascus, all the way up to Resapha, man, in Syria. So Esau made a lot of money on this highway, man. Anybody coming from Egypt passing through here, they gotta pay Esau. Anybody coming from Arabia, which is down here, coming up, they gotta pay Esau, right? Remember, we had to ask Esau to come through his highway, man. And he said, hell no, you can't come through here, right? So that's why we went around Arabia and went the whole other way and came up this side, because we couldn't take the man's highway. He said no, right? Anybody going through Gaza to Gaza through Arabia, which is down here, would cut across and would go up the King's Highway and cut across. You want to go to Hebron, same thing, and so on and so forth. Damascus, as I spoke about, was a big trading port right here, sorry. So, hey, Esau was getting rich off of this thing, so he wanted it back, all right? Let's go back here. Malachi. All right, go ahead, brother.
Okay, 1 second. This is the book of Malachi, chapter 1 and verse number 1. The burden of the word of Yahweh to Israel by Malachi. I have loved you, saith Yahweh. Yet you say, wherein hast thou loved us? Was not Esau Jacob's brother, saith Yahweh? Yet I loved Jacob. And I hated Esau, and laid his mountain and his heritage waste for the dragons of the wilderness.
Hold on a second. So we looked at this scripture a few times before. I'm going to keep going back to it. The Most High laid Esau's mountain and his heritage waste for the dragons of the wilderness. That's literally the Arabs. Okay, they came and they settled in his land when the Most High got rid of him when he made the Babylonians, Nabonidus to be specific, kick him out of his land, man, right? And he moved, it turns out that that basically happened around the same time that Israel went into captivity. So a remnant of the Edomites stayed in southwest Judea, right? And that land became named Idumea because of the Edomite remnant that had stayed there. It's close to the port of Gaza, but most of them got kicked out of the place. You understand? And that's when they moved to so-called Europe in droves, right? And took over Japheth's land and his civilization. Okay. But the point is, the Most High said he would lay his heritage waste and give it to who? The Arabians, man. And that's what he did, right? So Esau wanted his thing back from the Arabians. Okay, I'll read on.
Verse number 4. Whereas Edom saith, we are impoverished, but we will return and build the desolate places. Thus saith Yahweh of hosts, they shall build, but I will throw down. And they shall call them the border of wickedness, and the people against whom Yahweh hath indignation forever.
Okay, that's it. That's all I want on that. So Edom is going to say, oh man, we're impoverished, but don't worry, we're going to return. The Most High leave our mountain and our heritage, which is Mount Seir and the land of Edom. He laid it waste for the dragons of Arabia. He made them take it over, but don't worry, we're going to come back and we're going to do what? Build the desolate places. Now, when you read the history books, they try to convince you that it was Arabs that built Petra, Jordan, right? That you guys know the tomb that we always look at, and that whole area, which is full of places like that. They try to say that the Arabs built that, but God said no. Esau said he's going to return to his land and he will rebuild the desolate places. That's why Petra has a Roman Colosseum in it. That's why it has Roman temples in it. Because Esau came back and built up his thing again. You understand? But the Most High say, hey, oh, don't worry, you build. I'm still going to throw it down. Right? Oh, and by the way, when people figure out who you are, they're gonna call you the border of wickedness and the people against whom Yahweh have indignation forever. And we are in this time now, right? There was a time they were escaping, right? We were all Christians, man, you know, worshiping white Jesus and talking about how God loves everybody and talking about how, unity is strength, man. Not thinking about unity with our people, but thinking about unity with other people who hate us, right? But now we know this man is the border of wickedness and the man that God have anger against forever, right? So, this was fulfilled, right? Already physically, and it shall be fulfilled indeed spiritually, the spiritual portion of this, because the law is spiritual. It's not just physical words on a book of events that actually happen. There is a spiritual meaning to every scripture as well, man. And the spiritual meaning is that this same thing is going to happen with Esau's kingdom as a whole, right? Which encompasses the whole world in this time, right? But we'll get to that. So I wanted to prove here, hey, these guys didn't just, Antigonus didn't come and take uh, Petra because they saw the Arabs' wealth and wanted it. All right. They wanted their land back. That's what they wanted. Right. Moving on. So remember, we're looking at the doubts among the Edomites about this whole Nabatean story. All right. So it says historian Diodorus says the Nabateans didn't build houses under punishment by death. Okay. Diodorus, I'm quoting here, it's quote from Diodorus. It says Diodorus addresses the wealth of the Nabateans as well as their customs in book 19 of his histories. He says, for the sake of those who do not know, it will be useful to state in some detail the customs of these Arabs. Notice he calls them Arabs, all right? He also calls them here Nabateans, but you're going to see that a source older than his lets you know that they were the Kidarites. We'll get to that. For the sake of those who do not know, it will be useful to state in some detail the customs of these Arabs, by following which it is believed they preserve their liberty. Okay, so here's the customs by which they preserve their liberty. He says, they live in the open air, claiming as native land, a wilderness that has neither rivers nor abundant springs from which it is possible for a hostile army to obtain water. So the man Diodorus is saying these guys live in the desert, man. Right? That's where they live, right? He says, it is their custom neither to plant grain. Said these guys don't plant grain, man. He says, set out any fruit-bearing tree, use wine, nor construct any house. And if anyone is found acting contrary to this, death is his penalty. So this Edomite historian, contrary to what the contemporary or present historians say, this guy says these guys don't plant trees, these guys don't drink wine, these guys don't build no house. Okay? And if anyone does these things, hey, they're killed, man. Their own people kill them. Okay? Because according to their law, it's not allowed. All right? Take very careful note of this, right? Because this goes against what contemporary historians tell you about the Nabateans, man. Right? Let me see. What did they say here? One second. Anyway, we'll get we'll get to where they say, oh, they actually built Petra. Okay. So my question is, if the history of the Nabateans is conjecture, right, according to Jane Taylor, and they didn't build houses, and no one knows for sure when Petra was built, how could the Nabateans have built Petra as the historical consensus says, right? Well, the truth is they didn't build the place, right? It was built by Esau, who lived and reigned as a king there for over 1,000 years. That's the truth of the matter, right? Let's just look at these two receipts real quick, okay? Where these guys say that, the Nabateans built Petra and its monuments, right? So, this guy, Dan Gibson, says, history tells us that the Nabateans were nomads dwelling in tents in the desert. Yet, within a few short years, they built spectacular and awe-inspiring monuments. Okay? That's simply not true, family. These people never did this. All right? And as the study goes on, you're going to see more and more why this is impossible. I have another receipt here, 31. This is the New World Encyclopedia. It says, excavations have demonstrated that it was the ability of the Nabateans to control the water supply that led to the rise of the desert city. So these Arabs built a desert city, according to this New World Encyclopedia. Okay, they said, in effect, creating an artificial oasis. All right, so this is the general consensus, right? But it's a damn lie, right? Let's go on proving that. Let's look at the truth about the Nabateans according to the Most High God, right? Uh, all right, cool. Let's go to Genesis 25 and 13. Let me get that, Brother Sean, Genesis 25. Genesis 25 and 13.
Genesis 25 and 13. And these are the names of the sons of Ishmael, by their names according to their generations. The firstborn is Ishmael, Nebaga, and Kedar, and Abiel, and Absam.
Yeah, Mibsam. Yeah, and Mibsam. Now, let me see if I can pull this up in the interlinear here. Gen 25 interlinear. One second here. 25 and 13. And these were the names of the sons of Ishmael, right? By their names according to their generations, the firstborn of Ishmael was what? Nabayat. Okay, so this is Na, this is Ba, sorry, Ba, this is Yat. Okay, this is the Y sound and the TH sound, Nabayat. Okay, or Nabat. Okay, let's show you that this is the same as the Nabateans. Let's see if they have it here. Brown driver breaks proper name of a people. Nabatean. You guys see that? Nabatean. All right. From Nabat. Okay. Nabayat. Okay. The Edomites added this for a vowel sound. That was never there before. So Nabayat, right? This is funny. They translated this as Kedar, Kedar, but this word, right? This is wa, meaning and or then, all right? And this is actually a Q, Kadar. So that's Kadar, which you will see translated as this here, just this part, Kidar, okay? Okay, which is the root word of the Kedarites, which you're going to see as we study is the people that they keep calling Nabateans. It was actually the Kedarites that were being dealt with the whole time. And the Nabateans, as the scripture says, were the friends of Israel, man. It had nothing to do with this concept of a Nabatean kingdom. You understand? Esau straight up invented that in order to get his land back, man. And we'll look at that. Let me see here. Yeah, I just wanted to look at those two. Okay, so this is Nabayat, which is the same as uh Nabatean, and this is Kadar, all right, which is the same as Kedar, all right. You can see it right here, and you'll see it later as well as we study. So the truth about the Nabateans, well, they were the children of Nabayat, man, the firstborn of Ishmael. All right, and let's go to Isaiah 20 and verse 7. Let's get that. Saba, let's get that. Isaiah 20 and verse 7. Saba, you there? If you're speaking, I can't hear you. Why do I have 20 and verse 7 and there's no verse 7 here? Uh, did I write the wrong thing? Hmm. Did 2? Well, wrote something wrong there. No. One sec. Genesis 25:13. Six, 9. 13. It was 60. Isaiah, how did I write 20? Isaiah 60 and verse 7. Sal, are you there?
Yep.
All right. Uh, give me verse 7 here, please.
All the flocks of Kedar shall be gathered together unto thee. The rams of Nebaioth shall minister unto thee. They shall come up with acceptance on mine altar, and I will glorify the house of my glory.
And I will glorify the house of my glory. Now this is a little bit different. This is the BSB. 1 second here. So this is the KJV. All the flocks of Kedar shall be gathered together unto thee, unto who Israel. The rams of Nabayat. Okay. So these are Arabs, man. The Most High is saying, hey, listen, these Arabs, they're gonna minister unto you, man. They're gonna serve you, man. Right? And I will take their sheep and their flocks, and they'll come with acceptance upon my altar, man. And I will glorify the house of my glory. And that's twofold: the house of his glory being Israel, and the house of his glory being the temple. All right. Or rather, the city at that particular time. All right. So, right. So, who are the Nabateans? Hey, listen, they're Ishmaelites. Right. At the end of the day, right? They're Ishmaelites according to the scriptures. Okay. You even find some people writing ridiculous things like saying that the Nabateans were Edomites, man. Let me see if I can find that. I should have the receipt here. See if I can find that real quick. 1 second. Somebody actually wrote that the Nabateans were Edomites, man. Okay, I didn't save it. I didn't save the receipt. It's all good. Okay. Okay, so according to the Most High, they're Ishmaelites. All right. We also learned that hey, they were nomads who never sow corn, nor plant any fruit tree, nor drink wine, nor build houses. We learned that from Diodorus. All right. That historian, right? And that's a Edomite historian, right? We learned that there were squatters in Petra, right? Between 539 BC, which is the end of Babylonian rule, and 169 BC, which is the beginning of Aretas's rule. All right. It says the Nabateans were nomadic Arabs. Okay, and this is important: nomadic Arabs. All right. What you're gonna learn as we continue to study is that they kept giving these people the name Nabatean. Once they were Arab, oh, Nabateans. That's what they kept doing. But in fact, there was a lot more nuance and detail to who these people were, right? That's akin to Esau when he went into Africa. He's like, yeah, they're Africans. He don't care who is from Ghana, who from Ethiopia. That's a bad example because he did differentiate the Ethiopians. But Ghana, Congo, uh, where else? Uh, um, uh, Give me some other names, man. They're in West Africa. We have Ghana, we have Congo, we have Angola. They're just African, right? We're black, so we're just African. Now we know, he specifically did it to us for deception, right? For a deeper deception, I should say. But you guys get where I'm going. So it says the Nabateans were what? Nomadic Arabs, man, right? Who invested in Petra's proximity to the incense trade routes by establishing it as a major regional trade hub. Okay, so that's all that happened. Okay, the real Nabateans, all they did was or rather, let me say it like this, just to be cautious. Arabs established Petra um, uh, as a regional trade hub. That's what actually happened in history. But they just kept calling these people Nabateans. Okay, let's read the receipt here. Have that here. Let's see. Mhm. Okay, that's not there. Uh, all right. One second. It's about no. One second. One quick second. All right, so this is what I want. For nomadic peoples and later traders, this fault line allowed access from the high desert stretching east to Mesopotamia to the west across the Rift Valley and on to the ancient Mediterranean port and emporium of Gaza. You guys hear that? For nomadic peoples and later traders, the fault line allowed access. Which fault line is talking? It's talking about going through Petra, okay? Or go rather going through. I'll just read from the top here. Petra was ideally. Let me zoom in. Petra was ideally placed where the great south-north route from Arabia to Syria, today the King's Highway in Jordan, crosses a natural fault line running east-west to interlocking ridges. Don't get confused. All they're saying is this. Let me see if I can find Jordan. Maps. Actually, Google Earth, Jordan. Now, this whole area was called Jordan. Okay, this whole area here. And they're talking about Mount Seir and this pass here. When you come down low, you could kind of see, okay, this whole mountain pass here. Okay, with that valley, this is Mount Seir on this side here. Okay, this whole pass here. Those are that's Mount Seir. Okay, and this is the Gulf of Aqaba. That's the Dead Sea up here. This is the Mediterranean Sea here. Okay. You see the border? That's Jordan and Syria. Okay. So this is, sorry, that's Jordan. Syria is up here. Okay. My bad. So this is Jordan, this whole area. So let's go back to, and notice it includes Mount Seir, okay, across this valley here, this mountain here, there's a valley in between. So that's what that receipt is talking about. When it says Petra was ideally placed where the great south-north route from Arabia to Syria. From Arabia okay, where they were doing a lot of trade, Saudi Arabia, it says here, but this whole area is considered Arabia. To where? Syria. Okay, remember we looked at the King's Highway that went here, came across here, and went up this way and went all the way over to the side here, right? Past Damascus, right? To the Euphrates River. All right, that's what they're talking about. So, it says, Petra was ideally placed where the great south-north route from Arabia to Syria today, the King's Highway in Jordan, crosses a natural fault line running east-west through interlocking ridges of Nubian sandstone and Archean granite. Wadi Musa flows through that fault and empties into Wadi Araba. Wadi just means a dry riverbed, okay? So this dry riverbed called Musa flows through that fault and it empties into the dry riverbed of the Araba in the Great Rift Valley south of the Dead Sea. Okay. Can't remember where the Araba is, but we'll leave that for now. For the nomadic peoples and later traders, this fault line allowed access from the high desert stretching east to Mesopotamia to the west, across the Rift Valley and on to the ancient Mediterranean port and emporium of Gaza. This is the important part, okay? So they were getting access coming from the east in Mesopotamia or Babylon, going to what? Gaza, through this particular place that cut across the land of Edom, that cut across this valley. This valley here in Edom. This valley here in Edom, okay? They were able to cut across the valley of Edom and get to Gaza, all right? So that's all that's saying. The first trading establishment at Petra may date from as early as the 5th century BC. We know it dates way before that because Esau was there, all right? But traders very likely passed through Petra as a watering place much earlier. You hear that? Now, even as nomads, the Nabateans were traders, and it was trade that made Petra rich. All right, I think this is what I want here. They were squatters in Petra between 539 BC, I should put here, 539 BC, and 169 BC. Okay, they were nomadic Arabs who invested in Petra's proximity to what incense trade routes by establishing it as a major regional trading hub. Okay, so what they do, the first trading establishments at Petra may date from as early as 500 BC, but traders passed through from before, and even as nomads, the Nabateans were traders, or the Arabs were traders, okay? And it was trade that made Petra rich, okay? The same rock city. It was trade that made them rich, just like I told you guys, right?
All right, Dad, I'm gonna go now. Something weird just happened. Something weird happened with my phone. So like, I somehow went out of the meeting, but I got back in, and I just came to tell you that I'm leaving.
No problem. Next time, just shoot me a text, okay, bud?
Okay.
All right, shalom.
All right, shalom.
It says bitumen, metals, and dyes went to Egypt for mummification. Spices from Arabia, frankincense from Yemen, and silks from India and China were traded. The Nabateans or rather, you should read the Arabs or the Kedarites have built, have carved a city of villas, monuments, tombs, temples, and extensive water conservation and hydraulic engineering systems heavily influenced by Egyptian, Greek, and Roman architectural motifs. This is a complete lie, okay? The Arabs didn't carve any of this. This was all carved by the Edomites, okay? But the point is that they were using this place as a trade town, okay? The Nabateans, or the Arabs rather, were traders, and it was trade that made this rock city rich. All right, so that part is true. It says Nabateans established their trading since at least 500 BC in Petra, which we just looked at as well, or rather Arabs, okay, did that. They show up in the historical record in 312 BC having already settled Petra. Okay, little is known about them before 312 BC when they were unsuccessfully attacked by Demetrius the first Polyeuctes, son of Antigonus, in the mountain fortress Petra, south of the Dead Sea. All right, now let me zoom out a bit. Notice they keep talking about the Nabateans. All right. We're looking at what they're saying, and I'm trying to give you the truth concerning these people at the same time. So it says little is known about them before 312 BC, right? When they were unsuccessfully attacked by Demetrius the first Polyeuctes, son of Antigonus, in the mountain fortress Petra, south of the Dead Sea. So there's a couple of things this is saying. This is saying the Nabatean, they're saying that the mountain fortress of Petra, which we look at all the time with the monuments, they're saying is the mountain fortress of the Nabateans. All right. But we're going to look at these couple receipts that show you that this is totally not true. Okay. So let me see first what I have on Antigonus here. Let's see what I have on Antigonus here. Ah, yes, okay. So this is from Diodorus Siculus. All right, we're going to read this excerpt, and then you're going to see the exact same historical account given by somebody else with totally different players. But Antigonus, when he had treated the barbarians as friends for some time and believed that they had been thoroughly deceived and thus had given him his opportunity against themselves, selected from his whole force 4,000 foot soldiers who were lightly armed and well fitted by nature for rapid marching, and more than 4,000 mounted men. He ordered them to carry several days' supply of food that would not require cooking, and after placing his son Demetrius in command, he sent them off during the first watch, ordering them to punish the Arabs in whatever way he could. Right? Demetrius therefore advanced for 3 days through regions with no roads, striving not to be observed by the barbarians, but the lookouts, having seen that a hostile force had entered, informed the Nabateans by means of prearranged fire signals. The barbarians, having thus learned at once that the Greeks had come, sent their property to the rock, and posted there a garrison that was strong enough, since there was a single artificial approach, and they themselves divided their flocks and drew them into the desert, into one place and some to another. All right. Let's see. All right. Let's go to the next receipt here, which is here at 36. Okay, Britannica repeats the same thing. Little is known about them before 312 BC when they were unsuccessfully attacked by Demetrius, king of Macedonia, so on and so forth. And he said in the mountain fortress of Petra, south of the Dead Sea. All right. Remember, they were unsuccessfully attacked by Demetrius I Poliorcetes, king of Macedonia, in the mountain fortress of Petra. Okay. So this other historian shows that the mountain fortress is not Petra, but indeed Avdat. All right. Let's look at this receipt here in number 37. Do I have this book open already? $283 to $290. One second. Okay. I have that. For submission, Moses, yes. That's not what I want. Okay, well, I'll just go directly from uh, the highlight that I have here in Wikipedia, just for the sake of time. Okay, it says during the wars of the Diadochi, Antigonus, in 312 BC, sent his general Athenos to attack the Kedarites and establish control over the frankincense trade, which he initially successfully accomplished by proceeding from Idumea, capturing a position called the Rock on the boundary between the states of Edom and Judah in the Negev, settled by the Kedarites, right? Remember, we just read in what's that guy's name? Diodorus, that it was the Nabatean. But here, what is it? Diodorus, yeah. Diodorus says, right, these people didn't build houses, etc., etc. Let's see here, one second. Yeah, so footnote 35, right, where it says that the Nabateans were unsuccessfully attacked by Demetrius Poliorcetes, son of Antigonus. That was written by Diodorus, right here, right? But yet, when you go here, sorry, Diodorus says that they were attacked by the where's the receipt here? Give me a second. Yeah, Diodorus says it was the Nabateans that were attacked. But this other historian lets you know that it was the Kedarites, man. So which one is it? The Kedarites or the Nabateans that were attacked, right? Well, let's read it. It says, during the wars of the Diadochi, Antigonus I in 312 BC, the same year that they tell you about Antigonus sending his son to attack Nabateans, it says, hey, he sent his general Athenois to attack the Kedarites and establish control over the frankincense trade, which he initially successfully accomplished by proceeding from Idumea, capturing a position called the Rock on the boundary between the former states of Edom and Judah and the Negev, settled by the Kedarites at the site of present-day Avdat, and returning with booty of frankincense, myrrh, and 500 talents of silver, before most of his army was killed by a counterattack by Kedarite warriors equipped with javelins. Okay, now you're going to see that the same account is given, and they say that it was the Nabateans. All right, but we're going to get to that. After the failure of Athenosius's expedition, the Kedarites wrote a letter in Aramaic to Antigonus I, which was followed by a period of peace between him and Kedar until he sent his son Demetrius the same year on another military expedition against the Kedarites, who were able to successfully defend themselves, due to which both sides signed a treaty according to which Demetrius received hostages and retired back to his father's realm. So this account tells you that it was the Kedarites. Okay, now I looked into this person's research, and it's much more thorough, and looks at older what do you call it, sources, right, than the sources that Diodorus used, man, right? So this man has more accurate information than the other historian, and he says that it was the Kedarites. So what's this whole talk about Nabateans when it was the Kedarites that this whole debacle happened with, right? So remember, what did we just read? The man said, Britannica says in 312 BC, the Nabateans, okay, were unsuccessfully attacked by Demetrius the first Polyarcetes, king of Macedonia. All right, and he says they were attacked in the mountain fortress of Petra, south of the Dead Sea. Okay, but this is actually not true, because when we look at the older receipt says that Antigonus the First, which was followed by a period of peace between him and Kedar, until he sent his son Demetrius the First of Macedon. This is the same Demetrius. It says the same year on another military expedition again. It says another. So that means he had sent one already. And it said he sent them against the Kedarites. Meanwhile, Britannica is telling you Nabateans. This historian with better sources is telling you it was the Kedarites. Okay? And it says who were able to successfully defend themselves, due to which both sides signed a treaty according to which Demetrius received hostages and retired back to his father's realm. All right, and that's exactly what it said happened with the Nabateans in Diodorus. Let's see if I can pull that up. But Antigonus, when he had treated the barbarians as friends for some time and believed that they had been thoroughly deceived and thus had given him his opportunity against himself, selected from his whole force 4,000 soldiers, etc., etc. He ordered them to carry several days' supply of food. All right. After placing his son Demetrius in command, he sent them off during the first watch, ordering him to punish who? The Arabs. Notice in 96:1 here it says it's talking about the Nabateans, but down here he calls them the Arabs. So you see there's a lot of confusion around Kidarites, Arabs, Nabateans. And the contemporary historians just lazily go with Nabateans and try to make everybody believe, hey, the Nabateans built Petra, the Nabateans had a kingdom, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, right? When they were just dealing with Arabs. They were dealing with different Arabs, right? And it appears from the historical record, man, sometimes they didn't even know who's who, you know? Reading on, it says, Demetrius therefore advanced for 3 days through regions with no roads, right, etc. Having seen that a hostile force had entered, but the lookouts, having seen that a hostile force had entered, informed the Nabateans. So he go back to calling them Nabateans again. So he's using Arabs and Nabateans interchangeably. Okay. It says, by means of prearranged fire signals, the barbarians, having thus learned at once that the Greeks had come, sent their property to the rock, the same rock that we were talking about a second ago, right? That was strong enough there. That was strong enough since there was a single artificial approach, and they themselves divided their flocks and drove them into the desert, some into a place and some into another. Here's the important part to show you that it's the same account. Demetrius, on arriving at the rock and finding that the flocks had been removed, made repeated assaults upon the stronghold. Those within resisted stoutly and easily had the upper hand because of the height of the place. And so on this day, after he had continued the struggle until evening, he recalled his soldiers by a trumpet, right? So he quit. He quit the assault, right? Now watch this. The next day, however, when he had advanced upon the rock, one of the barbarians, so that's 3 names they call them already, Arab, Nabatean, barbarian. One of the barbarians called him saying, King Demetrius, who was attacking King Demetrius. With what desire or under what compulsion do you war against us who live in the desert, in a land that has neither water nor grain, nor wine, nor any other thing? Whatever of those that pertain to the necessities of life among you. For we, since we are in no way willing to be slaves, have all taken refuge in a land that lacks all the things that are valued among other people, and have chosen to live a life in the desert, and one altogether like that of wild beasts, harming you not at all. We therefore beg both you and your father, which is Antigonus, to do us no injury, but after receiving gifts from us, to do what? Withdraw your army, and henceforth regard the Nabateans as your friends, right? For neither can you, if you wish, remain here many days, since you lack water and all other necessary supplies, nor can you force us to live a different life. But you will have a few captives, disheartened slaves, who would not consent to live among strange ways. When words such as these had been spoken, Demetrius withdrew his army and ordered the Arabs to send an embassy about these matters. All right. They sent their oldest men, who repeated arguments similar to those previously uttered. who repeating, arguments similar to those previously uttered, persuaded him to receive gifts of the most precious of their products and to make terms with them. Here's the proof now. Remember, we read in the other account, they received hostages of them in order to stop attacking the Arabs. Okay, Demetrius received hostages and gifts that had been agreed upon and departed from the rock. After marching for 300 states, he camped near the Dead Sea. All right. So, what do you call it? The so-called Nabateans, right, are being conflated with the Kedarites, are being conflated with Arabs, right, by this particular historian Diodorus. Okay, but when we look at more credible or older sources, we see that these people were the Kedarites because it's the same account. One says the Kedarites, one says that it was the Nabateans. So which one you got to go with? You got to go with the older, unbiased one, which would be the one around the Kedarites. All right, and I'm gonna give you guys my notes so you can compare the findings of the particular scholar that wrote that history, calling the people Kedarites, and you can compare it to the account from Diodorus Siculus. All right, so. The truth about the Nabateans, they were children of Nabayath, they were nomads, and they didn't build anything or grow anything. They were squatters in Petra, all right, between 539 BC and 139 BC, all right, using Petra as a trading hub. Okay, they were nomadic Arabs using Petra as nothing more than a trading hub, family. All right. They showed up in the historical record in 312 BC, all right, under the name Nabatean by Diodorus, but by others under the name Kedarites, all right. And then number 5, they were desert dwellers, all right. Nabatean, this first exhibit here is it says Nabatean member. Then a Nabatean, a member of a people of ancient Arabia whose settlements lay in the borderlands between Syria and Arabia from the Euphrates River to the Red Sea. Okay, as we read before. But what I want to highlight here is that they're simply a member of a people of ancient Arabia, man, right? A member of a people of ancient Arabia, right? You can literally read Nabatean as Arab because they don't even know who they're dealing with. You understand? Sometimes they're calling them Nabatean, sometimes they're calling them Arab. They don't even know who they're dealing with. One historian is calling them Kedarites, man. You know, while the consensus is, oh, they were Nabateans, right? And what we're going to see as we study is that their leaders were Edomites. So who were these people really? Well, right? Well, the scripture is going to show us, right? Well, from the scriptures, we already know the Nabateans are the Nabayat. The Nabayat are Ishmaelites, and we're going to see that the Nabayat specifically were friends of the Israelites. Okay, so when you start to hear accounts of the Nabayat or the Nabateans, you know, joining the Edomites to fight against the Israelites, those are definitely not Nabateans. You understand? So let's go on. Number 5, they were desert dwellers. Nabatean, member of a people of ancient Arabia, whose settlements lay in the borderlands between Syria and Arabia, from the Euphrates River to the Dead Sea. All right, so let's look at Nabatea during 250 BC to 106 AD. All right, so this is the map. Okay, this is what they considered Nabatea. But really, you got to keep in your mind that these are simply Arab trade routes. Okay, these are simply Arab trade routes. Okay, that they are calling Nabatean trade routes. Okay, and we've already proved that some of these trade routes and some of these places actually belong to Kidarites, not Nabateans. Right? So to be safe as you're doing your scholarship, just go with Arab. They were Arab people, right? And if you want to make any specific statements, you're better off going with Kidarites because the Nabateans were actually friends of the Judites or the Israelites. So here's their trade routes from Arabia, all right, all the way up to Petra, Bosra, Damascus, Myrna, right, in Syria, which we looked at a second ago, and Gaza. These are the places important for our study. Gaza, Petra, Allah, or does that say Allah? I think it says Allah. Perhaps this is loose comb on the coast here of what is that? I want to say the Persian Gulf, but I'm not sure. Bostra, Damascus. These are the places that are important for our study. Okay, so this is what things looked like for them up to 106 AD. Okay, it says at this point in history, the Roman Empire acquired the Nabatean Empire. It appears that the Nabateans sold their empire to the Romans in order to gain Roman citizenship for their nobility and also to gain monopoly over the East Asian trade. This is very important, family. It says at this point in history, the Roman Empire acquired the Nabatean Empire. Okay? It appears that the Nabatean sold their empire to the Romans in order to gain Roman citizenship for their nobility and also to gain monopoly over what? The East Asia trade. All right. So this transaction was all about what? Money. This transaction was all about bringing in more money, right? And who we know whose bottom line is always the dollar, right? Think about that. All right. Let's keep going. This is Nabatea during the Roman period, 146 BC to 324 AD. Okay. This is so-called Nabatea. All right. You have included Elusa, Obada, Damascus up here. All right. Coel, Syria. This is very important. All right. The whole land of Edom, the whole land of Edom is in there as well. All right. And then, of course, the different port cities throughout Arabia. Okay. Remember, these guys are desert dwellers, right? Are they really building monuments in these cities? Or are these just port cities on a trade route? Well, the archaeology is showing that they are port cities or emporiums on a trade route. As the Romans, it says the map of the Roman Empire in 125 during the reign of Emperor Hadrian. Okay. Okay, so this is what the Edomites are seeing these places are. Notice where they're showing Nabatea. Notice where they're showing Nabatea. All right, this is outside of where they say the Nabateans are from. They're calling this place Arabia Petra. And it is reported that in about 106, again, it was sold this area was sold to the Romans, right? So, and renamed Arabia Petra. So out here, we have Arabia Nabatea. okay, and Arabia Petra down here. All right, moving on. So, who are the Nabateans? Lastly, they were friends of Jonathan and of the Maccabees. All right. Akira.
She had to leave, it seems. She sent a message in the chat saying she had to leave.
Okay, no problem. First Maccabees 9:35. Go ahead.
This is First Maccabees chapter 9 and verse number 35. Now Jonathan had sent his brother John, a captain of the people, to pray his friends, the Nabathites, that they might leave with them their carriage, which was much.
Go ahead.
But the children of Jambri, came out of Medaba and took John and all that he had and went their way with it.
And when they were with it, Go ahead. No, that's all we want. That's all we want. So the point here is Jonathan sent his brother John, captain of the people, to pray, to ask his friends, the Nabathites, to leave his things with them. Right? So they were friends, man. The Nabateans and the Israelites were friends. Right? Now, how do we know that this Nabathites is the Nabateans? I have the receipt here from Josephus. Let's see if it highlights it. One second. Thirteen one two. 13 1 2. Says here, when Bacchides heard this and was afraid that Jonathan might be very troublesome to the king and the Macedonians, as Judas had been before, he sought to slay him by treachery. But this intention of his was not unknown to Jonathan nor to his brother Simon. And when these two were apprised of it, they took all their companions and hastily fled into the wilderness, which was near to the city. And when they were come to the lake called Asphar, they abode there. But when Bacchides heard that they had shifted their quarters and were in that place, he marched against them with all his forces, and pitching his camp beyond the Jordan, recruited his army. And when Jonathan knew that Bacchides was coming upon him, he sent his brother John, who was also called Gaddis, to the Nabatean Arabs, that he might deposit his baggage with them until the battle with Bacchides should be over. Right? So, Brother Chris, who are these Nabathites that the Maccabeans send their baggage to, man, to hold?
Sorry, say that again.
It says the Nabateans sent their Jonathan sent for his brother to ask the Nabatean Arabs to hold his baggage, man. Right? And it says for they were the Jews' friends. Who are these Nabateans here?
They're Ishmaelites.
Yeah. Well, not only that, I just wanted to show when we read in Maccabees, First Maccabees 9:35, what does it call them?
Nabathites.
Yeah. And then in Josephus, he calls them the Nabatean Arabs. You see that? Right? So that's proof there that that's talking about the same people. And so that's proof that the Nabatean Arabs were friends of the Jews, man. You know, so they would not have been fighting against the Jews, as some accounts will will purport, right? This happened in 160 BC. Got the receipt on that. We're not going to go there for the sake of time. So the source of the confusion, right? Because we're hearing Nabateans, we're hearing Arabs, we're hearing Kidarites. What else? We're hearing Nabateans, we're hearing Arabs, we're hearing Kidarites, we're hearing barbarians, man. So what is the source of the confusion? Well, the source of the confusion is the Nabatean kingdom. The Nabatean kingdom. This is a concept, a construct, right? If you ask people about the Nabatean kingdom in 160 BC, 168 BC, 312 BC, they're going to look at you like, what are you talking about? I know there's some Arabs over there that are merchants and they go from place to place. They got a couple emporiums, couple places you can go and shop. But I don't know what you're talking about, right? And that's the point that I'm trying to make, right? The source of all the confusion is this concept of the Nabatean kingdom. And you're going to see what the Nabatean kingdom is, right? It says, the source of confusion about the Nabateans is the invention of the Nabatean kingdom. The real Nabateans never had a kingdom, okay? They were the descendants of Nabayah. They were nomads and merchants who traded at emporiums in Edom, right? In Jordan, including Damascus, and in Judea, including Gaza, a major port city, all right? What Esau called the Nabatean kingdom was really an Edomite kingdom made up of Edomite-controlled Arabian merchant emporiums. That's all it was. Esau saw that these Arabs had all these various emporiums, okay? He said, you know what? I'm going to rule over these emporiums, and I'm going to call that a kingdom, right? And then I'm going to rule that kingdom, and by that, I'm going to get my mountain back, okay? He established this kingdom as a power grab to regain control over his ancient lucrative trade routes and the land of Edom. All right, so let's prove that. That's a big claim, right? That's a different claim from what the historians will tell you. Well, let's prove it, right? Let's look at in 167 to 143 BC. The writers of the book of Maccabees wrote of a tyrant of the Arabs at that time, okay, called Aretas, who was ruling the Arabians, okay? Notice he didn't say they were ruling the Nabathites, their friends. He said they were ruling the Arabs, all right? All right, all right. In the English translations of the scriptures, the word tyrannos is translated as king. Again, I'll read that. In the English translations of the scriptures, all right, of the Apocrypha, the word tyrannos is translated as king instead of tyrant. Why? Well, it's to obscure the fact that Aretas was not an Arab, but an Edomite ruling the Arabs. Okay? Let's examine that. So even though our ancestors wrote tyrannos to let it be known that this man was a tyrant of the Arabs, and if you look into the term tyrant, historically, that was a leader that came to power illegitimately, right? Our ancestors knew this. That's why they wrote, this man is the tyrant of the Arabs, right? But they translated it as king, right? To obscure the truth, right? Let's look at it. 2 Maccabees 5:8, right? Second Maccabees 5:8. I hope I have the interlinear of that there. Do I have that? Yes, perfect. All right. Second Maccabees 5:8. Great. All right, read that for me, please, Brother Chris.
This is Second Maccabees chapter 5 and verse number 8. In the end, therefore, he had an unhappy return, being accused before Aretas, the king of the Arabians, fleeing from city to city, pursued of all men, hated as a forsaker of the laws, and being had in abomination as an open enemy of his country and countrymen, he was cast out into Egypt.
All right, so this was happening to Jason, okay, who was a treacherous Hebrew that was working against and killing his own people for power. All right, so it says, you know, he things didn't work out well for him, man. Right? He was accused before Aretas, king of the Arabians, it said here, and he was fleeing from city to city, right? And at the end of the day, they cast him out into Egypt, and he tried to flee to the Lacedaemonians or the Spartans, who were also our people, for safety. But anyway, things didn't work out for the brother. But the point is, it says he came before Aretas, the king of the Arabians. Now, this is being written in about 168 BC. This is what the account is of. King of the Arabians. But when you look at the interlinear with the Greek, it doesn't say king. The word for king is basileus. Okay? It says tyrannos, man. All right? There's a marked difference between the two. Here, if we read the same verse, extremity, this is going to be hard to read, all right? But I'm just going to try it anyway. Actually, I'm just going to go straight to where it says, catastrophe attained in die to what? Aretas, the Arab. What does that say here? The Arab what? Oh my gosh. Oh man, I missed what the Brother Sean, can you see that? It says the Arab what? This is supposed to be a B. Arabon. Okay, that's what that is. Arabon. So don't mind this P here. That's probably a typo. Aretas, the Arab what? Can you see that, brother Sean? It says he's the Arab what?
Tyrant.
Tyrant, man. The word is actually tyrannos. This is T Y R A double N O N. So tyrannon. All right. And the singular noun, what does that say? Accusative singular masculine, ASM, accusative singular masculine. Tyrant, man. Tyrannos. So Aretas was the tyrant of the Arabs, not the king, man. Right? Reading on, it says, city from city, flee, go after, under, and so on and so forth. It's the same verse. Verse 8 in Second Maccabees chapter 5. Okay? Second Maccabees up here, chapter 5, verse 8. Okay? The man was the tyrant of the Arabs. Okay? But in English, in our regular Bibles, man, they translated it as king. Right? Why is this important? Well, a tyrant is an illegitimate ruler, right? And the Maccabees ensured that they wrote that Aretas was a tyrant and not a king. right? They were ensuring that we knew Aretas was an illegitimate ruler of the Arabs, man, right? Let me see if I can pull up this tyrant definition. They have somewhat of the idea here, oppressor, authoritarian, but there's an old meaning that I want to bring out. If I can find it. Original Greek would not apply to old hereditary sovereignties and despot kings, but it was used for usurpers, even when popular, moderate, and just. Okay? So once you're a usurper, you're considered a tyrant, man. Right? So Aretas was a usurper, man. Not a king, not a legitimate ruler, but a usurper. Let's go to Second Maccabees chapter 1 and verse 10. Right? I think I want that here. Second Maccabees chapter 1 and verse 10. Chapter 1, verse 10. Let me get that, Brother Sean.
Says verse 10, in the 100th year, the people that were at Jerusalem and in Judah and the council of Judas sent greetings and health unto Astrobulus,
Aristobulus.
King.
It's a tongue twister. It's a tongue twister.
Definitely. King Ptolus, master who was of the stock of the anointed priests, and to the Jews that were in Egypt.
Right. So the brother said, hey, they send greetings and health unto Aristobulus, King Ptolemaeus, his master, man. Right? Who was of the stock of the anointed priests, right? And to the Jews that were in Egypt. All right. Let's read that same scripture with the in the interlinear, and we'll see he used a total different word to describe Ptolemaeus, man. Right? Um, in the Hierosilma and the Judea, that's Judea, and the Senate, and Judas, Aristobulus, teacher or master of Ptolemaeus. Okay, see the word here is Basilius, the monarch, the king. That's what um, the word king is in Greek, Basilius, right? It's not Tyrannos, right? Right? There's a market difference. So the Maccabean writers ensure that they use the word Basilius for king because there's a difference between the two, or they wanted to acknowledge it, right? Let's go to Second Maccabees 4, and we'll read 23 to 25. Right? We're gonna be a little longer than normal today, family. I want to get through this, uh, and we're doing good. We're making good time and everything, so I think we'll get through it. Brother Chris, can you give me 23 to 25 on this? If you're talking, I can't hear you.
What where are we reading from? What chapter?
Second Maccabees chapter 4.
Okay. 1 second. And verse 23 and 24, you said?
23, I think I want until 25.
Okay, this is the book of Second Maccabees, chapter 4, and verse number 23. 3 years after Jason sent Menelaus, the aforesaid Simon's brother, to bear the money unto the king, and to put him in mind of certain necessary matters. But he being brought to the presence of the king, when he had magnified him for the glorious appearance of his power, got the priesthood to himself, offering more than Jason by 300 talents of silver. So he came with the king's mandate, bringing nothing worthy the high priesthood, but having the fury of a cruel tyrant and the rage of a savage beast. Then Jason, who had undermined his own brother, being undermined by another, was compelled to flee into the country of the Amorites.
Ammonites, that's all I want there, right?
Ammonites. Sorry,
yeah.
Ammonites. Yeah.
So I just want 25 where it says, hey, listen, this guy came with the fury of a cruel tyrant. So we see the word again. This is Second Maccabees 4, and we're looking for verse 25. Right here, Tyrannos again, right? So this is deliberate, right? The Maccabees were not confused as to what they were writing, man. Right? It said, hey, listen, this man came with the rage of a cruel tyrant, man. Right? Proving that when they said Aretas was a tyrant, it wasn't a mistake. Right? They didn't just write tyrant and they wanted to say king. No, they wanted to say he was a tyrant. Right? So that we would know that he's a tyrant. Right? So that brings us to the question. Who is Aretas, the tyrant that the Maccabean writers want us to know about? Chris, mute your line, bro.
Sorry.
Right? It's all good. Who is Aretas, the tyrant that the Maccabean writers want us to know about? Really, that the Most High want us to know about. Because he inspired them to write that book. Right? Well, let's look at some clues to find out. Right? First, we can look at the Nabatean king list. Okay? This is the list of Nabatean kings. All right? This is, it says Aretas the first, Aretas the second, Obadas, Aretas the third, Rabel the first, Aretas the third, Obadas the second, Malichus the first, Obadas the third, Aretas the fourth, Huldo, Sagilat, Malichus the second, and so on and so forth. Okay, starting in 169 BC. So that's when they have their first king. All right. That first king is actually mentioned in the book of Maccabees. That's where scholars point to as a resource showing that there was a king named Aretas around at that time, right? Not knowing that the brothers were saying there's a tyrant of the Arabs at that time, right? Somebody who usurped leadership over the Arabs, man, at that particular time, right? This first king, Aratus the First, king of the Nabateans, has very scarce information on him, suspiciously, right? You simply can't find the info. You understand? I encourage you to look, right? Let's look at some artifacts that show the Nabatean kings. All right, so let's look at Aratus the Fourth, for example. Right, this is Aratus the Fourth. Oh, I didn't even show you guys some of the kings from the list here. Okay, so Aratus the First, they got nothing on this guy. Aratus the Second, they got nothing here. This is Obadas the First. That's an Arab family. Think about that. Take a good look at this. This is supposedly an Arab king. Eagle on one side of the coin, Greek-looking individual on the other side. But this is supposed to be an Arab. Let's look at Aratus the Third. Do we have anything on Aratus? No. What about Malichus? Yes. Eagle on one side of the coin, man that looked like a Edomite on the other side of the coin. Malichus the First, king of the Arabs. Okay. Aratus the Fourth. This is the guy who they say the mausoleum at Petra is for. Okay, the big stone sculpted structure that is the same facade as the Federal Reserve Bank, same facade as the White House, and so many other official government buildings. This is the guy, right, that they built that for and carved it in stone in Petra, the original land of the Edomites. But that's just a coincidence, right? You can just skip that as a writer and tell everybody that these people were Nabateans and that they created Greek-style coins because they became Greeks, man. These same people amongst which it's supposed to be illegal and punishable by death for them to settle down and build houses. They carved Greek monuments out of stone. Who do they expect to believe this, man? That's a so-called Arab? We got receipts, man. Right? That's just the archaeological finds that show you who these people are. We also have written receipts, man, that show you that these men took over rulership of the Arab merchant caravan network, man. Called it a kingdom and took Monsieur back from them by that means. They tried war, but it didn't work, right? And the Arabs were not interested in fighting. They were interested in doing business, right? So when it was a stalemate or they beat them, they sent them money and letters saying, yo, stop the war thing. Let's make money. Which we'll see. Did I show Aratus the Fourth? I'm pretty sure. Oh yeah. Okay. So let me just prove that. So this is supposedly Aratus the Fourth, the Arab. Okay, with his wife. Okay, Aratus the Fourth and Shakilat the Second. Right. Right. This is what I'm talking about. All right. This here they say that it's the possible tomb of Aratus the Fourth, which we just looked at. right? And I believe it is his tomb, right? Because all I'm seeing is bare Edomites on the front here, right? And you know, a facade that you know, the Edomite would keep using up to today, man, to identify uh his kingdom. Let's look at some Nabatean coins, right? Okay, I brought that one out. This is Obadas. Remember, Obadas was one of the kings. Obadas the second, right? 60 BC, right? Silver drachm of Obadas the second, man, with Hagaru. Arab? Arab man. No beard on his face, looking like a damn Greek man, and his wife. Let's look at a couple more coins. This is interesting because this is from the Hagarites, or called or Kagarites, the children of Hagar, Arabs. Do you guys see a difference between these coins and the coins we've been looking at? I'm sure you do, right? That's a total different motif. This is from Saudi Arabia, 250 BC to 200 BC. There's another ancient Arabian coin, totally different than when we start looking at Malachus II and Shakilat, right? Can't really see that too good, but hopefully you get the point. Obadas II, another coin of Obadas II, right? Look at that Arab right there, doing Arab things, right? With his Edomite eagle, living the life, just want to be an Edomite, right? How come Arabs just want to be Edomites in the year, in the 200s BC, but today you couldn't pay them to be Edomites, man. They do business, but they ain't friends. Edom tried to bring demonocracy to their land. They said no. But somehow in 200 BC, well, around the 200s, in the second century BC, they're minting Edomite coins. It doesn't add up. And it doesn't add up because it's simply not true. Obadas II, Obadas III, right? Right? This one has a beard with his reef, and I believe this is his wife. Let's see. Laurel head of male deity. Oh, so it's a male deity, probably Zeus. Resting on a thunderbolt, Zeus. So that's not even one of them. That's Zeus. Right? And on the right, it's Obadas III. Right? I could do this all day. I'm pretty sure you get the picture. Right? Are these the likenesses of Arabs, or are these the likenesses of Edomites, man? Right? This is the stuff you gotta ask yourself. Now here's the killer. Here's the oh man, here's the they gotta take this video down, man, when I post this thing on YouTube. Okay, once they get to this part, they have to take this down because there's no denying the receipts I'm about to show you guys right now. Right? Let's see Edomites that were governors of the Arabians. Receipts for Edomites that were governors of the Arabians. And you guys will see, I'm not crazy. I haven't lost my mind and I'm not going off. These Edomites took over the network that the Arabs had, man. Called it a kingdom so they can take back Mount Seir. They took back Mount Seir, built all those monuments and Roman amphitheaters and turned it up loud, right? In a very short time. The historians are right about that. They turned that place all the way loud in a very short time. But God destroyed it. He sent an earthquake and mashed it up. He sent actually 2 earthquakes and mashed it up. Killed the economy, sent the trade routes somewhere else, and destroyed that place. Because if God say you're gonna mash it up, and you say you're gonna build it back, it's gonna end up mash up. Here's the receipts. Herod. Let's watch Herod. The same Herod that I believe is the same Herod that tried to kill Yahushua. He became governor of the Arabians. All right. Let's have a look at the receipt. This is from Josephus Antiquities. All the Edomites love this guy. Love this historian. Swear by him. Right? And look what he wrote. In his book Antiquities, chapter 5, in a book, was that 10, 15, book 15, chapter 5, it says, how Herod made war with the king of Arabia, and after they had fought many battles at length, conquered him, and was chosen by the Arabs to be governor of that nation, as also concerning a great earthquake. So we're not going to read all of this. You can read that on your own time. But it says Herod conquered the king of Arabia and was chosen by the Arabs to be the governor of that nation. Were there Edomites governing the Arabs? Hell yeah. Was Aretas one of them? Hell yeah. And all those other Edomites I showed you. I got more receipts. Hold up. Let's look at Herod, the Edomite, and his family being called Arabs, right? Now, do we want to look at the receipts that prove that Herod was an Edomite? You guys want to see that? Got 2 receipts on that. You guys want to see the receipts outside the scripts that show that Herod was an Edomite? Or are you just going to check that out on your own?
I've seen it before, but just show it for everybody to see, since it, you might get people who've never seen it before watching it.
No problem. Okay, so I got it even right here. It says, Hyrcanus took also Dora and Marissa, cities of Idumea, and subdued all the Idumeans, okay, and permitted them to stay in that country if they would circumcise their genitals. So just so you know, Hyrcanus is one of the last monarchs of the kingdom that the Maccabees established, right? When the Greeks started oppressing us after Alexander conquered the world, and the Maccabees stood up against them. After Simon Tassi died, I'm pretty sure Hyrcanus was his son. Let me just check. Simon Tassi's son, John Hyrcanus. So your father is a great man, okay? Simon Tassi, okay, last fighter, against the damn Edomites for our people. And you go and do this, bro. The man, it says, subdued all the Idumeans. Okay, that's what it should be, all right? I copied it from the book, so it doesn't read it quite well sometimes, okay? He subdued all the Edomites, but look what he did. He permitted them to stay in the country if they would circumcise their genitals, man, right? And make use of the laws of the Jews, okay? Do you guys know what happened to John Hyrcanus? How his life ended? Herod killed him, man. Herod killed him. Herod killed his sister. Herod killed all the Hebrews that were left to be a part of the royal family. Herod killed them all so that he could be king. Guess where Herod came from? Idumea. Herod is one of the Edomites that Hyrcanus spared, a man named Antipater the First. Herod is that man's son. So you spare the Edomites, and one of the Edomites' son come and kill your whole family, bro. And people want to talk about saving Edomites, man. This is why God said, kill all the Amalekites. He know any chance they get, they're going to kill you Hebrews. That's why they burn the temple, the first and the second. That's why they take us in slavery. That's why their foot is on our neck today. That's why they killed Hyrcanus and all his people and took the leadership of Israel, man. Hyrcanus did one of the most stupid things I've ever seen done in my life in the nation of Israel. I don't know what the hell was wrong with this guy. Why would you spare these Edomites, bro, and try and convert them? After he converted them, that's how they were able to get into the priesthood, man. Because he has them there as converts, like they're just any regular people, right? Gives his sister to marry an Edomite, man. And then the Edomite kills them all and takes the nation. If that's not a lesson for Israel, I don't know what is, man. All right. Now, that wasn't the point, but this really upset me when I read it, and I really had to share that with you guys, because that's just absolute madness. And this proves you cannot save these people. Didn't God say, don't trust your enemy, man? Then God say, do not put this man by you, because even though he go crouching, he's looking to take your position, man. One second. This is Sirach 12. Sirach 12, from verse 10. Never trust thine enemy, right? And Deuteronomy 28, 68 tells you your enemies are the ones that brought you across the ocean in ships and sold you as male and female slaves as soon as you got off the boat. The Most High said, never trust your enemy, for like iron rusteth, so is his wickedness. The man is wicked. Don't trust him. The Most High say, though he humble himself and go crouching, yet take good heed and beware of him. So what happened? The Idumeans humble themselves before Hyrcanus. He said, okay, just circumcise yourself and keep the laws and you're good. He wasn't he wasn't following the scripture, man. Take good heed and beware of him. And thou shalt be unto him as if thou had wiped a looking glass, and thou shalt know that his rust have not altogether been wiped away. If you watch the man, you're gonna know this man is wicked, and it's only a matter of time before his wickedness come out, man. You're gonna see clear. That's what the Most High is saying. Now watch 12. Set him not by thee. Don't put him by you, man. Lest not if, when he has overthrown thee, he stand up in thy place. Neither let him sit at thy right hand, lest he seek to take thy seat, and thou at the last remember my words and be pricked therewith, man. I don't know what kind of high priest this guy Hyrcanus was, but he wasn't reading his Bible. And if he was reading his Bible, he sure wasn't obeying the word. Because this man saved the Idumeans, man. And then put the Idumean by him. Gave his sister as a wife. And that's how Herod the Great rose and freaking killed everyone and got power in Israel, man. Through this guy and his stupidness. Anyway, it says that they were so desirous of, back to the point, right? Herod and his Edomite family were, oh no, let's look at the receipts of proving Herod is an Edomite, and then we'll go on. So let me see. Hyrcanus also took also Dora and Marissa, cities of Idumea, and subdued all the Idumeans, and permitted them to stay in that country if they would circumcise their genitals, and make use of the laws of the Jews. And they were so desirous of living in the country of their forefathers, right, Edom, that they submitted to the use of circumcision and of the rest of the Jewish ways of living. At which time, therefore, this befell them, that they were hereafter no other than Jews. Okay? And you're going to learn that Josephus considered them Jews. Josephus was a sellout as well. Right? Either a sellout, an idiot, or both. Because he said these Edomites were Jews. But one of the, I think John Hyrcanus' brother said, yo, you're only a half Jew, bro. He said that to Herod. He hated Herod. And he told Herod, yo, you're only a half Jew, bro. You're a convert. And we're going to read that account right now, if I remember correctly. This should be it. 46. This account of the Idumeans admitting circumcision and the entire Jewish law from this time, or from the days of Hyrcanus, is continued by their entire history afterward. Right? Right. See Antiquity. So these are the books in which Josephus repeats that the Edomites accepted circumcision and the whole law. All right. Now, reading on, it says, this in something opinion of in the opinion of Josephus, made them proselytes of justice. You see that? So because the Edomites converted, Josephus considered them proselytes of justice. All right? Or entire Jews. Okay? As here and elsewhere, as here and elsewhere. Okay, good. So This is just backing up what I just said. Josephus considered them to be Jews because they circumcised their flesh and they kept the law. So that man's an idiot or a sellout or both. It says, however, Antigonus, this was another son of Simon, if I remember correctly. Just double check. Antigonus, son of Simon. No, it was son of Hyrcanus, son of John Hyrcanus. All right. Okay, so his father was a fool, but this brother John Hyrcanus' son Antigonus, man, he hated Herod, man. So this man knew the word and he lived by it. Right? It says, however, Antigonus, the enemy of Herod, though Herod would derive from such a proselyte of justice for several generations. Which proselyte of justice? He was Idumean, man. Do you guys catch that? Do you guys see that? That's what that's saying. Because the man he was a Edomite, but because he converted, Josephus is calling him a proselyte of justice. And this brother is saying, though Antigonus, the enemy of Herod, however, Antigonus, the enemy of Herod, though Herod would derive from such a proselyte of justice for several generations, right, will allow him no more than this says whole fair, but the book actually says half. Okay. He didn't allow him no more than a half Jew, man. And you can find that in chapter 14, chapter 15, section 2. Okay. But still take out of view Purdue at the year 129 the words of Ammonius, a grammarian, which fully confirms this account of the Idumeans in Josephus. The Jews say he are such by nature. The Jews say he, so Josephus says, account of the Idumeans in Josephus. The Jews say he says he are such by nature, and from the beginning, whilst the Idumeans were not Jews from the beginning. Okay, so Josephus admits they're converts. But Phoenicians and Syrians, okay? All right, and that's just by nationality. But being afterwards subdued by the Jews and compelled to be circumcised and to unite into one nation and be subject to the same laws, they were called Jews, man. See that? So Hyrcanus really did us a terrible disservice, man. You know, by leaving these Edomites alive, man. Right? However, his son said, hey, yo, you guys don't only have Jews, man. You guys are converts. Get out of here. You know, and all praises for that, brother. So remember, the point again, governors of the Arabians. All right, we already showed Herod became a governor of the Arabian. All right, that was just a side point on Herod. Now let's show Herod and his Edomite family being called Arabians. Okay, so it says we see a circle of people calling themselves Arabs, to which Herod's family, as well as Sileus, belonged, man. They're linked to the ancient capital in the Negev, but also to the Nabatean king, Malchus. Here's the receipt. Here's the receipt. This is from The Arabs in antiquity, their history from the Assyrians to the Umayyads. Okay. The brother says here on page 375. All this explains why Herod talked about Arabs and not Nabateans in his memoirs. The Arabs were his close relatives, and he turned to them, not to the Nabateans, when he was in dire straits. This also explains the position of Sileus. Now, when it says the Arabs were his relatives, his mom was Nabatean, okay? His mom was an Arab, okay? So, and you see that on previous pages. This man called Ho-Arabs was coveted as husband by none less than Salome, Herod's sister. We see a circle of people calling themselves Arabs, man, to which Herod's family as well as Sileus belonged. Herod's family belonged to a group of people calling themselves Arabs. Herod was an Edomite, but also to the Nabatean king. Okay, as well as well as Sileus belong linked to the ancient capital in Negev. Okay, so this family was linked to the ancient capital of the Nabateans in Negev, but also to the Nabatean king named Malchus. Malchus was Herod's family member. Now we know why when you look at Malchus, one second here on this king list, I think he's here. Now we know when we look at Malchus, why Malchus appears to be an Edomite. It's because he is an Edomite. Right there in ink, pen to paper. These guys were calling themselves Arabs, but they were Edomites. All praise to the Most High. Now let's look at Malchus. So first thing to find out about this guy Malchus, Malchus is the same as Malchus, okay? Same person. Malichus or Malchus the first, also called Malchus, Malichu, was what they say, a king of Nabatea, which would mean a king of Arabia, which would mean the king of the Arabs. You see what they do there? And if you don't do your research, you're gonna sit here and say, yeah, Malchus was an Arab man. They just took on Greek customs. Hogwash. These guys were Edomites, calling themselves Arabs. Malichus was a possible cousin of Herod the Great. He was Herod the Great cousin, right? Malichus is Malchus. Okay, he's Herod's cousin. Am I gonna get the thing here? Am I gonna get the receipt here? Man, let's see. Let's see. Let's see. 1 second. Can I search this book at all? Limited preview. Oh, there we go. One second. Herod, son of Cleopatra's former ally Antipatros of Ashkelon, that's his father. Herod had not yet earned the title the Great, and this was long before he became entangled in the Christian nativity. So you see that it is the same Herod. Where is it? Give me a second here. Jeez. Give me a second. Yeah, I'm gonna drop that one for now. I have another witness. This is from Cleopatra, a biography, Women in Antiquity. It says, given his own later history, these were unusual charges for Herod to make, but they were an acceptable interpretation of events of the early 30s BC. As he saw them, when Cleopatra acquired vast areas of his territory, almost as soon as he obtained them himself, Herod's own torturous relationship with his cousin, the Nabatean king Malchus, was also entangled into the matter of Cleopatra, since Herod felt again, not unreasonably, that the queen was playing the two kings against each other. Okay, so Malchus was the man cousin. Okay, Malchus called ruler of the Arabians and ruler of the Nabateans in the same sentence. All right, let's have a look here. Timely aid from the chiefs of Arabia. This is from which book is this? Near East Royalty and Rome, 100 to 30 BC. Timely aid from the chiefs of Arabia, persuaded by Antipater of Judea. In part, this consisted of cavalry from Malchus, king of the Nabateans. All right, Malichus. See here, they say Malchus in this sentence and Malichus here. Malichus had an interest in Roman activities in the East, but no obligations beyond those dictated by prudence. Antipater persuaded the Arabs, being their guest friend when Caesar needed this assistance. Okay, he persuaded who? The Arabs, but he's dealing with Malichus, king of the Nabateans. The victory over Nabateans by Gabinius in 56 or 55, whatever its scale, had not been an act of state. Okay, says in this one here, is this what I want as well? Areas of Arabia, the territories of Malichus and of the Etrurians, after his execution of Lysanias, Antony had no title to these and no authority to distribute them, but for a time the grant satisfied her. Cleopatra had longed for control of the entire Nabatean realm. That's what I wanted, as well as Judea, and sought the deaths of both Malichus and Herod. All right. So Cleopatra wanting the Nabatean realm, which they just called an area of Arabia, the territory of Malichus. What's happening here, brothers and sisters? Edomites are fighting over territory. That's what's happening here. So, Antigonus is fighting over territory. Cleopatra is fighting over territory. Antony, Mark Antony fighting over territory. Herod, all these people are Edomites. Malichus, a cousin of Herod, fighting over territory. What are the chances that this guy is not an Edomite? Zero. We saw the artifact. He's an Edomite. He's Herod's cousin. We know the earth is given into the hands of the wicked. They're fighting over territory like they've always been. It's Edom versus Edom versus Edom. Just like Daniel 2 tells you that the last kingdom will be iron and clay and is not going to mix. Cleopatra wanted her own family members murdered and killed many of her own family members in order to get power, man. And these guys were no different. They were embroiled in a power struggle from time they were young. And here Malichus, it tells you, hey, this guy was ruling the Nabatean realm. And he was also, his territory was part of the territories of Arabia. Okay. The Arabians were simply called Nabateans by the Greeks. Remember, however, the Nabathites or the Nabateans are actually friends of the Jews and never represented the entire Arabian rulership. Never. They always ever represented one tribe. Okay. Let's see. Malichus are called the governor of the Arabians. Antiquities of the Jews. Why didn't I link this? Okay, well, 1 second. Let me pull that up. Antiquities of the Jews. Let's see, I want chapter 15, book 15, chapter 6. Book 15. Chapter 6. Come on, let's get it. Chapter 6 and 1 to 2. What does that say, page 310? Give me a second. Try and go straight to the page. Three, 10. 6, 1 to 2, did I say? I think so. Says here. So we're looking for Malichus being called governor of the Arabians. Governor of the Arabians, just like his cousin um, Herod, the Edomite. It says Herod's other affairs were now very prosperous, and he was not to be easily assaulted on any side. Yet did there come upon him a danger that would hazard his entire dominions after Antony had been beaten at the Battle of Actium by Caesar Octavian. Sorry, it was Caesar that I wanted to say, not Antony. Well, and yeah, I'll leave it at that. This guy might have been anyway. For at that time, both Herod's enemies and friends despaired for his affairs, for it was not probable that he would remain without punishment, who had shown so much friendship for Antony. I know Antony was involved in this as well. Mark Antony. So it happened that his friends despaired and had no hopes of his escape, but for his enemies, they all outwardly appeared to be troubled at his case, but were privately very glad of it. So you see, the Edomites, they're pretending like they're angry or they're sad that Herod's going to die, but really they're happy because power going to come to them. As for Herod himself, he saw that there was no one of royal dignity left but Hyrcanus. And therefore he thought it would be for his advantage not to suffer him to be an obstacle in his way any longer. Are you guys hearing that? Now the man's about to plot to kill Hyrcanus, the same Hyrcanus that spared his dad and allowed him to be born. Therefore, he thought it would be for his advantage not to suffer him to be an obstacle in his way any longer. For that, in case he himself survived and escaped the danger he was in, he thought it the safest way to put out of the power of such a man to make any attempt against him at such junctures of affairs, as was more worthy of the kingdom than himself. So Herod was in trouble here with Caesar. And he's like, yo, you know what? I might die, but even if I die, I don't want John Hyrcanus, this Jew, to have any power in his own land, man. So I'm gonna get this guy killed. Right? Says, and in case he should be slain by Caesar, what I just said, his envy prompted him to desire to slay him that would otherwise be king after him. So he's like, if I can't be king, this guy can't be king either. I'm going to get this guy killed. I'm going to kill this guy. Hyrcanus. If not for Hyrcanus, he wouldn't be alive. While Herod had these things in his mind, there was a certain occasion offered him. For Hyrcanus was of so mild a temper, both then and at other times, that he desired not to meddle with public affairs nor concern himself with innovations, but left all to fortune and contented himself with what that offered him. But Alexandra, his daughter, was a lover of strife and was exceeding desirous of a change of the government, and spoke to her father not to bear forever Herod's injurious treatment of their family, but to anticipate their future hopes, as he safely might, and desired him to write about these matters to Malchus. Right? So you see what's going on here. Now, Israelites are involved in politics, man. Now, this happened with the Maccabees, and it didn't end well for them. Getting involved, fighting, making a treaty with Edomites on this side and making treaties with Edomites on that side. It didn't end well. And now their ancestors are doing the same thing. Making treaty with Edomites, man. It says, and this is what we want. So Alexandra desired him, her father, to write about these matters to Malchus, who was then governor of Arabia. Okay? Malchus was what? The governor of Arabia. Okay? And what you're going to find out as well is when he tried to send a letter to Malchus, the person that he sent the letter with just gave it to Herod, yo. So he's sending a letter to Malchus, a Edomite, to help him out in this situation. And the person that he's sending the letter by just gave the letter to the Edomite that was trying to kill him. And the Edomite killed him. All right, so I encourage you to read this whole account here in chapter 6 on page 310 yourself. But the point is, Malchus was called the governor of the Arabian, right? This guy was not no Arabian, okay? He was just the governor, the tyrant, okay? This guy, like Herod, his cousin was a Edomite. This is Malchus the First. So remember, we're looking for who is Aretas, the tyrant that the Maccabeans writers wanted us to know about. Well, we're getting clues. We have the Nabatean king list. We have all the coins showing that these guys have the likeness of Edomites. We have we have them being exposed as Edomites, but also being exposed as governors of Arabia, man. Right? Being called governors of Arabia, but being Edomites. You see? This is the stuff that's hidden between the lines of your history books, man. Right? Couple more minutes. Let me see what's going on here. Yeah, probably about, I would say 20 minutes at the most, and we're finished. Last piece of evidence here, and then we're gonna, you know, sort of wrap up this thing on Aretas. Like I remember, we're trying to figure out who this Aretas, the tyrant of the Arabs were, man. Right? And we have already seen he was an Edomite, man. Right? Even the Kazne, it says is believed to be the tomb of Aretas the fourth, man. Right? The Kazne being this. Notice how they keep changing the names, eh? This is believed to be the tomb of Aretas the fourth. Look at this. Clearly an Edomite. Edomite so-called angels carved all over this thing. Right? All your official government buildings. A lion. So a lion, this looks like a lion with a half-naked Edomite by it. This looks like a naked Edomite that basically fell off the wall. Right? Or, yeah, like the pieces fell off or it didn't finish get carved properly. Right there in Mount Seir, man. The land of the Edomites. Who are these people trying to fool? Let's read this. Let's see what we got here. Petra lost and found, National Geographic. Let's see what they write here. Says today, historians believe this magnificent structure was the tomb of the first century sovereign, perhaps the Nabatean king Aretas IV. Inside is a funerary chamber free of any decorated details, and so far at least free of treasure. Right? This was for King Obadas. That's funny. Another Edomite, Obadas the first. This was his. So you have Aretas the fourth, Obadas the first, a temple for Obadas the first. All in Petra, man. And they're trying to convince us that Arabs built this for themselves. Simply doesn't add up. So the Kazne is believed to be the tomb of Aretas the fourth. Well, I believe it certainly is. Right? So, in summary, when we consider the Maccabean account of a tyrant ruling the Arabs, right, the so-called Greek and Roman architecture of Petra that we just looked at, the Greek coins which show the likeness of Nabatean kings to be that of Edomites, the referral of Herod, the Edomites family as Arabs, okay, the Greek tomb of Aretas the fourth, an Edomite, right, being the most famous monument of Petra, right? This here, the Kazne, that's the most famous monument in Petra, Esau's country, right? When we consider the mention of Aretas being a cousin of Herod, and when we consider the fact that Esau was ruling the Middle East for 799 years, from Alexander in 323 BC to Romulus in 476 AD. When we consider these things, and finally, when we consider the practice of Esau to appropriate lands and invent histories to suit himself, these evidences all point to Aretas being the Edomite creator of the Nabatean kingdom, right? It's an Edomite kingdom that was posing as an Arab one, okay? So in conclusion, what have we learned in these lessons? This is the end of the 5-part series. What have we learned in these lessons? Well, the so-called, number one, the so-called Europeans' true origin, or rather homeland, is the caves of Mount Seir, man. He went there directly after leaving his father Isaac's house and getting married, right? The real names of the so-called European is Esau, Edom, Idumean, or Edomite, right? We learned that, you know, the so-called European stole Japheth's land, culture, and identity, and renamed it Europe, right? We learned that he created the Nabatean kingdom to get his heritage, Mount Seir, back, right? And we also learned that Yahweh fulfilled Malachi 1:1-5 by still destroying Mount Seir, despite Esau taking it back, right? Let's have a quick look here. This is Mount Seir, man, on Google Earth. What's happening in Mount Seir? Brother Sean, what's happening in Mount Seir, bro?
It looks like a wasteland.
Oh gosh! Nothing Nagwan. Nothing is happening. You know? You're getting a couple tourists to come see you know, the big empty thing, cleft, you know, in the rocks. Imagine when you read about it, people were living there and God even got them to get the people to move out. There were Arabs living in those caves. The Most High make the government move them out and put them in a neighborhood near the place, man. Right? So the Most High mashed that up, man, and Esau can't do nothing to get it back. It's a damn wasteland, right? The same way the Most High gonna turn America, England, all these places, man, that Esau ruled. Well, America's gonna be turned into a wasteland. Cause that's his seat. That's his new mounts here. So I mean, let's look at this again, man. Get ready for the new look of America, man. Let's have a quick look. This is what's coming to America, man. This is what's coming to America. Desolation. Nothing now going. For miles and miles, people gonna, according to the Most High, they're gonna want to see a man, and they won't. They won't be able to see him from coast to coast. You know. Mount Seir that we were just looking at, right here on Petra, just southeast of the Dead Sea. Arabs build this. Arab people that where it was illegal for them to build houses, they built this. It's a lie, man. That's a whole other place. All right. Okay. Let's see here. Last scripts. So, and finally here we will learn that all that is left is the Most High destroyed Mount Seir, and in these scriptures we'll see that all that is left is the destruction of this spiritual kingdom. Right? Brother Chris, let me get 21 to 25 if you can. This is Daniel 8. Brother Chris, you there?
I'm here. What verse do you need? Daniel 8 and what?
21 to 25.
Okay, this is the book of Daniel, chapter 8, and verse number 21. And the rough goat is the king of Grecia, and the great horn that is between his eyes is the first king. Now the being broken, whereas four stood up for it. 4 kingdoms shall stand up out of the nation, but not in his power. And in the latter times And in the latter time of their kingdom, when the transgressors are come to the full, a king of fierce countenance and understanding dark sentences shall stand up, and his power shall be mighty, but not by his own power, and he shall destroy wonderfully, and shall prosper and practice, and shall destroy the mighty and the holy people.
Right.
Through his policies also, he shall cause craft to prosper in his hand, and he shall magnify himself in his heart, and by peace shall destroy many. He shall also stand up against the prince of princes, but he shall be broken without hand.
Amen. So that's what's coming to Esau's kingdom, man. He's gonna stand up against the prince of princes, but he's gonna be broken without hand. Right? Let's get Revelation 13, 9 and 10. Let me get that, brother Sean.
Revelations 9. And if any man hear an ear, let him hear. He that leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity. He that killeth with the sword must be killed with the sword. Here is the patience and the faith of the saints.
All right, break that down for us, bro. Explain that one for us.
So he's basically saying they let us into captivity, so they're going to go into captivity. And now that they killed with the sword, they're going to end up being killed with the sword. And that's the patience of his saints, the faith of our saints, so us.
That's it, right? So the same man that led us into captivity, he going himself. And the same one that killed our nation with the sword, he going to get killed with the sword himself, right? And the Most High say that's the patience and faith of the saints. So this is how you know these religions are backwards. Because which of them are waiting for the people that led the so-called Negro into captivity to go into captivity, and the one that killed us with the sword to be killed with the sword? Which of these religions is waiting for that? Not a single one. But that's what we are waiting for the Most High to take vengeance upon our enemies, man. Right? Therefore, we are the saints, right? And that's pursuant before we even reach that point to, I think it's Psalm 148, verse 19 and 20, man. Right? Right? Say, I can't remember the paraphrase. One second. He exalteth the horn of his people. Sorry, it's 148:14. He exalteth the horn of his people, the praise of all his saints, man. So who's his saints? His people, man. Even who? Not everyone. His saints is the children of Israel, man. A people that's near unto him. Praise ye Yahweh, man. Let's get Isaiah 66:16. I'll bring that one out. Isaiah 66. And verse 16, it says, For by fire and his sword will Yahweh plead with all flesh, and the slain of Yahweh shall be many, man. Right? I'll go from 15. For behold, Yahweh will come with fire and with his chariots like a whirlwind. Right? To hug and kiss and pet lambs? No. To render his anger with fury and his rebuke with flames of fire, man. For by fire and by his sword will Yahweh plead with all flesh, man. And the slain of Yahweh shall be many. Right? That's what's coming upon the kingdom of Esau. Right? And this last one, Obadiah 1, 1 and 18. Let's get that, brother Chris. Obadiah 1, verse 1 and verse 18.
This is the book of Obadiah, chapter 1 and verse number 18. And the house of Jacob.
Wait, no. One first.
Oh, verse 1 first?
Yeah, and then read verse
Okay.
18.
This is the book of Obadiah, chapter 1 and verse number 1. The vision of Obadiah. Thus saith Yahweh, Elohim concerning Edom. We have heard a rumor from Yahweh, and an ambassador is sent among the heathen. Arise ye, and let us rise up against her in battle.
Right.
Verse number 18. And the house of Jacob shall be a fire, and the house of Joseph a flame, and the house of Esau for stubble, and they shall kindle in them.
They shall kindle in them.
Any remaining of they shall kindle in them and devour them. There shall not be any remaining of the house of Esau, for Yahweh has spoken.
Yeah, that's it. Right. So there's gonna come a time when the Most High is gonna destroy every single Edomite in the world, man. There'll be none remaining from the house of Esau, for Yahweh have spoken it. Right? And not even the little tourists that he have going to Mount Seir right now will exist. Nobody's going there. You understand? Well, I can't say that. We will have it for possession to do whatever the hell we want with it, as it says in verse 19. But no Edomite will be alive, man. Not a single one. The Most High is going to lay. This is when the spiritual portion of what you say of Malachi 1 comes into play, where you say, I'm going to lay his mountains on his heritage ways. The mountains stand for people. You know, the Most High is going to lay Esau's nation to rest, man. And no one will even remember that this man existed. You know? So that's it, man. That's the true origin of the so-called European. And, his destiny as well as a bonus, right? So all praise to the Most High. That's all I got. Any questions, comments?
That was crazy. It was really good. And, just reading these scriptures here, I don't even know how they could even try to go against us or anything. And, just make it work for themselves.
Yeah, it's hopeless, bro. It's hopeless, right? And they don't believe that it's hopeless. So they're actually gonna fight to the bitter end, as Daniel tell you, right? They're gonna fight against the Prince of Princes, but he's still gonna get broken with our hand, So
yep.
It is what it is.
Yep. That's what you get for all of us, torturing us, annoying us, doing all that garbage, killing us, arresting us, harassing us, all these.
Yep, they're gonna get the payback, man. I mean, even now in our neighborhood, man, we get harassed by Edomites, bro. We don't trouble them, we don't even talk to them, and they still harass us, bro.
Yep.
What were you saying? I thought you said something. Yeah, but that's it, family. Let me stop this recording. To everybody who was listening to the recording, definitely thanks for listening. But more importantly, take the words of the Most High and apply them, right? Take hold of these law, statutes, and commandments. You so-called Negroes and you strangers who are sincerely wanting to follow the Most High God, because you can't get to the Most High without being taught by a Jew. Salvation is of the Jews, thus saith Yahweh, right? That's in John 4, verse 22 on down, right? So yeah, for you guys who were watching, I pray that you enjoyed it and that you apply it, because if you don't apply it, it's not going to do you any good at the end of the day, right? So keep the link, and we're always here to help people get to the Most High, right? And to our enemies watching this, the Most High is going to destroy you. You know what it is. So I don't know what to tell you, man. I don't know what to tell you. Beg, grovel, please. Enjoy your life. I don't know, but you're not going to make it. So with that, all praise to the Most High in the name of Yahweh Shai, His most mighty Son. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
The Holy Roman Empire was not a state with a unified population. A misleading quote from the French philosopher Voltaire stated that it was in no way holy, nor Roman, nor an empire. This is contradicted by modern historians. The Holy Roman Empire was holy thanks to its origins as the papacy's secular protector, as well as the presence of Catholic lords who were collectively known as the Imperial Church. It was Roman through the claim that it was a direct continuation of ancient Rome, and it inherited that empire's pretensions to provide a pan-European order. The empire was a patchwork of different lands and various peoples. Its jurisdiction was never evenly spread nor consistent, and it did not have an obvious heartland or capital city. It existed for over 1,000 years. Over time, the empire expanded from where France is today, and by the High Middle Ages, it had contracted into what is now today Germany, southern Denmark, Belgium, the Netherlands, Luxembourg, Sweden, Austria, Northern Italy, Slovenia, East Poland, and the Czech Republic. From the late 15th century, the Holy Roman Empire had the addition of the German nation added to its side, but this never became its formal title. There was no written constitution nor imperial citizenship. An imperial people never crystallized. Its identity, political culture, and institutions developed over the centuries out of an unwritten feudal system based on personal relationships full of religious ceremony and ritual. Princes ruled directly over their subjects within their respective territory and had only an indirect relationship with the empire. The emperor himself was the head of the balance of political power, interlinking these territories. He could not simply impose his will without reaching a consensus within the structures of the feudal society. As an elective monarchy, the emperor relied on the electors to choose who would rule. These electors therefore enjoyed immense power within the empire. Within this feudal system, ruling families also collected and ruled over territory outside of the Holy Roman Empire. For example, many of the Habsburg emperors were also kings of Hungary. The Hohenzollerns ruled over the Duchy of Prussia, and the Hanoverians even became the kings of Britain, all while still maintaining their territory and status within the Holy Roman Empire. The German socialist Max Weber, writing in 1919, claimed that a state is defined by the monopoly of the legitimate use of physical force. Military authority in the empire was not centralized underneath a single body and therefore never gained a monopoly. Instead, the empire's individual princes and the emperor himself formed their own individual armies. As we will see, the Holy Roman Empire never created a centralized system that resembles our idea of a modern state. Nearing the end of the 8th century, Charlemagne, the king of the Franks, had defeated the Lombards, becoming their king. He subdued the German, Saxon and Bavarian tribes, turning them into Frankish vassals. A major victory over the nomadic Avar tribe, who had control over what is now Hungary and were raiding into German lands, meant that most of Europe now answered to a Christian king. The Frankish kingdom, led by Charlemagne, was a great power. In Byzantium, the Eastern Roman Empire was still at large, and leading into the year 800 AD, the seat of the throne was contested. A woman, Irene of Athens, had taken power. Many did not see her rule as legitimate, including the Pope. Pope Leo III used the claim that the Roman title was vacant due to the succession crisis taking place in the Eastern Roman Empire to strategically crown the powerful Frankish king Charlemagne as Roman emperor on Christmas Day of 800 AD. By bestowing God's will, the Pope had made Charlemagne the defender of Christendom. While in doing so, the Pope had placed himself in a strong position by flexing the ability to bestow such power. The imperial element given to Charlemagne cannot be understated. He gained the aura of a Roman emperor. To those who believed in the ideals of the empire, the imperial title was not a new creation, but rather a continuation of the ancient Roman title being passed back from the east to the west. On the 10th of August in the year 843, a succession dispute ended with the Treaty of Verdun. The empire was split into 3 western, central, and eastern kingdoms. The Western and Eastern kingdoms began to develop separate identities, and in the late 9th century, the Western kingdom fell out of the empire completely, its story from this point becoming a part of French history. At this time, the empire was running on personal oaths and rituals rather than formal institutions. The ceremonious ways, grants of privileges, and the crowning of kings took place were purposeful to establish place and rank in a world before written contracts. The relationship between the emperor and papacy is best expressed through the two swords metaphor. The papacy wielded the sword of spiritual authority, responsible for the salvation of Christian hearts, while the emperor wielded the sword of power, responsible to provide the right worldly conditions here on earth for the church to do said salvation. The two swords wielded by the Pope and Emperor were intrinsically tied together. The shared power would lead to many conflicts between them, but neither side would ever fully disarm the other. In the beginning, only the Pope could crown an emperor, but it was not required to govern the empire. The empire indeed experienced a number of decades with no emperor at all, but it had an almost unbroken line of ruling kings. Multiple kingdoms existed within the Holy Roman Empire, but a trend was asserted that the German king was destined for the imperial crown of the Romans. From the 11th century, the king of the Germans was also automatically the king of Italy and Burgundy. And from 1110 AD, the title King of the Romans was added alongside the crown to further glue the German crown with the imperial idea. What made the German crown worthy of a Roman title was the immense land and power that came with it. A German king was to be crowned in Aachen, and this was seen as the first step towards becoming Holy Roman Emperor. In order to become emperor until the year 1530, a coronation by the Pope was required. The investiture dispute was a power struggle between the emperor and the Pope over who had the right to choose the clergy. In the Holy Roman Empire, archbishops, bishops, and abbots could also rule as lords over their territory. Their selection, therefore, was of great importance. The power struggle ended with the agreement in the Concordat of Worms in 1122, which conceded that the clergy were to be selected by the Pope, but a significant amount of imperial influence would remain. In the year 1133, it was revised that new bishops must swear their loyalty to the emperor before receiving any worldly powers on imperial land. With the emperor at their head, the clergy had secured lordship rights within their territory. Following the investiture dispute, lords began to issue written charters in order to establish rights and obligations in a clearer way. In the Holy Roman Empire, a lord retained superior power over their territory. They were able to develop it economically for their own benefit and oversee the lives of its inhabitants. In the mid-13th century, under Friedrich II, uniform privileges were laid out. The evolving idea of princely status was codified. New legislation strengthened individual power of princes over their vassals. But to maintain this status, they were binded in service to the empire. The princes gained imperial immediacy, standing in direct line to the emperor, whereas other lords were mediate, with at least one line of authority between them and the emperor. By the year 1200, there were 16 secular princes. Underneath them, a lower class made up of around 80 counts and several thousand free nobles. In addition, there were 47 archbishops and bishops combined, 27 abbots, and 18 abbesses. A common metaphor is that the Holy Roman Empire was a body with a head and limbs. The head was of course the emperor, underneath which the different limbs found cohesion. The role of the emperor was that of supreme lord, the ultimate judge who would preserve peace and law. But the emperor himself was never above the law. Consent from others was always required. The Holy Roman Empire was an elective monarchy. By the end of the 12th century, a clearer voting system had been established out of a smaller group of people who had gained a monopoly over it. Things were still not fully formalized until the creation of the Golden Bull in 1356, which takes its name from the document's seal. An election required the participation of 3 ecclesiastical lords. Those were the archbishops of Cologne, Mainz, and Trier, and 4 secular lords were also voted: the Count of Palatine, Duke of Saxony, the Margrave of Brandenburg, and the King of Bohemia. The Golden Bull had put into law the exact way the voting rituals would take place, including where electors were to stand, march, or sit during imperial occasions. Unlike in the past, contested elections were now impossible. The 7 electors gained a tremendous sense of grandeur, seen as the pillars of the empire. The common man was not considered in this process. The 7 electors instead represented a divine choice, but their decision was always a cold calculation of personality, strength, networking, and family ties. The Golden Bull was a monumental constitutional leap forward, and it became the center of later to be established institutions. Ever since the birth of the empire, assemblies were held between the emperor and his vassals. Over time, the vassals formed into what are known as imperial estates. The imperial estates were divided into 3 general decision-making groups known as chambers. The chamber of electors was of course made up of the 7 electors. The second chamber was made up of diverse social ranks with a hierarchy of its own. At the top were the dukes, kings, and bishops who ruled directly over land. They all had a say, but it was not equal. Their political power was equal to their individual territory's size and strength. Underneath the princes stood a mixed bag of clergy, counts, and barons who possessed limited political power as individuals, but as a group had a collective voice. The third chamber was that of imperial cities. A imperial or free city was a city that had managed to break free from a lord's jurisdiction and begun to serve the emperor directly. Cities with textile and commercial centers like Augsburg or Nuremberg were important for the emperor as a source of revenue. Not all power bases were represented within these estate groups, such as the imperial knights, who recognized no lord aside from the emperor. In time, the knights began to form their own institutions within the empire that were completely separate from the estate system. These estates would meet at imperial diets. An imperial diet was a new kind of institution which gave the 3 estates a clear place to meet and voice their say within the empire. The diets discussed taxation, minting and mining rights, settled territorial and military disputes, and were the centers of common decision-making within the empire. Diets were also paired with weddings, knightly tournaments, and hunting exhibitions. At first, diets were not fixed to a particular place in the empire and would be called in different cities when needed. This changed in 1663 when the Diet of Regensburg almost unintentionally never called recess and remained in permanent session until the end of the empire. Let us not make the mistake that any of this gave the impression of a collective national identity. A Hessian noble, an Austrian peasant, a Saxon count, all saw their identity through the association of their smaller community within the greater empire. From 1470, the population was finally recovering from the Black Death. Mining, metalwork, and textile production was booming in many cities. But a constant threat of conflict from both within and outside of the empire created a need for members to collaborate closer. But in order to work together, reform was needed. The development of humanist ideas during the Renaissance created a new intellectual framework to restructure the empire. This came alongside the new medium of printing. In addition, the world's first modern postal system was established within the Holy Roman Empire. Postal stations were set up as a network with fixed routes to allow postmen to change horses quickly and maintain a high speed. Printing and the postal service allowed the spread of ideas within the Holy Roman Empire like never before. Alongside this, the resurfacing of antique Roman law saw the slow establishment of professional courts. The Imperial Chamber Court was established, which served as a court for conflicts between imperial members. The emperor got to assign its presidents, but the actual judges, known as assessors, were chosen by the imperial estates. In response to the estates' control over the imperial court, Emperor Maximilian I created the Aulic Council. It was a separate court held closely to the ruling Habsburg family. It existed alongside the imperial court in a separate legal sphere. The most fundamental law created at this time was the so-called Perpetual Peace, banning any form of blood feud. But the failure to implement a common tax on the empire's subjects meant that lords, rather than the empire, would continue raising taxes from their subjects independently. Explaining the Reformation, as with many subjects we are touching on, is worthy of a separate video of its own. The initial leader of the Reformation, Martin Luther, was concerned with the salvation of Christian souls. Today, we will be looking at the challenge the Reformation movement as a whole took with the religious and political order of the Holy Roman Empire. In 1517, Martin Luther published the famous 95 Theses in the Saxon town of Wittenberg. Luther not only critiqued the church's abuse of power, but he argued that one could find salvation through faith and scripture alone. Luther's call to discard the use of religious practice in non-religious matters would have profound political consequences, because as we have seen, the Holy Roman Empire's institutions were intertwined with religious practices. In April of 1521, an imperial diet was called in the city of Worms. Luther famously refused to repent in front of the emperor and the estates. The Edict of Worms, issued a few weeks later, banned Luther's ideas. This could never truly suppress the problem, and over time people were split into two polarizing camps, those who were in favor of suppressing Luther's ideas and those who were formally protesting against this, becoming known as Protestants. The Protestants organized themselves under the Schmalkaldic League. By 1546, Charles V wanted to settle the religious question for good, and it took just 1 year for the Schmalkaldic League to be crushed. Conflict was reignited half a decade later, but was formally ended with the Peace of Augsburg in 1555. The Peace of Augsburg demanded peace between the two religious camps. The use of force to settle religious questions was banned. Rulers were now allowed to establish an official confession to their realm, either Lutheranism or Roman Catholicism. Some details in the Peace of Augsburg would later come to cause serious issues. The Protestants were far from a unified group and were splitting into a number of separate camps, such as the Calvinist movement that pushed Luther's ideas further. The Peace of Augsburg did not recognize Calvinism as an official confession. It was nevertheless a major moment in the constitutional history of the Holy Roman Empire. Peaceful decades of coexistence within the empire followed, but from around 1575, power began to tip in favor of the Catholics. Many Catholic princes began to force Catholicism back onto their Protestant subjects. The confessional divide began to influence day-to-day life in every aspect. Most notably, and ridiculously, the Protestants refused to take on the scientifically accurate calendar reforms of Pope Gregory VIII, as it was popish and a threat to the Protestant soul. As a result, Protestants and Catholics within the empire used two separate dating systems all the way until the end of the 17th century. In 1608, with pressure growing, the Protestant Union was founded. It was a coalition of various Protestant princes throughout the empire who sought to consolidate power together. To counter this, Duke Maximilian of Bavaria founded the Catholic League. Within the growing tensions, more Protestants rallied behind the Protestant Union, creating a combustible atmosphere. The confessional battleground was set. The most brutal war in the empire's history was about to begin. The 30 Years' War kicked off in 1618 with a Protestant rebellion in Bohemia. Once the rebellion gained control, they offered their throne to the Protestant elector of the Palatine. He accepted, but was shortly afterwards defeated in November 1620 at the Battle of the White Mountain outside of Prague. The Holy Roman Emperor, Ferdinand II, transferred voting rights to the Duke of Bavaria, a Catholic ally. He did this without the consent of the Protestant electors and in direct violation of the constitutional Golden Bull of 1356. This was the trigger for an all-out civil war within the empire. At first, mainly Catholics pitched themselves against the Protestants, but some dukes and powerful military commanders sought to pursue their own dynastic interests regardless of confession. After some time, the major European powers joined and pursued their political interests within the Holy Roman Empire. But long story short, it was one of the most bloodiest conflicts in European history. In some areas, up to 2/3 of the population were wiped out. After 30 long years, the Peace of Westphalia was struck in 1648. The Peace of Westphalia was the first peace summit in history to involve almost all European powers. Ceremonial configuration that could express rank and dignity of individuals on a scale such as this had never been done before, so it took some years before peace was officially declared. The Peace of Westphalia was both an international peace treaty and a constitutional rearrangement of the Holy Roman Empire. Most importantly, religious questions now had to be agreed on by both sides. The rights of Catholics and all Protestants were secured. It also came with a large territorial exchange, including Switzerland's departure from the Holy Roman Empire, the Dutch Republic gaining independence, and the Alsace region ceding to France. The Peace of Westphalia did not make the issues between Protestants and Catholics go away. It did, however, embed these problems into the constitution in such a way that both sides were now forced to work peacefully together. After long wars against external enemies, the Habsburg Holy Roman Emperor Leopold I was able to expand his own personal dynastic territories southeast into the Balkans. Leopold turned his Habsburg court in Vienna to an attractive place for the imperial nobility to take up positions. The traditional imperial diets that were once full of ceremony slowly turned into bureaucratic organs. From 1663, the Diet of Regensburg would remain in permanent session. The Habsburger Leopold used his position as Holy Roman Emperor to promote the social status of favorable individuals to expand his own domestic influence. He was also receiving huge bundles of cash for his consent in such recognition. For example, he made Brunswick-Lüneburg an electorship in 1692. He supported the Elector of Saxony in becoming the King of Poland in 1697, and he crucially recognized Brandenburg-Prussia as a kingdom in 1701. In the meantime, the once all-powerful Chamber of Electors were losing their superior status within the empire. For many enlightened, the Holy Roman Empire's institutions began to seem like a relic from the past. Enlightened princes began to embrace new rationalist ideas of the state. In the 18th century, three royal dynasties, the Hohenzollerns, the House of Hanover, and the Habsburgs, all held a power center outside of the empire. In 1740, the Habsburg Emperor Charles VI died without a male heir. He had already organized the Pragmatic Sanction to enact an ancient Habsburg right of female inheritance. Maria Theresia inherited the Habsburg lands, but the electors chose a non-Habsburg emperor for the first time in almost 300 years. Meanwhile, the enlightened King of Prussia, Frederick the Great, invaded into Habsburg Silesia, which is in modern-day Poland. Then, with French support, Saxony and Bavaria pushed into Habsburg lands, kicking off the War of the Austrian Succession. Another conflict, the 7 Years' War, broke out in 1756. It was an international conflict, but within the Holy Roman Empire, it pitched the Protestant Prussians once again against the Catholic Habsburgs. The Holy Roman Emperor Joseph II would embody the Enlightenment to its full extent. He governed as a rationalist, a cold calculator, and he cared not for the holy or Roman aspects of the empire. Acting within his hereditary lands, Joseph asserted his authority over the imperial church, dismantling the ancient rights of clergymen. The imperial institutions that remained unreformed and slow were simply ignored by him. The French Revolutionary Wars began in 1792 with a French declaration of war against Austria. Prussia soon joined on Austria's side to pit itself against the revolutionary foe. In 1795, Prussia had made peace with France, and 2 years later, Austria was crushed by a defeat in Italy and forced to acknowledge the French annexation of the West Rhine. Austria's attempt to retake the initiative by joining the War of the Second Coalition led to another defeat in 1801. In an effort to counter Napoleon's adoption of the title Emperor, the last Holy Roman Emperor, Francis II, took on the title of Emperor of Austria, and he began to rule over his personal possessions as an emperor with the title Francis I. In 1805, Austria once again lost to the French. Napoleon now had complete control. On the 1st of August 1806, Napoleon called the Holy Roman Empire out as obsolete, and he gave the Emperor Francis II an ultimatum to abdicate. And so it was on the 6th of August 1806 that the last Holy Roman Emperor, Francis II, took to the balcony of the church behind me here in Vienna and announced to the crowd waiting in the courtyard that the Holy Roman Empire was no more. The empire was an ever-changing hierarchy of diverse members with a complex set of personal relationships and a political body based on religious tradition, with an emperor acting as its head. I've only just skimmed the surface of the Holy Roman Empire's history. I hope this served as a good introduction to the topic.
Hey guys, Peter Steele here, back with another video for Hearts of Iron 4, and today we're